Good morning.
Glad to see you all here this morning. We will call our August 17th, 2023 regular meeting of the Gainesville City Commission to order. And we have a lot to do today, but it's all manageable, and I think it's all going to be productive and helpful to our community. Madam Clerk.
All right, Mr. Mayor, we have the invocation by Reverend Catherine Dearlove from Trinity Metropolitan Community Church of Gainesville.
Welcome.
All right.
Good to
Morning,
see you.
Mr. Mayor and commissioners and community. I invite you to pray, to reflect, or to meditate with me as you are comfortable. Holy One, known by many names and beyond all names, we ask your blessings on the people who have been called to lead the community in which we live and work and pray. Help them as they make decisions that impact the community. Help them to listen, to hear, and to consider with wisdom. Grant them and those present the courage to know and do what is right and good and true. May they be guided by the spirit of community, the spirit of justice, and the spirit of love. This we pray in the name of all that we hold sacred and holy, all that we hold good, right, and true. May it be so. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. I want to point out, too, but before you leave, Pastor Dearlove is the pastor of Trinity Metropolitan Community Church, which just had its 40th anniversary celebration this past weekend. I was blessed to be able to join them for some of that, and so we're glad you're able to join us today, and I wanted to recognize that from this past weekend. So, thank you. Madam Clerk.
All right, Mr. Mayor, we're moving on to the adoption of the agenda. We do have a few modifications that are coming on the screen. There we go.
Go ahead, Commissioner Chestnut.
Excuse me. On item 2023, the added backup for Commissioner Book, was that added this morning, or do we have that information?
Yes, it was published with the agenda yesterday.
Okay, I don't think I have that update. Thank you.
You're welcome. So that's it is in the backup, but it was added late.
Correct.
All right.
Let me see what-
Okay.
Okay, thank
Does
you.
anybody have
I
a
don't have
motion
this.
they'd like to offer?
Oh, move adoption of the agenda and
As-
the consent agenda updates.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second
Regular
to adopt the agendas as updated. Do we have any public comment on this?
We do not have any public comment.
Okay. All right, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Thank you. I gotta bring it.
All right, we have agendas. I'm proud of myself for pausing a moment before I asked for the nays there. I'm getting used to this finally.
Okay.
Madam Clerk.
Yes, now we are on to early public comment on agenda items. I do not believe we have anyone signed up.
So just as a reminder for anyone here or anyone watching at home, early public comment is your opportunity to come make a comment on something that is on the agenda, but that you can't stay for. We don't have that right now, but it's information for future items. Madam Clerk.
All right, we're on to our first business discussion item, which is the authorization to accept FHWA Safe Streets and Roads for All Grant Award, with the recommendation that the City Commission authorize the city manager to accept the FHWA Safe Streets and Roads for All Grant Award, authorize the city manager or designee to execute all necessary contract documents subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality, and authorize approval of related appropriations, procurement, and expenditures to include design, land acquisition, construction, and other associated activities required for the completion of the project in the grant.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I would point out for anyone unclear, FHWA is Federal Highway Administration. We were advised of this grant months ago, but this is the official acceptance of an $8 million grant to help us make a safer University Avenue for the 4 miles from basically in front of Cone Park down to the old President's House at UF, about 22nd Street. We originally had this on the consent agenda, but I asked that this be put on the regular agenda just so that we could talk about it because it's a big deal. I mean, not every community is getting these safe streets and roads grants from the federal government. We are. And we are making all the problem areas with this. We move toward making all the problem areas of University Avenue safer. That includes University of Florida, and it includes everything in front of the Lake Road housing and everything in between. This is a community-wide opportunity to make a better, safer, more usable street for everybody. And I think that's a big deal that the whole community should be aware of. Yeah, Commissioner?
And is this something that we would say that the North Florida Central, Scott Coons helped us in getting?
Oh, MTPO? No, we directly
No, okay.
did this one, yeah.
Thank you.
You're
And
welcome.
Mr. Mayor, if you would like, I have Deborah Leitner here from Transportation. She and Mr. Gomez are here, but this is significant. It's $8 million, it's $2 million, match. And I think we have a 5-year period of time to actually implement, but it is furtherance of our Vision Zero program.
Absolutely.
Maybe they should do
But
it.
the advocacy of the department is really how we got here.
Absolutely.
Presentation.
If y'all would like to come up and
Deborah.
somebody come up and tell us a little bit about this. And I would, just so everybody's clear, this is in addition to what FDOT is already doing in front of UF on University Avenue, which is significant and will save lives as well. Ms. Lesher.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Debbie Leisner, City Transportation Department. We're very excited about this grant. It will give an opportunity for us to really further the city's Vision Zero initiatives. We are working closely with the Florida Department of Transportation and the University of Florida, and this grant is really a recognition of that effort, of that collaborative process that's been going on in terms of developing the concept for the project and the funding for the study so far. And we were one of 3 communities in Florida to receive an implementation grant. So that's pretty significant.
Right, and I would point out that there are more than 411 cities in Florida, and we're one of 3 that received this. So, thank you. Yes. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And our $2 million match for this is going to come out of, I just forget, I know it's been.
It's a combination, actually, between the Campus Development Plan and GCRA.
GCRA.
Still working
So this is not even, and I read that, but I just wanted to grasp that it's not even out of streets, stations, and strong foundations.
No.
So we still have a lot of other, what we're going to be doing on roads through public works and other things that will affect safety in the end. So this is great that this is out of that 2 million with 8 million. It really is a lot of money. I'm thrilled that that the city has been able to do this, but I know that these conversations started years ago. Sometimes punctuated by unfortunate accidents and harm and death. So I'm really excited that we're here and that we went out and sought that. So thank you, staff, for staying on that, and thank you to this commission and previous commissions that made it clear that this was something that needed to happen. And so I look forward to it, and I look forward to it. Thank you, staff, for working so hard on this.
Yes, thank you. And I would add that this is kind of in the news as well, so I'll add to that the Federal Highway Administration Safe Streets and Roads for All grant program is part of the Inflation Reduction Act that recently turned 1 year old. So that money's not available without that act having happened. And this is a real world, local manifestation of that. So, Commissioner Eastman.
Yes, I also wanted to echo thank you to staff for everything that you guys have done on that. There was I did a great walk with our staff where they really were taking the community on every single block, looking at exactly what could be done in order to make University Avenue 1 safer so that we don't have the tragic deaths like what occurred on University Ave, but also how do you improve the economy and the businesses that are along there, improve that streetery, make it so that those businesses are thriving and that it's a walkable area that will be really the great entryway from our university into our downtown. It's really our main street that goes into that. I am curious sort of about the timeline of this. We have really great drawings that I'd like to kind of, people want to see that, where they can find that, and then sort of where do we go from here after getting this grant?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, we're currently working on the preliminary design and environmental study. That's a requirement of FDOT. So we're finalizing the traffic study, all of the technical analysis, and refining the design concepts that were approved by the City Commission. So we expect to finalize this process soon, and we'll be ready to start the engagement process, where we're going to present what is what's on the table, what's feasible, and receive some feedback. So we expect to complete this process and get the approval on the PD&E by the spring of 2024, and then after that we can proceed with the design and have the design completed by 2025. So there will be several opportunities for public engagement that will be coming back to the board also. And we have a website, is transformu13.com, that describes the project, the concepts, what's going on, and any news about the project.
Perfect. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Fully supported. I would suspect most, if not all of us, support the project. As Commissioner Willett said, a 20% match, not even all from general revenue, and from 2 other sources of funding is terrific. And the work for this lies on the previous commission, the members. So for those that were the more tenured members here, thanks for that. And perhaps one of those, the people who served before, those of us who are newer might want to, in fact, lead the motion at some point, just in deference to that work that was done before. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Is there any public comment on this?
I do not have any speaker cards.
All right. Anyone want to make a motion? Commissioner Eastman.
I move we authorize to accept the FHWA Safe Streets and Roads for All grant award.
Per the staff recommendation.
Per staff recommendation.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to accept staff recommendation on this item. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, Madam Clerk. That passes unanimously.
Yes. All right, our next item is the GPD fiscal year 23 third quarter report, with the recommendation that the City Commission hear the GPD quarterly update.
Welcome, Chief Scott. Madam Manager, did you want to have any preparatory comments? Okay, all right.
Good morning, Honorable Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager. It's my pleasure to present the third quarter report for fiscal year 2023. And I'm going to have different captains and representatives come up and talk about their respective sections. I'll start off with the review of the crime statistics. As you can see, for April 1st through June 30th, we show that overall our crime has increased by 20.53%. Violent crime during that time period has increased by 2.03%, with a increase also in the property crimes of 24.90%. These numbers, if you look at the correlation across the time period from 20 to 23, and this is year to date, and comparing the third quarter, you can see in the third quarter we had a decrease in the homicides, a decrease in the rape of 28.53, and a decrease in the robberies. Aggravated assaults increased by 17.42, and those would be those assaults would include people shooting at someone, or presenting a gun to someone, or knives or some other weapon. The next slide is a comparative with other municipalities that have a university, a large university. So we sampled 5 other universities: University of Georgia, University of Missouri, University of South Carolina, Knoxville, University of Tennessee, and Tallahassee, Florida State University. And it gave you the crime stats that we had to obtain from these respective agencies. Again, there's difficulty in trying to get this information from the state or the federal government because agencies are not reporting. Typically, you have about 90% compliance with the reporting. We're down to like 40%, I think. The last time that you can count anything was 21, and that was a 40% report failure to report rate. But looking at this data, and again, this is data for, it's broken into person crimes and property crimes. When you examine the data, you see that Gainesville is doing quite well as far as violent crime goes when compared with these other locations. Tennessee, of note, had over 5,500 person crimes. So that includes batteries, assaults, and things along those lines, sexual batteries. You look at where we are in Gainesville, it's 953. The low for that category would be University of Missouri, which has 602. When you examine the property crimes, you'll note that the University of Tennessee has 10,496 compared to what we have here in Gainesville of 4,568. Again, that's combining both the University of Florida data as well as Santa Fe College data. So it seems that we're doing a little bit better, a lot better, quite frankly, in property crimes. And when you look at the overall crime, we're doing pretty decent in comparison.
And Chief, that's full year 21 and full year 22.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, our next slide is the quarterly gun-related statistics. Again, stolen firearms, we show that there's, from January 1st to March 31st, we have that number, but the current quarter is April 1st to June 30th, and you note that we had 58 firearms that were stolen from cars. 44 of those were from unlocked cars, from burglary or conveyances, burglary conveyances. And the vast majority of those are from unlocked cars. And no matter how much information we put out asking folks to lock their cars, that is something that has to persist. And you see there's a 38% increase in that. And we know that one of our local state representatives, I think Henson, was working on a state law that would make it a crime to leave a gun in a car that's unlocked. And unfortunately, we have a vast number of folks that leave guns in cars and not lock the car. You know, that's problematic. Sooner or later, someone's going to be out taking a gun, and maybe the homeowner walks out, and it's going to be a very delicate situation. Weapons seized, we've seized 53 weapons this quarter. That was a 26% increase. The number of shots fired, we had 31 shot fired incidents, and compared to 32, so that was a 3% decrease. The number of persons shot or injured by gunfire, we had 11 between January and March, and we had 13 between April and June 30th. That's an 18% increase. The number of homicides during that same time period, you had 4 in the second quarter rather, January to March, and then you had 1 between April and June 30th. That was a 75% decrease rather. The number of suicides went from 3 to 4, 33% decrease. Increase. The next slide.
And I'm sorry, Chief, those are gun suicides?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, no, I take that back. I'm not sure on that.
Okay.
I'm pretty comfortable that they are, because this is the gun-related statistic.
Right, that's, I just wanted to make sure before it.
Yeah. The next slide shows the gun-related statistics for January 1st and June 30th. For that time period, you see stolen firearms again. We had 100 that were taken. When you compare it with 2022, that's a 4.76% decrease. The weapons seized, we have 95, which is the 39.7% increase. The number of shots fired, we have 64, which is a 13.51% decrease. And then you have the number of persons shot, 24, which is a 100% increase when you compare that to the same time period the year before. The number of homicides went from 3 to 5, which is a 66.6% increase. And the number of suicides by gun decreased to 7 from 11, a 36% decrease. Any questions on what I presented so far? Okay, this time I'm going to ask Captain Young Finelli to come up, and he's going to go over some of the statistics for the districts, the patrol folks.
Welcome, Captain Finelli.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Commission. So we can go to the next slide here. So I'm sure you all are familiar with this map and the breakdown of our resources and deployment and operations, but for those who aren't, I'll just go through it real quickly. So top left corner, really handsome guy, that's me. So that's District 1, right? So we have me as the commander, and then Lieutenant Charlie Ward is my XO. And then District 2 is broken up same way with one captain, one executive lieutenant, and that's Captain Young and Lieutenant Scott. And then each district is broken up into sectors, 3 sectors, with 3 zones in each sector. So 18 zones, 6 sectors. So sectors divided into lieutenant responsibilities, and you see there District 1, Sector 1 is Lieutenant Plord. Sector 2 is Lieutenant Wilkins. Sector 3, Lieutenant Shipman. Sector 4, Lieutenant Lugo. Sector 5, Lieutenant Brown. And Sector 6, Lieutenant Bradford. So these, again, are geographic responsibilities of the city. The lieutenants, as well as the captains, Captain Young and I, have also day-to-day responsibilities. The lieutenants have shift responsibilities as well. So these lieutenants are spread out amongst the shift. So as well as being a shift commander, they have a geographic responsibility as well. Go next slide. All right, so prevention efforts. Do want to highlight, we did have our award ceremony on March 31st. It was very well attended. Gave out a lot of awards. That was because it covered a 3-year span because of COVID. We had a little delay on in-person award ceremony, so we made up for that in March. Our RAD classes, or our rape, aggression, defense, continues. It's something that I'm very proud of, that the city had invested in about 6 or 7 years ago, and that we continue those efforts. Our RAD coordinator will be up here in a moment. She's in the room, Sergeant Valdez. Just a wonderful, wonderful opportunity to reach out in the community and really have some interaction outside of patrol function. And I believe in the program wholeheartedly, as well as Captain Young, who's been a part of it since its inception. 15, we'll say about 15 Community Crime Watch meetings attended. Those are regular monthly meetings that we attend, and that will continue. I say approximately because there might be a few that we just didn't get on the calendar that we were called up for last minute, so to speak. You see our calls for service. So overall, we average just under 1 million calls, 1 million calls a year. So about 999,000 calls a year. For this time period, 30,000. Those are broken up into our incident reports, our crash reports. This does not include supplemental reports. So if an officer goes out and does follow-up, does not include traffic citations, and it does not include field interview cards. So anytime an officer makes contact and conducts what's called a field interview and creates that document. You see there are Officers of the Month for April and May, Emery Koenig and Officer Emma Spalding. The next one, you can go to the next one. And I'll turn it over to Captain Young.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So we do take pride in our community, and we stress to our officers the very basic principle of the public is the police and the police are the public. So every opportunity that we have to engage with the public is exactly an opportunity for intervention efforts. And this is just an example of some of the events that have happened, but this happens daily, and it's not usually something that's photographed or something that's a major event. But if you look up at the top where it says GPD SWAT, that is St. Patrick's Catholic School had a transportation day, and our SWAT team was able to go out and show some of their vehicles, how we get around, how different professions transport from one place to another. If you see down at the bottom, Newberry Elementary School, we had several officers go out and actually play basketball. This has become an annual event, something that the kids look forward to. And Officer Chris Bivens, again, playing basketball with the kids there. Lieutenant Marquita Brown was actually the keynote speaker for Youth Bill. Something else that we're very proud of is that we have officers not only engaged and involved, but really inside of the inner workings of these organizations. Lieutenant Brown is also a board member for Youth Build, and she shared her Built Different speech with them to encourage them to do something different than what they see to improve themselves in the community. We have representatives at the State Law Enforcement Memorial that was held in April. We sponsored a safety booth, which included things such as anti-bullying, gun violence prevention, and giving education to parents as well as students at Caring and Sharing Learning School on April 1st of this year. And then in a situation that started from a complaint, we actually made some grounds and really made some positive connections with the Alachua County Library District, where we actually attended not only their volunteer appreciation lunch in April, but we also helped them by setting up a booth at their fall festival at the Cone Park Library. So again, just taking the opportunity to leave people better than we found them, leave ourselves better than we found them, and truly delve into intervention.
Very good. Thank you.
You know, I think we're on the enforcement side, and I did misspeak earlier. 100,000 calls, not a million. More important number is 1 cup of coffee this morning. That's why I'm a little off. A lot of numbers up there. So I just wanted to highlight a couple of our efforts. This is on the side of our violent crime as well as our pedestrian safety efforts. So amongst the other efforts I conducted on shift, on a nightly basis, and as we, deploy resources rapidly as things change and occur, these 2 details were done, I think they were both in April. So one of them was in response to a downtown concert, or post-concert event, I should say. This was a concert held on the University of Florida campus, which we expected, of course, with the large amount of people that come to the city and those events. It's a high propensity for violence. A lot of people, a lot of alcohol, a lot of cars don't mix well. So we put a lot of effort into that downtown post-concert event. We worked with the Alachua County Sheriff's Office as well as the University of Florida Police Department, and really had a good presence and a good, safety plan in place. So you see the numbers there broken down into traffic stops, warnings, citations, and arrests. But overall, the presence, and that of course doesn't capture, the amount of disturbances we broke up and just our presence to keep everybody safe. The violent crime detail, I believe that was the Easter weekend detail. Again, Easter holiday, large amount of people downtown. So we did some, efforts and enforcement on that side as far as suppression, as far as violent crime, as well as pedestrian safety. And you see the results there. Now that detail was conducted solely by the Gainesville Police Department. And I just highlight these 2. These were both ARPA-funded details, large-scale operations. And again, this doesn't capture that nightly efforts that our shift commanders put out there. Then you kind of see the narcotics seized and then 2 firearms seized on those details. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
morning.
Jamie Koenig,
Welcome.
Chief Inspector. I'm here filling in for Captain Owens. She is out on an operation, so I'll be speaking to you about her division, so I hope I do just as good a job as she will. The first thing I want to mention is this is our robbery homicide division that works in our criminal investigations bureau, and there are only 5 detectives that actually work in this bureau. And these 5 detectives carry between 21 and 56 cases each. So each individual has that much work, and they're the ones that look at all of our violent crime that requires extensive follow-up. And they're the ones that have been responsible for the amazing amount of clearance rates that the Criminal Investigations Division has had in homicides over these several years. So these are 2 of the cases that they worked during this quarter. The first one is a drug-related attempted homicide. It actually started out with a drug deal that turned into a robbery, and then the victim was shot. We have made an arrest on this case. This happened at 1516 Southeast 4th Street on May 9th. The second case that we'll talk about is one from May 13th that happened up on 13th Street at 4155 Northwest 13th Street. It was a disturbance that ended up turning into a gun incident where one of the victims was shot. We also made an arrest in this case and 2 positive resolutions to 2 cases that happened during this quarter that are directly related to gun violence. What you'll notice about most of the presentation today, other than the traffic homicides, is that we'll talk a lot about gun violence and our commitment to making it better here in the city of Gainesville and getting some resolution. The next slide, please. So this is a grand theft auto and conveyance burglary case that happened. And so our property detectives worked this one. And as you see, this is a pretty wide date range. It's from May 18th to June 6th. And on those dates, we had multiple different areas hit in northeast and southeast Gainesville, and we arrested 5 juveniles. Now, this slide says 21 outstanding cases. Since we completed these slides and put them into the system several weeks ago, we've actually identified 60 cases that these individuals were involved in. It's not 21, it's actually 60. After we did the follow-up, we do the interviews. This is where cars were being broken into and cars were being stolen. And so they smashed the windows in these cars to gain entry. So this is very different from a majority of other calls that we have. We talk about unlocked vehicles. In this case, they were specifically targeting specific vehicles, and they're stolen Kias. And then they are burglarizing them, and the whole point is to be able to steal these cars. A lot of times they run out of gas, they crash the car, they'll leave the car, they get another car. So just want to make mention that they did identify that, and about $40,000 in damages was done to the vehicles that we've identified so far. Yes, sir.
So they're going after the same
Yes, sir.
same make and model over and over again?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Why?
Because these vehicles are easy to be able to steal. And there are all sorts of videos and things that are on YouTube and in many other places that teach the kids how to do this. In the early 2000s, Dodge Neons were our problem, and they knew that if they hit the O-ring on it, they could actually make the car start without a key. So we've seen this with several makes and models of vehicles over time.
But 5 offenders are responsible for more than 60.
60 plus charges, utilizing, yes, sir, and $40,000 in damages.
Wow.
So 60 charges so far. Yes, sir.
Were there guns stolen from any of these 60 cases?
I do not have that information. I can provide it to you once we do a little look. We just didn't look in this particular. Since this was such a large portion of cases that we did work, and I apologize, 21 outstanding cases, 60 charges. Let me be very clear on that. So we would have to look at those cases individual, Commissioner, in order to get you that data. The next slide, please.
Is this happening across the country with kids?
I've seen many YouTube videos. I'm not sure how many jurisdictions are actually, a victim of it, but could also take a look. But normally when the video is on YouTube, there are many other places, and someone has found a way to do that. So Criminal Investigations Division, this is our Drug Highway Task Force. This is another conveyance burglary ring that is very different from, the one that we just talked about. They travel along the I-75 corridor. We have labeled them over many years. It's been over my 20-year career. They're called the Felony Lane Group. They target IDs. They actually target daycares and several places where people will run in and leave their purse sitting on their car. In their car, gas stations. And basically what they do is they will drive into a parking lot, break a window, steal a purse, immediately start using the credit card, steal this person's identity, and they travel throughout the U.S. In this circumstance, we found $34,464 inside of the car. 18 grams of marijuana, 30 illegal prescription pills, 2 stolen driver's license, stolen social security card. It goes on. And a FedEx receipt was located in a package, and that package was intercepted in Orlando. So they'll steal IDs, put them in a package, send them to their other cohorts or friends, relatives who live in other cities for them to utilize the IDs, utilize their stolen information of innocent victims. And this has happened for many years. So this is a very good case. We solve a lot of these, and it's through our Domestic Highway Enforcement Task Force, but also our Detectives Division does a lot of this work also.
So, Chief Inspector, just real quick
Sure.
on that. I want to make sure that everybody's clear. This is our local enforcement on a larger multi-city problem.
That is exactly right.
Yeah.
And these guys are very difficult to catch. And the reason I say that is because usually when they commit a crime, they're in and out of the parking lot in under a minute, and sometimes 30 seconds, because they'll identify the car, they'll pull in next to it, they'll smash a window, grab a purse, and leave immediately, and then hit I-75 and are gone very, very quickly. Through the investigative skills of these, there are actually 2 individuals that does the work along the highway. We were able to identify them before or after they had committed something. And when you find drugs in the car and all of these other things in the IDs, we recognized that they were sending a package through FedEx. So that helped us track that and be able to find more information and to prevent more victims from being victimized. That it's a prolific thing that's been happening for many years.
So it's not just multi-city, it's multi-year, it's multi-decade at this point.
Yes, sir. And they probably hit all along 75, sir. They travel 75 and 95, and there are statewide bulletins that go out through our fusion center in Tallahassee and some other places that tell us all about their travels. So,
Thank you.
yes, sir. And now I'm going to turn it over to Sergeant Lynn Valdez, who is the commander of our traffic unit.
Very good. Welcome.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
Commissioners. Sergeant Valdez with the traffic safety team. I apologize, I'm also in traffic court on Zoom right now, listening in.
Gotcha.
Bringing you our statistics for the year.
Can I ask you to move a little closer to the microphone there?
Okay.
Just so folks at home can hear you as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
So far in 2023, we have had 11 fatalities in regards to traffic crashes. It has actually been 10 traffic crashes with 11 fatalities, if that makes sense. Unfortunately, we're kind of on track for the previous year where we had 24. Next slide. For this quarter, when our traffic unit actually responds, we go to anything that is what we consider serious bodily injury or fatality. That's determined by the officers that are on scene arriving, looking at injuries, and getting feedback from the medical personnel that's right there on scene. And so often, if it is not a fatality that occurs, it is counted as a serious bodily injury for us. And so for the quarter, we had, it looks like, sorry, mine aren't in color. It looks like we had an increase in the serious bodily injuries at 8 from the last year. And for the fatalities, we are down to 4, but it happened in 3 crashes. We did have 1 head-on collision where both drivers ended up deceased on the scene. Part of our efforts we also do as a traffic safety team is we have qualified for several FDOT grants. We have a Safe Gator grant that is for impaired driving. With that, we actually did a Let's Talk About a Uber detail on Cinco de Mayo, in which it was 2-pronged. We had officers down in Midtown that were conducting alcohol education, utilizing our portable breath test little machine. So we were asking them questions about how do you feel right now? Do you think you could drive right now? Would you get behind the wheel? And then allowing them to provide a sample in order to kind of get a better base of where they are in the alcohol level. We partnered with Alachua County Health and Promotion and Wellness Coalition. They came out and also did a survey and assisted us with some swag. They provided tacos, being that it was Cinco de Mayo. And we also, the second part of the enforcement was a DUI saturation, in which we had officers from FHP, ASO, GPD, UPD, City of Alachua come down and basically do traffic stops everywhere citywide. In the detail, we ended up getting 2 DUI arrests. Also for the traffic safety team, similar to operations where they're asking for community involvement, we went to 31 events, including several vehicle days at the elementary schools, and where we bring the motorcycles and allow the kids to see the bikes and kind of hang out on the bikes. And next slide. All right. So this map, based on our sectors, kind of outlines where the serious bodily injury crashes are occurring. Those are the light blue ones. And then the red ones are the traffic fatalities that are occurring kind of by the sectors and everything that we have going on. Do you all have any questions?
Commissioner,
Mayor, the traffic homicide down there in Southwest 13th, I'm pretty sure that was the motorcyclist
Yes.
at the intersection there. I have concerns about that intersection. This is a deeper thing, but did we learn anything more about that cause? Was there speeding? Was the motorcyclist speeding? Was there anybody else cited? I can't remember. I don't think anyone was cited, but it was tragic, but I wanted to know if we learned anything about the cause of that.
It's still an open investigation. We do have witnesses in it that said they heard the motorcycle speeding up. We just got back the toxicology, and we're trying to get with our doctor to confirm the results, but there was a little bit of alcohol involved with it. But we're still working it. It was, again, most of our motorcycle accidents end up being a left turn, or somebody makes the left turn in front of the motorcyclist, but it was a accident like that. So possibly speed is an issue with it, and or alcohol.
And so some of those left turns, this is a state highway, right? I mean, it's a state road.
Yes, sir.
Do we control the makeup of that light, whether left turns are allowed, flashing yellow as opposed to signalize your green arrow? We don't control that, do we?
I do not know. That's a state road. It might go to state and FDOT.
Okay, I just mentioned it because sometimes
Okay.
there are things we can do to make roads safer. It will perhaps be unpopular with people when they can't make a left-hand turn, but I just wanted to mention it because it's right in front of my house, and I know the geography of probably what's happening.
And probably part of the problem too is as it's exiting the city, speeds become a major issue because they're just basically leaving the city, accelerating out.
Yep. So, thank you, Sergeant. Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Willits, your question about firearms out of the 60-plus cases or 60-plus charges we had, the answer is there were 0 firearms in those cases. I was able to confirm with Captain Owens, so 0 firearms. And after conferring with our traffic engineer / special advisor to the city manager for 30-plus years, Phil Mann says any state roads, we do not control the lights or the light cycles on those. Those are completely controlled by the state. So just to answer both of those questions very quickly. I have the honor and distinct privilege to actually present about the co-responder program. And this is one of our highlighted programs. So the first thing to know is that we were the first in Alachua County to have a co-responder program. We are also the agency that has the most teams deployed. We have 4 teams currently and answer a lot of calls for service. So during this quarter, and it's just a 3-month period with those 4 teams, and to recognize each team is made up of a police officer and a Meridian health provider that rides with the officer. We answered 869 calls for service. We had 373 contacts and 336 patrol assists. And patrol assists is if patrol officers need a backup officer or a call for service comes out that these guys can handle, they'll go and handle those calls also. For our Baker Act, and we did 37 during this time, and we transported 39 people voluntarily to Meridian or Vista or any of the receiving facilities that they requested to go to. So sometimes people will just call us and say, I need help, and I don't have a ride. And this is one of the ways that we are able to assist and get people the mental health provided that they need. And it's a very wonderful thing that we do. We had 22 jail diversions and 63 Baker Act diversions, meaning we were able to provide them mental health care or acute care right away and get them in with a counselor or the needed help that they have, and 22 emergency department diversions. We need to give people the mental health help that they need and not end up at the emergency room. But a couple things that I wanted to share, and just some statistics so far for the fiscal year of 23. We recently ran some numbers. So since the beginning of October 1st, we went to 2,572 calls for service. This is 4 officers and 4 clinicians handled 2,500 calls for service. That's an amazing amount of calls for service for this group to go to. And people are now knowing to recognize and ask for them by name. I want a co-responder to come. My son or daughter's having an issue. These are the type of relationships and differences that we want to make within the community. And for fiscal year, also, we've diverted 97 people away from jail. This team has. So all 4 teams since the beginning of the year. So that's an amazing amount of calls for service to answer and an amazing amount of jail diversions to get them the mental health treatment that they want. Our current policy says that if we're working a call for service and a person has committed a misdemeanor and is having also a mental health crisis where they need to either be Baker Acted or find mental health care, we don't take them to jail. We take them to Meridian or Vista and get them the mental health care that they need. Because we recognize that we need to divert them from jail and get them the help that they need in order to navigate this crisis that they have. We're very proud of this team and they're doing amazing work. The next slide, please.
So let me ask you a question about that. When we divert,
Sure.
because certainly somebody having a mental health issue doesn't do anybody any good at the jail or in the community or anywhere for them to go to jail. They need to go where they get help. But do we then act on the misdemeanor following the resolution of the mental health crisis?
So we will complete a sworn complaint if we do believe there was intent to commit a criminal offense, but each case is different.
Sure.
So some yes and some no. And sometimes the victim doesn't want to do anything. Like I don't want that charge on that person. I understand they've lost a family member or something else is happening and they're exhibiting a crisis. So it all depends on a case-by-case basis.
But it isn't just a blanket, you're having a mental health crisis, we're not going to pursue the misdemeanor. We're going to take care of what needs to be taken care of first and then decide on what needs to happen otherwise.
Absolutely. And that's why we leave it to officer discretion, because there are many circumstances in many cases that are very different. And blanketly saying, we go one direction or the other, the officers have that opportunity to look at all the facts of the case and determine what's the best course of action. Especially if it's something extremely violent, right? Then there may be a different decision. But those officers have that discretion to do that.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, and so our pre-arrest diversion program for this quarter, we had 3. All of them were for retail theft. As you can see from the statistics, we had 6 the last quarter from January 1st to March 31st. And the 2 locations that you see that are most frequently visited, you may notice those as being the 2 Walmarts in the city of Gainesville. The 5700 address is the Walmart that is up near the park, that's on Northwest Park up there, and 2900 Southwest 42nd Street down near Butler Plaza for the other. And now I will turn it back over to Chief Scott to finish up the presentation.
Thank you.
What I'd like to cover right now is the Pastors One Community Work Group. One of the things that we did some time ago was to engage the community. Particularly when we're talking about violent crime and crime in general, that this is not a problem that's specific to law enforcement, it is a community problem. So we engaged some time ago the one community work group, and it's composed primarily of a group of our local pastors. And that group has been working diligently, and we've incorporated the BOW program as well into this, where BOW used to have about 24 people. I think the BOW program at this point now, although our sheet at the end of this shows 60 plus, they're at 84 people now that they're assisting. And this is that one-on-one, this is part of our prevention and intervention program, and they incorporate or really connect folks to the services that are available in the community. Because a large part of what we're finding is that the services that are there, people don't know how to access them. So Santa Fe College in particular has many programs that are available that folks just don't have an idea of how to access it. So we're making that connection for them, particularly people that have had problems with the law or just difficulties, period. And so it's a program that's been paying dividends for us, and we see it growing in the future as well. The individual assistance is being handled. We have 2 individuals enrolled right now. We met with a group of at-risk youth and young adults. We worked with probation and parole to get those individuals, and we were able to get a couple of those folks through the program and get them some assistance. We have one that's working now, a couple of them that are working, and one has recently completed his probation and parole, his probation period. Those 2 individuals, we take a lot of pride in that they're not engaged currently in criminal activity. We're speaking about the BOW program. Here we show 64. I know they're up to 84. That's a report that I got Monday. That program, I'm really proud of it at this point, because initially we limited it to a small group of folks. Now it's expanded, and it includes intervening with not just youth, but young adults, and it was exclusively male, and we're working with females as well. So it is a program that I see growing, quite frankly, because now we're getting referrals from probation and parole and some other folks, and just parents who want to help their kid call, and we're working with them and trying to do it. We continue that partnership with Santa Fe and also with the school board. We're working with Shane Andrews and dealing with some of the gun violence issues. I have a meeting with Shane, and he's agreed to assist us. We've identified 5 schools that we're going to be working with. We're dealing with youth that have been identified as people that had issues last year and maybe have a potential for issues this year, and really going to emphasize to them and try to educate them and give them some conflict resolution skills. We're looking at establishing these relationships not as a one-time issue, but we're looking at doing this on a monthly basis and talking with them. We've incorporated the pastors. There's a good group of pastors that are working with us, mental health professionals, and we're hoping that this will pay some dividends. And this is, again, part of our prevention and intervention exercises. The pastors have been really key to this. Pastor Duncan, Pastor Anderson, Bishop Stokes, Pastor Feathers, they're key cogs to what we're trying to get done, and really rely on them heavily. Personnel matters, it's no shock that, again, we, like the rest of the nation, struggling to try to bring in additional staff. We've been fortunate that we've been successful in getting folks in, but we also have folks that are retiring, at an early age than they used to. Our recruitment efforts are far-reaching. I think we've gone to Atlanta. We're scheduled to go to a military base because they're out service. They have folks that are retiring. Again, we're recruiting there. We've gone to different localities as far as the different police academies. We were successful in getting a couple of folks from Citrus County, which quite frankly surprised me that we were able to do that. But we're reaching out to academies across the state to try to get folks here. We find, quite frankly, though, that our best is when we grow our own from this community, because those folks are typically invested in Gainesville, invested in being here, invested in this community. But we do take the chance on going out and trying to recruit people back to this community. Just give you some idea, these are some of the issues or some of the events that we've attended. The career fair, local police academy visits, we show a couple here. The Gainesville GHFC tabling, the women's athletes, Santa Fe women's athletes, again, continuing our partnership with Santa Fe. We go out and we're trying our best to recruit ahead of time and interact with them as well. We have non-sworn opportunities for service technicians that we're pursuing. And comparatively, when you look at what we have as far as rate of vacancies, we're at 17%. I think the sheriff office is at 16.25. Ocala is 8.25, and University of Florida is around 10%. You know, and again, I'm not aware of too many places that aren't having difficulties as far as recruitment and retention. Next slide. Proud to recognize these young ladies, and they all happen to be ladies here, that were recognized for the Sky Valor Award, and all four ladies, we attended the ceremony. This highlights the cream of the crop for us. You know, these are folks, Detective Lindsay Allen, Officer Aaron Armstrong, Detective Desiree Rosano, and Officer Amanda Figueroa. These ladies are some of the best that we have, you know, and this is we're proud to show them, have them there, and this is a couple of them I see repeatedly. Officer Figueroa is also the Officer of the Year for last year, and does outstanding work and is constantly taking guns off the street. Officer Armstrong ended up struggling with a subject that was armed, and he was larger than she was, and she was able to disarm him, and he was actually captured after he got away from her there, and he could have been shot, quite frankly. If you see the video, which I did, that could have been a shooting. But it's a credit to her and her training, her skills, that she engaged him, and she allowed him to walk away from that situation breathing. Officer Allen does a good job as far as sexual batteries investigations, and you know, she's we're very fortunate to have her there and really working on cases that typically aren't confined to Gainesville. In the case that we highlight here, it was New Mexico, Texas, and Pennsylvania. I mean, these folks and the age of some of these children that are brutalized and or assaulted or preyed upon, it starts, believe it or not, as toddlers, and you know, if not younger. And it's something that it takes a certain type of officer to do that, and we're proud that she's there. Detective Rosanna also works in the sex crimes, and she's also an attorney. She passed the bar, and but her heart is in being an officer. So she elected to stay with GPD, and we're proud to have her. Again, she was recognized as GPD's Detective of the Year, outstanding efforts, and wanted to make sure we commend them for their efforts. So that concludes. I think the next slide is, I'm sorry. Oh gosh, please don't let me forget Hannah. This is the woman that makes the wheels go around. Hannah Smith is our special events coordinator, and not just ours, she basically coordinates all the events for the city. She works alone, and we're trying to remedy that now. But all these events are scheduled, and the personnel to work them, she coordinates those. She's diligent. She stays as long as she needs to get it done. She does it sometimes from home. Without her, a lot of these special events would stop. or be very slow to proceed. So we're trying to get her some assistance right now, but we want to recognize her as the civilian employee of the quarter because she does such an outstanding job.
Very good.
Next slide. Any questions for us?
So, go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Chief, and to everyone for all of the work that you continue to do. I did have a question about the slide with regards to personnel.
Yes.
Can we go back to that slide, please, Chief? Thank you. I noticed that it said there that the Santa Fe College Institute of Public Safety, there were 4 recruits job offered from the last 2 classes. Did they accept those jobs?
We have, I think we just had the graduation a couple of days ago, and yes, we hired, I believe, 5 out of the police academy.
Okay, that's good.
I thought it was up to 7. We were scheduled, we had initially 11 people that we were going to swear in September. But I think we're down to 7 of those, and I know we saw 5 then, but I thought there were 2 more. We're going to be starting 7. We'll be hiring those folks, and they'll be in the house with us over the next week or so. But we don't actually. We go through an orientation, and we complete that, and the swearing in will be in September.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. I was curious, you spoke before about your high clearance rates. I was hopeful, one, I don't know if you mentioned what those clearance rates are, and then kind of how do you compute those?
Yeah, we've been averaging well above 80-90%, but we were 100% last year, and the year before.
On shootings or murders? Or?
Murder and homicides, yes. And this is homicide specifically, which is leading one of the highest in the nation. We clear, the clearance is that you identify a person and you make an arrest.
Okay.
And or you can do, there could be something exceptional like the person died or something along those lines, or there was something else that cleared it, but you figured out who committed the homicide and charges or actions were taken against them. When we say we have 100% clearance rate, that means we know who killed that person. We identified that person as either a justifiable homicide or it's a homicide that was done criminally. We have been very fortunate with our personnel that we had 100% last year. I think we had 89% or something like that the year before, and the year before that we had 100%. So far this year, I think we're at around 90, but I expect that we've had a couple of homicides that we have leads on, and we're pretty comfortable that we're going to either be solving all of them or we may have one that's still open. But we're doing very well again as far as that. I credit our detectives with that. I credit the investigators as a small group of folks who are very diligent, and they come out every time in the middle of the night to do it. The assistant chief and I also were out with the last homicides, and we have a couple of changes that we're going to make as far as, and we emphasize this when we're talking to folks. It does the victim no good, quite frankly, that we arrest the people and we put them in jail because the victim is deceased. So we're putting forth an effort to try to help prevent that as much as we can, and we'll be standing up a program in the next week or so where we're going to be proactively addressing some of the concerns with gun violence. And I'm asking Assistant Chief Moyer to lead that effort to get with the captains and come up with a program. And we will be concentrating on the data that shows where this activity is occurring. And we will, at that point, put our folks out in those different areas to address it.
Okay. So really focusing on spatial policing and kind of where targeted hotspots.
Yeah, it's more, you're focusing on the behavior.
Right.
So if we have shootings that are occurring in a certain area, then we're going to concentrate some of our efforts in that area to try to stop it. So you're going to see increased traffic stops. You're going to see increased presence. You may not see some of the officers that are out there because they may be covert. We have officers that are in unmarked cars that are monitoring the activity. But we have a whole span of approaches. And again, we're limited staffing, but we gotta give up something. And you know, I went to the last homicide and went to the hospital afterwards and saw the pain on the families. And you know, folks are expecting that we will take some measure to try to deal with it, and we're going to do the best we can to try to address it.
Great, thank you. On the clearance rate, I just so that would be successful arrest, but not necessarily successful prosecutions. Like you're just saying what you have control over. As
Right,
the police department.
right. We've
Is that-
identified it. And
Is that the standard usually for police departments? Is focusing on the arrest level?
yes, that's the standard that's used across the country. That's what the feds use to clear it.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. I think that's really remarkable, and that is a great credit to all of your detectives. And I really appreciate you guys bringing us the data and doing and showing us sort of where we stand in terms of other municipalities. I also did want to. Those are very important. I also just wanted to impress that, at least for me as a city commissioner, I think that is an important part of the overall look at it all. I would. We're coming out of there's a history of policing where there was an intense focus on the data as opposed to exactly how the community is giving feedback.
Right.
And that intense focus on the data can lead to outcomes that we don't necessarily want. For instance, I learned recently the FBI actually shows what crimes actually get reported, and the amount of crimes that happen versus get reported are substantially underreported. 45.6% of violent crime, so less than half of all violent crime is actually reported, which of course is led by sexual assaults. Only 21% are reported. So in a kind of a weird catch-22 for us, if people feel like they can get justice when they come to our police department, they will report crimes, which will make our crime rate look larger.
Right.
For me, I would much rather see victims get justice, for people to feel like they can go to our GPD and know that they will be taken seriously, and you will do everything that you can to give them justice, as opposed to the statistics that may show this gets higher, that gets lower. Same with clearance rates. I know that clearance rates can also have things that there can be ways that you can move things around to make a clearance rate look higher or lower. And to me, so all of that I think is very important. But I can just say, for me as a commissioner, the way that I'm looking at GPD and the way that I look at you guys, what I'm hearing on the ground, whether people feel like they're feeling safe, whether people feel like they're getting justice, I hear great things, at least from all of my constituents, about interactions that they have with the Gainesville Police Department. So
We appreciate that, and we, as you notice, that when we open up with our community engagement, because it's extremely important to hear what the community wants, what they expect from us, and it's extremely important for us to communicate to them what our intentions are, because a lot of that's driven by the information that we receive from them. The focus on these different areas. I spoke with a couple of folks that are in Lincoln Estates, who tells me of the fear that they have of some of the younger folks in the community and activity that's going on. And they're even afraid to report it because they are, seeing the snitches and so on and so on. So I have to have these personal conversations. I have the captain do that, and then we figure out a way to address some of these concerns. But yes, the community drives what we do. We try to tailor what we're doing to each community based on what their expectations are.
And I really appreciate about that with you guys, and how you've been doing that for decades now.
Thank
I
you.
also wanted to bring up, there was 2 arrests I saw for sale and possession of cannabis that was on a separate slide back a few. My understanding was that that possession of cannabis, was that sale and possession, or were those 2 different arrests, or what were we looking at?
You can be charged with sale and possession of it. It is illegal to possess cannabis,
Right.
unless you have the medical card.
Right.
So if we can arrest and do arrest for that, most of the time we will give a person a citation, a criminal citation that they can go to court with, or they get into the diversion program. There's occasions when we arrest if they particularly have an amount or have it packaged as if it was for sale. And if they're dealers, we're more inclined to do a physical arrest as opposed to a citation. If it's a user and it's a personal use, it's handled a little differently.
Right. And I guess I just, especially where we are with our, with police being short-staffed as they are, I'd say, that focusing more on these violent crimes as opposed to kind of personal possession, which it sounds like you guys are doing, particularly with medical marijuana being so widespread. But that was a sale. That was someone that sounded like they were two drug dealers.
And there's a nexus that we show to narcotics sales in particular and violence.
Right.
Because a lot of the time the competition or the customers come back to try to get money and or narcotics. And so there's a nexus to gun violence, quite frankly, with that. And we concentrate heavily on trying to identify folks who are out there selling and dealing with it.
All right, perfect. All right, thank you, Chief Scott. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Willits. Actually, before you start, we've got two lights here, Commissioner Willits, Commissioner Duncan Walker, and then we're going to go to the public, because it looks like we have a couple of folks to speak. And then we'll come back, and I'll have some comments, and anybody else who wants to go at that point. So, Commissioner Willits.
Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for bringing us, reminding us of the officers who had the Sky Valor Awards last City Commission meeting. I mentioned about how my respect and our respect of officers who literally go into danger, who run towards it as opposed to away from it. And Officer Aaron Armstrong was that example. So thank you for bringing that back to our attention. I had a question about the personnel, kind of that comparison to Ocala. Particularly this budget season, we've talked about being more transparent about the overtime in GPD, what truly it cost us, rather for the next year, what we think is going to happen with overtime. And so I wanted to know, maybe this is a question for later, or to continue looking at is how much is Ocala spending in overtime, since they have a much better vacancy rate, so that if they're fully staffed, are they truly saving on overtime, just to keep us true to our effort to try to save money overall, if we can do that by having a lower vacancy rate. So I'm interested in that. I don't know if you have any kind of, data or experience talking to Ocala, how they're doing on also their overtime. Are they better staffed and still have too much overtime, or because of a lower vacancy rate, are they able to cut down on overtime?
Yeah, well, typically there is a correlation between staffing and overtime. If you have more staff, you don't need staff to fill the shifts. We have to do almost daily, it is daily, we have to do supplements to the staff through overtime. We have, as you saw, there were 18 zones. And if we have 11 officers, that means a good share of those zones are not going to have an officer patrolling. So we will bring in another 3 or 4 people to try to get up to at least 15. So if that zone doesn't have it, that zone and adjacent to it would have someone there. So there's a recommended staffing level for the shifts. And if they don't have the personnel, then they have to bring that on through overtime. If we were doing special details, and that's the way it used to be that we had overtime or used overtime, is we had an issue. A good example would be the gun violence issue. We would bring additional personnel on in overtime capacity to address that. That's something that we still do, but we don't have the luxury of being able to staff that many of those details because of our staffing level.
Yeah, thank you. I understand it's that typical relationship. I want to again get more of the data to make sure we're being honest, and directly seeing it in case we, because if Ocala has a great vacancy rate but they're not actually saving any money in overtime, that may be their issue. Mm-hmm. But then also what we see here, I just want to stay true to that as we look at larger budgets. And related to that, the service technicians, keeping those filled with the job audit, is that something that we would be looking, that will end up hitting? Should it change? Should we need to reclassify or have better compensation? Would that be hitting our FY24 budget?
We do need better compensation for the technicians. That's something that we've noted and we're working on, quite frankly. If it does hit the FY24 budget, it'll be something that we have to identify internally to supplement it. We have to give up something to get it, and we do have something there, but we know that we have to come back and better compensate that. It's a competitive market because we have technicians, the sheriff office has technicians, UPD has them, the Santa Fe College, I'm pretty sure, has at least one or two. So it's a competitive market. And so we're competing, and these folks help supplement our law enforcement personnel because they're dealing with cases that our law enforcement officers would have to deal with that don't necessarily require a person that's wearing a gun to deal with.
Right.
And so it's important.
And they respond across the community. I think people,
Yes.
when they think of the service they get from GPD, it may be, a sworn officer in some cases, but a lot of times what they're looking for is just someone
be
with a
there.
car accident to just
Yes.
make sure, confirm all the details are right before they go on about their business. And so that's still, for a lot of people, that perhaps is all their own only experience.
Yes.
So I appreciate that. So I'm just wanting to be aware of what will come forward to us in the future, particularly if we've already budgeted, particularly overtime at the beginning of the budget, what will still come back to us. So I'm interested in that going forward. I had a general question about how, though Record House was not directly under GPD in the past, what's been the experience from the community through GPD about hearing fears or concerns or hopes about this transition from previously having Record House to the future, and a little bit about that experience?
I think most folks are concerned about its return. They recognize that it's going to come back as a private entity, and they're looking forward to that. What we've done in the police department is we took 3 of the personnel that were Record House. We brought them into the police department. We're going to utilize 2 of those personnel to actually be youth and young adult outreach to try to help fill some of that void that's there and provide some services to those youth and young adults. And that's the thing we want to emphasize, that it's not just the youth that need the help. It's some young adults that need it. And so we're looking at trying to, we have the PAL program that we're setting up and trying to get that run. And we've got a couple other initiatives that we're doing this summer we worked with Chief Jones and provided some services to some youth. And we're looking to continue that relationship. We can't get out of the business of dealing with the youth, so we know that we're going to be working with the new Riker House when it's on board, and we'll be working with different community entities around that deal with youth and young adults. And so that's our overall plan. We also take that 3rd person that we took from Riker House, and they're going to be functioning as our person for the Crime Watch, Neighborhood Watches, and coordinating that activity, making sure that's done. When it's just of trying to identify personnel that we could just send to be educated on crime prevention techniques, because it's a science. It's a science, not just you take a body film and then you have to train them, educate them, and also teach them, get them into the CEPTAD, crime prevention through an environmental design program. So we're in the midst of doing all that right now, trying to get that stood up, and we'll be working on that in the future.
Great, thank you. And my last thing is about slide 3. And if we could go back to slide 3, it's about the comparison to other college towns, some of the crime data. Thank you, broadcast. There we go, peer cities, there you go. Thank you for bringing this to us. I think there had been some interest in seeing some sort of comparisons to understand other cities, other particularly college towns. Though we're different than that. University of Missouri is in the SEC, but rural Missouri is decidedly different than Gainesville. So I appreciate this, and those numbers really represent real individuals impacted. But often comparisons are usually done as a rate. In my experience, just my limited experience is looking at anything, is that when you compare a rate, since those all have different populations, they're all somewhat relatively close. Knoxville's a pretty big city, though. Columbia is small. Athens, Clark. Well, if you take the whole county, it's closer to where we're at. For me, this data is inadequate. I want, and I think we deserve rates so that we understand it a little more, though I appreciate that every single one of these is someone impacted, and that's also something important to understand about our own, particularly our own community, to really understand. This data is inadequate for me. It needs to be rates to appease me. But thank you for bringing this forward to us. And I know it's sometimes difficult to have those and go take them into rates, but surely we have people both in GPD and in our city or at UF who can help us always keep that as a rate, some data analysis on it.
Thank you, Commissioner Willis. So I can fill in some information on this. I helped pick these cities several months ago because for years I asked for a peer cities review and we never had one. So we are similar to, these cities are similar to us in that much of the economy is driven by a large state university. They're all in generally the southeast. They're all between 100,000 and 200,000 citizens, residents. And they're all generally demographically similar to us. That's why I picked this.
Oh, yeah. Great cities, and they do make sense, but then...
And I'm also in regular conversation with the mayors of those cities. So it's easy to get the data because we work with them. It's easy to compare us to them. We compare ourselves to other Florida cities other than Tallahassee who are kind of the same size as us. They're not the same as us. That's why these cities, other than Tallahassee, there's no other almost Gainesville out there. But these are kind of comparable. So that's why those are the cities that I want us, and I hope we will continue to compare against, because it doesn't do us a lot of good to compare against, I don't know, Sunrise. But as far as the rate, that's relatively simple math. I've got that formula, and we can put that together. But it would be convenient to have that on the chart when we do it.
We can do that.
But it's, yeah.
By rate, I assume you per thousand, per capita?
Per 100,000 is probably
Right.
usually what I see.
Okay.
So,
Whatever the rate is, that's where y'all's expertise of what most the rate per thousand or per 100,000.
Yeah, we can get that
But it just to keep honest, I think for me,
Yes.
that's what I need to see. Because you could look at this and go, oh, Knoxville is a little bigger than us. And particularly the Knoxville city versus their metro. Also, they're in a large metro. We are the core of our metro. So, but I appreciate it. I do appreciate this kind of comparison. But I think to stay honest, we need to see it as rates. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Gotcha.
Thank you, Chief.
Gotcha. Thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief, I am interested in hearing a little bit more, and it sounded like you're kind of at the beginning of this process, but I'm interested in hearing a little bit more about the gun violence efforts in the hot spots that the new assistant chief will be leading. One of the things I know that the Gainesville Police Department has always talked about is, particularly with regards to how we're addressing gun violence at the police department, is that we cannot arrest our way out of the situation, and I do believe that. I think that is true. So I'm very interested to hear what we're going to do. We've also talked about community policing, and in the research that I had done on the assistant chief prior to him taking the position, I learned that he had quite a background in community policing, and in our conversation I learned about that as well. So I'm curious as to what tactics will be employed when you start hitting these hot spots. I talked to a group of individuals at a meeting last night, and several of them expressed concerns for the relationship between the community and the police department, and that's always been a concern of mine as well. Some folks literally said that they're afraid to be stopped. Other individuals expressed anger and anxiety. So I'm curious as to how we will begin to interact, particularly in these hot spots, because the group that held the meeting last night that I attended was in one of those hot spots. This issue came up last night, so I'm really curious to hear.
What I could say is that, as I pointed out earlier, the bulk of what we do is prevention and intervention. And we meet with the different community meetings that we attend. And quite frankly, the folks that we've been dealing with, that I've been talking to, almost demanding that we take a little more progressive stance, that we are out there stopping folks, that we are conducting investigations that will rid some of the communities of these folks that are out there constantly involved in gun violence. And I mean, as I tell you, I was talking last night, the night before last, with a couple of residents, in particular to Lincoln Estates. And a lot of these folks personally have my number, or they'll call me and express their concerns. We are about talking to the community and telling what we're going to do with that community. And I've relayed that to the assistant chief. The captains who are responsible for those areas are all part of this, and they have more dealings with the individuals in these communities than I do. And I'll have Assistant Chief come up and give you an overview of what the efforts are so far.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Commission, Mr. Mayor, Madam Manager, Nelson Moya, Assistant Police Chief. That's a great question. So, we all attended the Gun Violence Summit. There was a lot of discussion on both long-term solutions and the need for some short-term action, especially from us. And we're not ignoring that mandate. So as of late, and we're still in the process of creating it and planning it because we want it done correctly. But the metric may be different. So traditional policing, they quantify their efforts based on data, based on arrests, based on quantities of whether it's narcotics or firearms searched or seized, people stopped. And although some of that is relevant because you're dealing with symptoms of an issue, that's not in and of itself the metrics we're looking for. So in the discussions, as we launch this initiative that we don't necessarily have a name for, this is just a hand-picked group of people that have a specific skill set, that are well balanced in their approach to policing. In particular, identifying potential offenders or potential victims. And how you arrive at that information is through all sorts of gathering and intel, both generated from inside the agency, equally as important external partners and how they share information with us. But here's what we told our folks. Our metric is simple. Our metric is boring days and boring nights, where we don't get those call-outs of a notification of yet another shooting. Because remember, although we do have a set number of homicides, we also have a higher number of shootings. And that is the concern, because those shootings, by the grace of God and luck, we have not had additional people struck. So in our discussions, again, is perhaps shifting the mindset from looking at what we are quantifying as data and shifting it to something that may be intangible. Because you see, some of it may not be very visible. If the folks that we are selecting that are connected closely to our patrol folks, right, but are equally as closely connected to entities such as our schools, our SROs, other partners that are dealing with youth, the community who we are asking for notifying us of any potential quote-unquote beefs. A lot of what the shootings are that we're seeing, they're not your traditional root cause that we have seen in past. Sure, there may still be drug dealing, but you're seeing things that nowadays spark gun violence, which back in the day it didn't. Social media plays into this. So what is our efforts of intervention and identifying, and then doing some threat assessment and intervention? Now, if along the way we have to stop folks, if along the way we even have to arrest folks, then that is still in play. But what we're asking for in this effort is for our folks to recognize who's who. We don't, the concept, I'll throw it out there, the concept of zero tolerance, right? That's a concept that over the years in my evolution of police development now scares me a bit. Because zero tolerance can also work against us if we don't deploy it correctly. Now, if you want to have zero tolerance in certain offenders that we identify are those folks that we absolutely have to intervene now, then it's certainly in play. But to blanket a community and stop everybody and treat everybody as if, you know, they're involved in wrongdoing, that is not what we're trying to do here. In fact, if we stop people that we can quickly identify as people that can help us, engage with, perhaps give us information, then that is great. And we hope that that interaction leads to a positive narrative from our community as we roll forward. So we're still in development. This is going to include analysis, data analysis, because this is, when we talk about hotspots, right, we're talking about precision-based and analytical-based policing. Because if we perhaps identify a youth that we suspect may be ramping up to commit an act of violence, well, do we go sit and watch for a while? Or do we approach? Do we go to the parents? Do we go to friends? Do we go to church? Do we go to their school and do whatever it takes from a 360 perspective to stop that violence? So the metric, again, is not necessarily arrests and seizures, because those things don't mean much to me. What means to me is not getting phone calls about shootings. Now, as we do this, there has to be a strong correlation to our patrol folks. We got to get them involved. We have to shift their mindset as well as they handle their coastal service to also analyze data and report it so that we can do what we need to do with it. And then decide and plan how we're going to approach each and every person that gets identified. So case management is in play, threat assessment is in play, enforcement is in play, and those are the things that we're going to be looking for. It's a balanced approach to this initiative moving forward. Now, we're going to assess it in 30 days, but we're not in a position to say whether this is a part-time, full-time. No, we want to let it go out and organically make decisions and shift along the way. So who knows how long this will be? That's all I have to say.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Assistant Chief. I'm really looking forward to seeing this, certainly when you've got all the pieces in play. Will this be something that is evidence-based? I'm always asking, Chief has heard me ask those questions. Will this be kind of taken from something else that already exists and we're tailoring this to Gainesville? Is this something you're creating strictly from scratch? Tell me a little bit about that.
So it's a little bit of both. The best example I can give of evidence-based is something that we see actually work well in universities, and that is the concept of threat assessment. Threat assessment is a science, right, that includes a 360 perspective of multiple stakeholders doing their part when they identify a person that may be at risk, both of offending or of victimization. And each stakeholder then has a say as to what they can do from their respective discipline to interrupt. So that's what we're trying to model after this initiative. Now, because of the nature of what we do, enforcement does play into it. We cannot ignore that piece of it, but it has to be very selective enforcement with a heavy emphasis on identifying and interrupting and intervening.
Thank you. Thank you, Assistant Chief. I really do look forward to seeing this when it's at that stage. Thank you very much.
Any other questions?
Now, right now, we're going to go to the public, and then we'll come back for some more.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, Madam Clerk, let's go to the public.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have Farzad Pakdo. He is our only speaker.
Okay. Come on up, sir. Welcome. You'll have 3 minutes, and the lights will.
Oh, the
direct
timer
you.
is still
Yeah,
great.
When you get down to the yellow light, it means you start thinking about wrapping up. So,
Okay.
go ahead, sir.
Thank you, City Council and the Commissioner, for the time. My name is Farzad Pakdel. I've been in Gainesville since 2003. Came to the U.S. in 2000 from Iran. And just quickly, I want to say I have always been bragging about the U.S. police to friends back home. And I like the safety that they give us, and I'm not sugarcoating it, I mean it. But unfortunately, I had an incident at the Gainesville Airport a few years back, and this is end of Trump time actually, that really changed my life and shocked me. And over a silly like a incident, when I asked the gate agent for her name, she refused, and then I tried to take a selfie. I might even be able to show you what that selfie looks like, because I failed to do that. It's just me in that picture. The gate agent got very mad at me and tried to grab my phone, stop me to go on the plane. And that was it. After I asked for the captain, she let me go in. What happened next? The GPD officer came to me because we had to come out of the plane. There was another incident by chance, so we had to come out. I sat down, and this is the t-shirt, by the way. I haven't been wearing it for 4 years. This is the first time I put back in public. The Gainesville officer came to me, 50 seconds interaction. I have the videos. I have the recording. 50 seconds. Said, if you take one more picture at this airport or cause more disturbances, you'll be off the plane, go to jail. That was it. Later on a phone conversation, he continued to bully me, saying taking pictures is illegal at that part of the airport because it's called a Strill area. And I have like proof of it, but what I want is related to this meeting, community versus the police. I called internal affairs. I tried to email. There was no email as far as I could say. Left messages. Nobody contacted me back. And I'm scared. Even here, I'm scared. Because he basically told me on the phone I could be trespassed from Gainesville if I continue to pursue. And he said, how does it feel to fly from Jacksonville and Orlando? And that was my job. I flew for my job. Like my life and my 2 daughters depend on that. So it was shocking. And and the chief, I've seen him before. I think he's been around for a while. I think it's the same person. And he's nice and stuff. But my suggestion is the internal affairs, and people should feel like easier to go to talk to somebody and file. And for years, I've been sitting on these things that I can prove, and I think the police should be interested if one of them lies. Like there's a written report that's full of lies when you compare them with camera footage and the recordings I have. It's a lie. It's like a science fiction. So on a small issue like this, when somebody makes a science fiction, a police officer, and there are lots of good ones, I think there should be a lot of interest from the city and the department to look at least into that and say, okay, yeah, we learned from it, we'll correct and we look into this person. Maybe, I don't know, maybe has sent people to prison for no good reason. And I feel the pain that some people have. I mean, compared to them, I don't have much, but I've never had any problem with anybody. And that day I looked messy. I looked like I was on my t-shirt because I was late. I just was like this. And I think I was an easy target. They never thought I would stand up. I mean, I didn't really stand up, but I had the courage to someday to talk.
I'm asking you to wrap up. Thank you for sharing with us, and we'll
and if one of the commissioners is interested, I love to meet with them and show them, more.
We will follow up.
If they do.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that's the only speaker.
Okay, great. All right, so I have.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, yeah.
Just to follow up on the last member of the public who addressed you, he has filed suit against the city. It's an ongoing litigation right now.
Okay.
So in terms of having conversations with him, I'm not sure how productive that would be at this point. In fact, the city is standing by the report made by the police officer, which is different than the version that you've heard.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Attorney. So I want to go back and address quite a few things. I had some questions and some comments I wanted to make. First, I want to absolutely thank our officers of the month, our civilian employee of the month, and I wonder if there's an opportunity for us to get a consistent program for bringing those folks on a monthly basis here in the evening session to get some public thank yous. And I would like to magnify their what they've done right. So let's try to make a habit of that. Maybe on a quarterly basis, we bring in the 3 monthlies, and we can recognize them. Not in the morning. I mean, this is very much more an opportunity for all of us to share information. But the evening session, we do have a lot more folks, either here in the room or watching on TV, and I want to make sure that we give some more pats on the back for jobs done well. So let's try to make that happen if there's no concerns about that. Thank you all with this large number of police employees in the room. I appreciate you all putting this together on a quarterly basis for us. I know it's a lot of work. It's useful for me, and I hope for the rest of the commission, to be able to understand better what you do, how it works, how it compares to other years, how it helps us make better policy going forward. And it also gives us an opportunity to let the public know more about what you do. And that, I think, is especially valuable. So thank you for this opportunity. It is useful to me. I hope it's useful for you all, too, to be able to help the policymakers understand better what you do. Some of my questions, actually, one other thing I wanted to hit on that as well before I ask questions. The co-responders. That is such a great program. And I learned last week that ASO has 2 teams of co-responders. For essentially, they're not doing much inside the city limits. They're about an equal number of people outside the city limits that they're serving. It's a little over half of Alachua County is inside the city of Gainesville. We are literally twice as many teams doing that work, and it really is tremendous, the opportunities that they're able to take part in and the results they're able to achieve. We should all be really proud of GPD's efforts in that regard, and for working directly with Meridian. Meridian has a lot to do with that, and it's a big deal that we're able to do this. We should not just slide by it. It's huge. One of the questions I had that we didn't include in here, and I'm hoping that the reason it's not in here is because there's nothing to report, but under traffic accidents, traffic fatalities, did we have any more bike ped fatalities in this quarter? I don't think we did.
I'm not aware. I'm not sure. I'll have to go back and look, but I'm not aware.
I mean, we did declare that as a crisis as well back in the early part of the year when we had several in a row. We are taking it very seriously as a city, and it looks like we're having some good results there. I don't want to overthink it, but.
And we also have a grant from the DOT for pedestrian and bicycle safety, and we've been utilizing that as well to educate and have some enforcement activities.
Right, and we talk about it a lot, and
yeah.
You can see in the community some differences that have been made on University Avenue, Williston Road, 39th Avenue. There are upgrades being made primarily by DOT to the physical roadways, which makes a difference. We talk about it a lot. I think that makes a difference. Now, I also realize that with students coming back to town this week, there are a whole lot more people walking and cycling, so we need to be extra vigilant. But I think we're in a good place on that. It seems like we're having a positive impact.
Yeah, and I know that Captain Finelli has met with the counterpart at UPD, and that it was at one point we'd meet monthly, but they coordinate activities, enforcement activities in and around the university, quite frankly, to assist with, particularly when the new students come in, to make sure they're better understanding what some of the rules are. And so we coordinate that with UPD.
Very good. All right. Thank you on that. By the way, I was able to get out to the Sky Valor Awards. Thank you for making me aware of that. It was great to see our.
Thank you for attending.
Yeah, our folks awarded, and they have a great story to tell. We have a great story to tell. So it was nice to be a part of that. Regarding vacancy rates, it's a great article that I would recommend to folks in the Gainesville Sun this past Monday, I think Monday or Tuesday. It was from one of the Gannett papers down in Southwest Florida. That it didn't say anything about Gainesville other than somebody they interviewed was a criminology professor who used to be a GPD officer. But it was interesting because the point of the article was vacancy rates in every police agency in Lee and Collier counties. Very similar to ours. It was very useful to read that, and it was a long, in-depth article, and I highly recommend folks go back and take a look at that. What else did I want to make sure I hit all of these? I did some quick math, by the way, Commissioner Willets, on some of the rates for these, and we compare very favorably to the other cities, even when you break it down by 100,000. Chief, what I wanted to ask you about, when we talk about community policing, there are two parts of that. GPD is known industry-wide for being a leader in community policing. But a lot depends, the success of that depends on the community being a strong part of it as well. We know from reading headlines, from what we get just in everyday use, from what we see driving down the street, that there are corporate neighbors of ours, businesses, where there seems to be where a lot of stuff happens that you all have to respond to. I want to make sure that you and we as a city and as a community have the tools to help them become the best corporate citizens they can be. I would very much like us to, personally, I want us to start holding some of these folks who are not being good corporate neighbors more accountable. If there's bad stuff going on in the parking lot of your business every single day or at very predictable times of the week, and you haven't done things like issue trespass warnings so that, or done the paperwork for trespass so that GPD can be helpful in moving people who are doing the wrong thing out of your parking lot, then we need to have some kind of mechanism to say, you need to be doing this. And if you don't act more responsibly, we're going to, as a local government, help you in that direction. And that starts off with financial penalties, but it can end up in some municipalities where the owner of the business being held personally responsible for criminal activity. I don't want us to get that far, but we need to make sure that you all have the tools, and that code enforcement has the tools, that we have the tools as a city government to do that. So I would like us to have an internal team, interdepartmental team, to make sure that we are giving you, to make recommendations back to us, to make sure we're giving you the tools that you need to do that, to hold those folks responsible. And I know that needs to be GPD, it needs to be the attorney's office, and any other code enforcement, whoever else needs to be involved. I would like us to direct you to the manager's office to put that team together and bring us back a recommendation or a plan for how we're going to do that. And I want to be clear that it is not most businesses in Gainesville that I'm talking about. Most businesses are doing a great job of being good corporate customers, good corporate neighbors. And I appreciate the work that most businesses are doing. But there is a handful of businesses that you can drive down the street and see where the problems are. And I want to help them be better through whatever means we can do. So I would love for us to be able to make that direction, but I don't get to make motions. And I may be the only one who feels this way, but Commissioner Book.
Well, Mr. Mayor, kind of the road that you're going down is basically dealing with the tools that we have in ordinance. And when we had a meeting, not a month ago or so, that the Mayor Pro Tem convened, we did talk about some ordinances that are up for drafting that will help us with gun violence and the ability to deal with them. And one of them is in fact the one that I think you're alluding to, which is a nuisance ordinance, which holds businesses and properties and owners and managers accountable. It can be along civil lines, but it can be also along criminal lines. So just based on your conversation, with this, Madam Manager, would we have an update on kind of the progress related to at least that particular ordinance? Because I think that's really what you were speaking to, Mr. Mayor.
We do not have an update at this point in time, but we are preparing an update for GPC. I believe it may be the next GPC or the one after that, to have an update. And Chief, I know your office was involved in this,
Yes.
an update on the nuisance abatement, the crowd management piece, And of course, we're talking open container today. And then there was another one, I think it was the Booking Club.
The Bottle Club,
The Bottle Club, I'm sorry. We have updates prepared. You may have some information available, Chief, because I know you had provided some preliminarily as we were preparing to make that report to GPC.
Yes. We have, we've worked up a draft and have some things that we think need to be fine-tuned, particularly in the nuisance abatement ordinance, and working with the rest of the staff to put that, codify that, and get that into a position where the city attorney office is comfortable with it and move it forward.
So that's good, Mr. Mayor, because that's 3 of the 4 ordinances that we discussed just a month or so ago that are kind of in development that do deal with the ability to kind of unify civil and criminal penalties and potentially hold accountable those that clearly are aberrations to the majority of our business. So I think that's actually kind of right in line with what you're saying. And so thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Manager.
And Mr. Mayor, we can, of course, as we prepared items to come to GPC for discussion, we can just make sure, obviously working with Commissioner Book, because he did initiate that discussion at the Sunshine meeting between he and Mayor Pro Tem Duncan Walker. We can just make sure that as we're meeting with commissioners that we've incorporated all of the elements of concern and of course yours.
Okay. All right, so thank you, Commissioner Book, for that. I just want to be real clear that I don't want us to be, after the first of the year still talking about this. I want us to move expediently in the back office to get this back before the commission so that we can give you those tools. Because if we know where the problems are happening, we need to help them help you not have those problems happen in their parking lots.
We appreciate that.
So whatever we can do to help move that along, if you all are going to get that plan back to us in the next GPC or 2, fine. But I really cannot stress how much I want to see that come back to us, because ordinances take time, and I don't want us to waste time on it. So nobody wastes time, but the other things that are on fire get in the way. I understand how that can work, but I want to let you know that I consider this on fire.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I can tell you that the concept you just talked about, which is interdepartment or multi-department, is in fact, I think, is exactly what these ordinances are going to encompass. So while I'd be happy to do a motion along those lines, it sounds like we're moving in that direction operationally, based on what you said and what we just heard from the manager.
Okay, and that will end up needing to be GPD, code, the attorney's office, communications.
Yes, sir.
Everybody's got to be involved so that we know what steps we're going to take, and we let the community know that those steps are happening. And I hate that we have to do that kind of thing, but we have to do that. So.
Mayor, if I might add too, we had actually started working on those 4 ordinances, with Commissioner Book's, engagement at that Sunshine meeting. We had actually started working on them with the departments that you're discussing. So we just need to get it back before this board.
Excellent. I am looking forward to bringing that back. All right, anyone else? Commissioner Book.
Oh, I was just going to finish by saying, kind of like my colleagues, that I do appreciate the work that Gainesville Police does, and it's multifaceted. It's prevention, it's intervention, it's education, and it certainly is enforcement. It has to be across all those things. So just want to make sure that the police department, right down from the chief, assistant chief, you got commander, inspector, but down to every officer and the folks sitting here, understand that you do have the support of the commission and the work that's being done, and that's really important. So
appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
So once again, thank you all. Really, really appreciate your spending the morning with us and always being willing to give us information when we ask. So thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate the work you're doing, and Madam Manager, thank you for helping us put this together as well. So, all right, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. We are on to our next item under resolutions. Resolution for the traffic signal maintenance and compensation agreement with the Florida Department of Transportation. With the recommendation that the Commission adopt the resolution for the traffic signal maintenance and compensation agreement with the Florida Department of Transportation and authorize the city manager to execute all necessary documents subject to review and approval by the city attorney as to form and legality.
Madam Manager, do you want to lead us off?
Mr. Mayor,
Emmanuel Posadas. I'm your traffic operations manager, and I'm here to answer any questions Mayor Ward and the rest of the city commission I'm here to answer any questions you have with this resolution.
So my understanding of this is FDOT is ready to compensate us, and we just need to say, yes, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, yes, we have to reimburse them. Obviously, this is in preparation for fiscal year 2024. The reimbursement, I believe, has gone up a couple of $100,000, but this is standard, and we're hoping to receive reimbursement for them for the work that we do, FDOT.
Yes. All right. Is there any public comment on this?
We do not have any cards for public comment.
Okay, I'm sorry. We do have one question from Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Can you just explain what intelligent traffic signal, what intelligent transportation system devices are? Just real quickly.
ITS, or intelligent traffic devices, are a series of different kinds of devices. For example, we have Bluetooth sensors that will sense from point A to point B a travel time. That way we knew the historical congestion of a piece of roadway. There's many different types of ITS devices.
This is, people talk about traffic in the city of Gainesville. There's a lot of ways you can deal with traffic. I think one of the bluntest instruments is try to expand roadways, or you might shrink in roadways. But this is these are very cool devices. What Emmanuel does all day, if you've ever been to his office, he has all these cool screens up that he looks at, figuring out all the different ways that cars can move through a little bit quickly. And if we use artificial intelligence and we use some of these devices to say, where's a group of cars coming, you can actually speed up traffic without impacting pedestrian signaling, without doing any of that. It's very cool. And I am glad to see us continuing to expand that, because that will help out people getting around our city and move forward. So I'm happy to move staff recommendation.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and seconds for staff recommendation. Definitely coolest office in Gainesville. I mean, y'all should go visit this. It's awesome. All right, seeing no further lights, thank you, Mr. Posada. And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, Madam Clerk, that passes unanimously. And looks like
Yes, I think that needed to be a roll call.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's a resolution. You're right.
Yes.
So let's call the
All
roll.
right. So Commissioner Willets?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Book? Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes unanimously. Now, it looks like we're ready to take a break. Thank you all for your attention this morning. That was a very useful morning to me, and looking forward to the afternoon. We'll see you at 1 o'clock. All right, let's get together and reconvene here. We're back in session for the afternoon session. Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have the Gainesville History Moment with Miss Vivian Filer.
Welcome, Ms. Fowler. It's good to see you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Commission. It is my honor to be here, as always, to speak with you about Gainesville, our great city. I have chosen today to give homage to an individual and institution now for the city of Gainesville, and that's the Fifth Avenue Arts Festival and Miss Nkwanda John. I invited her to be the speaker today, but she sent notes and entrusted me to do that in her stead. So I'm going to read from the notes and share with you what she would have you know about the Fifth Avenue Arts Festival. In 1969, a group of university students and community activists came together to organize the first annual Fifth Avenue Arts Festival. These same people had been talking about how the Fifth Avenue Pleasant Street community had been targeted for gentrification. During the same time, Amir Baraka, a nationally acclaimed writer, poet, and activist, came to speak at University of Florida. And after he met with us, we decided to put on an arts event with music, dance, poetry, and I was one of the poets at that, and speakers, I added that part, who would talk about struggling against the looming gentrification. We secured the space, which was an empty lot where Children Trust is now located. The DJ from the club, Ms. Roosevelt Branch owned, Aaron Young, let us run extension cords to his adjoining barbershop. Press of Press and Eds brought his food truck out there. That was an early food truck. but we also called it the barbecue truck. Press read the original poem. Laverne Porter dancers performed. The festival led to the incorporation of the Cultural Arts Coalition. The festival has always been about the preservation of the history of this community. Our second year, the Ishan dancers out of New York was in the area and came and performed amazing dances along with Laverne Porter and other local groups and speakers. We have held our festival reception for the past 30 years in the historic Lincoln High School Aquin Jones building. Our festival reception was started by Dr. Patricia Hilliard Nunn, who also served as one of our board members. The festival has hosted most of the bands in Gainesville that were around for the past 4 decades. We have hosted nationally acclaimed artists such as members of the Highwaymen and such as the Delphonics and others. We have had artists locally, statewide, and nationally to go into our public schools to share their crafts, and we have provided a space at the festival for information and local businesses to share. The third year, the Yoruba dancers from the Yonkers village in South Carolina came, and they performed at the festival along with 3 families that moved to Gainesville in their 3rd generation, yet dancing and participating in the festival. The festival has a theme each year that focuses on issues of importance to the Black community specifically and the Alachua County area as a whole, such as the crack cocaine epidemic, housing, education, the community working together, and the AIDS epidemic. The festival has coordinated educational, historic tours led by community leaders like Vivian Filer and Patricia Hilliard Nunn. That history has included Josiah T. Walls, doctors, lawyers, businesses dating back to the mid-1850s. The festival became a part of a permanent exhibit in the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C. in 1990, which includes much of the history of the community and the annual Fifth Avenue Arts Festival. This past April, we celebrated 43 years of the annual Fifth Avenue Arts Festival. We thank everyone who's ever participated, attended, sponsored, or gave us encouraging words to make the festival an institution in our community, and I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fowler. Always a pleasure to hear the history update. Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we are on to early public comment. We do have 2 speakers.
Okay.
All right.
So early public comment, by the way, is if you want to speak on an item that is on the agenda, but you can't stay for that item, this is the opportunity to do that.
All right. Our first speaker is Debbie Martinez, and followed by Vivian Filer.
Welcome, Ms. Martinez.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Debbie Martinez. Great leaders never gamble with public health and safety prevention policies, as former District 1 City Commissioner Ed Jennings Jr. showed us. You can't control underage binge drinking and violence out in the streets like you can inside alcohol establishments. As a former downtown business owner, as a former downtown bar and restaurant owner, I ask this commission to reject staff's recommendations that will not solve the public health and safety nightmare neighborhoods like Porter's, Pleasant Street, and so many others are suffering with, resulting from the city commission gutting our city's pre-pandemic open container ordinance, one of the city's best public health and safety prevention policies this city has ever had. The problem is not with the hours you allow young people to walk around our entire city drinking alcohol. The problem is allowing them to walk around drinking alcohol in public places at all, whether you allow it for 15 hours or 18 hours a day. Just please reinstate the city's pre-pandemic open container ordinance that worked perfectly well for decades, that Commissioners Cynthia Chestnut, Desmond Dunker Walker, and Ed Book have been recommending, and let our residents live in peace. Young people and others from all over the state are now coming to our city to create havoc for our residents because they are not allowed to walk around their entire city drinking alcohol. Our police department cannot control all this additional violence. The pandemic is over. just reinstate the original pre-pandemic open container ordinance that will make a significant difference in helping to reduce violence, and reject staff's recommendation that will do little to nothing to help our residents. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
All right, we have Vivian Filer next.
Welcome back, Ms. Fowler.
I just have to make one comment. Since the Commissioner Chestnut, you don't have to make this comment. You can't call me Vivian Filer. You can call me Miss Vivian or Miss Filer, or you can call me Queen Mother. Okay. So we have to teach the young, and that's what I'm doing. But I'm here. I'm sorry, you guys, I'm 85. You know, we've got to teach the young. But I'm here today to speak about an issue that I really do think has long been overextended, and that is continuous conversation about zoning in our neighborhoods. We met with the builder, Mr. Coffey, came to Spring neighborhood, and he's asking for variances in our neighborhood. And we have told him we don't mind single homes in our neighborhoods. We adore that. It upbuilds our neighborhood, but we do not want to give an open container, as you might say, open space for every builder to be able to do whatever they want to do in terms of variances just because it's on the book. We said to him, Ms. Mims, Ms. Frazier and I, when he met with us, that every single time they needed to have a variance, it should be done on that particular property. In our neighborhood, we're not saying that the whole city should take on anything that allows builders to just make the decision. We want to be able to make the decision as it applies to our neighborhood. So we're not in favor of anything that would allow builders to have the open opportunity to come into our neighborhood and decide how much setback or whatever they need to do in order to get. It's very true in the black neighborhood that you're not going to find properties, plots that are equal in size, that the setbacks are the same, that the surroundings are the same, whether they're sidewalks or not sidewalk. That is not what you find in the black community. That's not the way it was built. So now what we're living with is having to go neighborhood by neighborhood, plot by plot, and house by house, and make those decisions. We're willing to do that. What Mr. Coffey said to us when we met with him, well, you'll have to come down here a lot. We said, we'll come. We will come, because that is how much we respect the dignity of the black community that we're represented and of our neighborhoods where we grew up and trying to maintain the integrity of them. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak on that. I'm sorry I have to leave early, but I do want to voice my opinion on where we are with the Spring Hill neighborhood, and I am second to Ms. Monica Frazier. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fowler.
We do have one more early public comment. Mark Goldstein.
Mr. Goldstein?
Good afternoon. Dearly beloved, I had to take off from my lab today where we're working on a project, but this was important. My city and your city is the single most important thing, because inside the city, if we can't safely do business, do walking, do biking, come downtown, then none of us have anything to do that we really feel good about. I've always felt good about my city. I'm very, very concerned, as some of you may know, about the special exemption that we have in this city for the last few years for nighttime or daytime open drinking on public spaces. The data, which I know you are concerned with, or ought to be, suggests strongly in towns like ours that any such activity, which we're unique about, is dangerous to the public. As young people, teenagers, college students, begin to assemble in large groups, what we have found and what the data tell you, unless you have been so busy at the City Commission you haven't had a chance to look, is increasing numbers of guns and alcohol, which go together, kind of like love and marriage, are used in public places. This makes a city dangerous. We've taken the unique path for the last few years of having nighttime gatherings on public property, streets, sidewalks, parks, and so forth, making walking around or visiting places in our city a very dangerous thing to do. The data tell us that. It's dangerous in Wisconsin, as they noticed, for young college students who got in big trouble. It's dangerous for young women who, because of the situation, have increasing numbers of rapes. It's dangerous for young teenagers who find that they can get and carry guns and drink, whether the law says they can't or not. Let's be real. People get alcohol when they want alcohol, and they get drugs when they want drugs, and you can't stop it. It's dangerous for policemen. It's dangerous for all of our policemen who can't walk around with head barriers to bullets. A bullet at 10 o'clock feels the same as one at 1 o'clock in the morning in your head. There is no difference. Therefore, I would ask that no nighttime drinking when this comes up, no nighttime drinking, no evening drinking take place in public places. That's what licenses are about. Premises are licensed to make sure that what goes on is under control. We don't have a license as a bar. Gainesville should not be a bar. That's what private licenses are for, and that's where the activities, as necessary, should take place. So I ask you to eliminate any kind or any form of public, open, container drinking today and tonight in our office, in our city, as you act today and tonight. I appreciate your attention. It's a deep concern, and I want everybody in this city to feel safe. I see the light is out, and I will therefore contain myself and leave this area because I am highly conditioned by this city commission, like Pavlov and his dogs. Thank you.
So, Mr. Goldstein, thank you for your comment, but I do want to point out that while the red light did come on and you did go significantly over the 3 minutes, I did not call you out in any kind of Pavlovian fashion. So thanks for your comments. I appreciate
Nevertheless, I am highly conditioned by this light.
So I appreciate the conditioning because, frankly, what we're trying to do here is make sure everybody gets a generally equitable amount of time. So that's what we're trying to do here. And I've gone out of my way this year to not shut people off in mid-sentence. So I do want folks to realize that it's a 3 minute is what we're trying to achieve. And that is not uncommon in government at all, at any level. So thanks for recognizing it. And
I appreciate the comment, and I will be constrained by the data and the elimination of a toxic light and the Pavlovian reversal that you're trying to install. But I'm still conditioned. Thank you.
We are now on to general public comment.
let me remind anyone who is interested in making general public comment that what we ask, if you haven't been here recently, is, and we've been doing this for 1.5 years or more, so it's not too recent, but that if you want to make general public comment, please fill out a form, take it to Mr. Carl over here, who's sitting under the video there, and we'll get you on the list to call you up for public comment when it's your turn.
We first have Johnny Law, followed by Donnie Hughes.
Welcome.
Hello. Ad hoc. First, I'm going to talk about housing. Next step in achieving free, affordable, safe, build more than livable housing, lodging for all, no matter status quo living situation. First short heading on how all housing has been earned as part earned credit for no matter how long, length, and time individual has stayed living earned due to ancestry. For if there was a debt ranging, it shows proof for work that have been done, labor no matter out nor inside the household. For in the past, there has been no real way for anyone to pay nor own real housing, as even the richest has had to settle with debt, renting, or leasing, building up more than debt in order to live, as they had been forced to accept no deed allowed deed restrict. The world has been staying in place, yet still status homeless, as the political term for homelessness is anyone renting, leasing, couch surfing, staying in a car, which is basically everyone. It's time for housing to finally be resolved. And I'm gonna give a comment on the whole public drinking and stuff. It is tolerant, however, beer cans, bottles, and containers need to be finding its way into the proper reciprocal trash can recycling bin. They still need to lawfully, autonomously self-govern themselves responsibly and respectfully accordingly. And I do agree that like the violence and maybe the gun shooting and all that stuff is going out of control, but it's not due to alcohol. People already have violence on their mind before they start drinking alcohol. Alcohol is just a liquid juice for them to do what they already got planned to do. So like when you all decide about what to do about the public drinking, do it according to like what's responsibly about the drinking, not their actions that they blame on alcohol. Thank you.
Thank you.
Donnie Hughes, followed by Debbie Martinez.
Hey, Danny. Welcome.
How y'all doing? My name is Danny Hughes. I was writing in the air, so it probably looks like an O. I'm going to comment on streetery specifically right now. I'll get to open container later when we get to open container. I've spoken to some of you on the phone, some of you in person, some of you via email. Back in 2020 when COVID happened, the world hit the panic button, and one of the things we did was I was able to go to my existing city commissioner at the time, Mr. Ward, as well as two city commissioners that are no longer on the panel and say, this is what we got to do. We have to do something. The landlords are going to have their hands out. So we closed a couple streets, put some tables outside. We started serving food. We started serving alcohol. We kind of chased that down with, if you guys can prove concept, we can keep this in place, which we have done. My business specifically, and Jacob at the Bull has done a great job of proving the concept of the usability of the outdoor space, as well as how we were able to control and maintain those spaces. And we've done, I believe, a pretty acceptable job. The problem that we consistently run into is it's not attractive, because it's not. It's really not attractive. But I've also consistently asked for anyone to tell me, what can I do? Can I do anything? And every time I get the answer back of wait, not yet, wait, not yet, wait, not yet. And the same people go, it's ugly. Yeah, it's ugly. You got to let me do something. Something has to give. We have to make it look better. And if it looks better, it will bring more people down. More foot traffic will eliminate some of what what we're talking about with open container and the street parties and whatnot, that's different than somebody walking from my business to Bo Diddley Plaza. That's different than the 10,000 people that show up to Fest every year. That's different than the Downtown Arts Festival. They are different. I worked in Midtown for over a decade. My bar was Gator City. It used to be, it's called Midtown Social now. We averaged 4, 5, 6 fights a week. Sometimes it was assault on assault on assault on assault. Sometimes it got out of hand. I've had Lucy's for 13 years, inside and outside. We've had a total of 5 fights. 3 of those never actually got to violence. It was more of a shoving match. So it's not the alcohol. It is the person, which does, I don't know how to address that. That's not what I do. But we do have to make it look better, look more interesting, and more people will show up. More people will utilize this space. I also fully agree with some folks that are looking at it and going, there's a big old section of downtown of First Avenue that's empty, because it is. It's just sitting there. We'd love to see the city take the stuff from streetery, the tents, the tables, the wire tables that were out there, put them out there. Let's create a public space where people can come and utilize the space. They do use the space outdoors. Along the lines of what this gentleman said, we have to have better trash service. We need more bike places to park our bicycles. There's all around Bo Diddley Plaza. We need them all over town. You want downtown to be walkable and bicycle? You gotta have bike racks. You gotta have a way to lock up your bike. I've also said a bunch of times, and I'll keep saying it, and I talked to Captain Finelli a few minutes ago, downtown was a much better place when we had a downtown unit. I understand the limitations of that, but I will keep repeating it until it happens, because I think it's very important that downtown has a dedicated downtown nighttime patrol. Downtown was in a much better spot when that existed. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes.
All right, Debbie Martinez, followed by Chuck Ross.
Welcome back, Ms. Martinez.
Thank you. I'm Debbie Martinez, and this is my history moment. I have been coming to City Hall since 1994, when my husband and I owned and operated a bar and restaurant downtown. I have seen city government achieve great things and also make tragic mistakes. You have heard me brag about the great leadership when it comes to our honorable and highly respected former District 1 City Commissioner Ed Jennings Sr. I cry because we need someone like him again. Because he never gambled with our city's public health and safety prevention policies, and he warned his fellow commissioners that they were making a tragic mistake to take that gamble in 1997. The commission failed to heed his expert advice, and young people and others suffered immensely. Just like we are seeing again here today. You can sugarcoat it all you want, but they're people, their lives. Fortunately, Commissioner Ed Jennings Sr. never ever gave up, and eventually the City Commission reinstated that public health and safety prevention ordinance back with no compromises or tweaks and restored the peace. That is how you earn the respect of the people. That is what great leadership looks like. Mayor Paula Delaney acknowledged it was a mistake when she voted with the majority on the commission to gut that extremely good public health and prevention policy and joined District Commissioner Ed Jennings Sr. and others on the commission to reinstate that original ordinance and made a significant difference, yes, a significant difference in restoring the peace for our residents. Our residents are looking to this commission today to do the same by reinstating the original pre-pandemic open container ordinance that worked extremely well for decades in putting an end to all the added violence and chaos our residents are having to suffer with because of this failed policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez.
Chuck Ross, followed by Jim Conish.
Okay, before you start, Mr. Ross, I'm going to remind folks that open public comment is for things that are not on the agenda, please. Mr. Ross.
Good afternoon. Chuck Ross. I want to talk about the meeting that took place on this August 15th regarding the comp plan amendment update. My take on the comp plan amendment meeting held on August 15th was that the meeting was premature. The data and analysis are not up to date and in some cases incomplete. The presentation by the planner did not address the substance of the plan, but all the hard work that went into the plan, but this tells us little about the actual plan. At public comment, a number of excellent points were made by your constituents that were rebuffed by the mayor with excuses that the plan is a draft. Yes, the plan is a draft, but the public was not engaged according to these residents, and the plan lacks the data analysis that is required to figure out if the plan will be sufficient. And this was actually verified by your own staff members that said they need to do more data analysis. They haven't finished it yet. There's confusion as to when the plan will be submitted, adopted, and implemented. The next steps and finish line in the presentation shows the end of this year, which is 4.5 months away, not a year. Submission and state review is only 4.5 months away, as I stated. And to drive home my main point, it appears that based on the information submitted at the meeting, or discussed at the meeting, it appears that this update to the comp plan has not been fully vetted by the staff and is not ready to proceed at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ross, and I'm glad that we agreed that there's still more work to be done, just like we said the other night. Thank you.
Right, but it's not a year as you stated the other night either. Thank you.
So we have not voted on a timeline. The suggested timeline by staff, it is not finished. It is a draft. I want everybody to be clear about that.
So that's a good point.
And I want people to understand it.
If this is being rushed, can I speak briefly?
Go ahead.
Since I had more time. If this is being, maybe not rushed, wrong word. If this is kind of a forced deadline, maybe let's call it that, then let's talk about pushing it out a little longer than the end of the year. This is what your own presentation, or the staff's presentation said. And I'm fairly certain, based on what I understand, that it's not the end of the year, but they're trying to move this along. And I understand that as well. So maybe we could think about moving this out a few more months. And that will be in line with what you were talking about.
Right, but Mr. Ross, to be clear, what staff presented and what the commission said and what the plan board said are different things. And we do not have a deadline on this. That's the point. We don't have a deadline. There's a lot more opportunity to have comment, to have outreach, and to have engagement on this. That's the point. So
But that's not
we
what-
agree, apparently.
No,
but
but we don't, because that's not what your presentation said, as I stated.
I understand
And
that,
that leads
but-
to confusion. Let's not have an argument. Thank you.
So, Mr.
I'll
Ross?
agree to disagree.
Well, no, we're not going to agree to disagree because we very specifically said that we're not done and that the deadline is not necessarily what was in the staff presentation, very specifically. And I don't want things to be said at the lectern that are inaccurate if we could keep it from being inaccurate. Now, I assume that you don't mean for it to be inaccurate, so I'm trying to give you the information
No.
and to not spread disinformation here.
Right.
So, thank you.
I didn't hear you say that at the meeting, by the way. Thank you.
I said it several times, but that's okay.
Okay, Jim Conish, followed by Khalid Blount.
Welcome, Mr. Conish.
Mr. Mayor, Jim Conish. It has been reported, sir, that on July 27th, you directed your staff to move forward with transition to GRU authority, launch an education campaign, and continue with a lawsuit. You wasted 27 days to come to this convoluted direction to your staff. Meanwhile, the governor ordered to open his portal for nominations on day one, sir. Mr. Eastman is quoted as saying that Ron DeSantis now controls GRU. And, sir, that kind of education is not constructive. Ron DeSantis has nothing to do with GRU. Since the powers of your general manager is sitting up there with the incorrect title, because now he's CEO GM, you now have assumed all the powers of the general manager, and for a few months you will be in the position of the authority, having the powers of the city commission and the powers of the general manager consolidated under one governor-appointed authority, sir. So you have the authority to effectuate an orderly transition, which is different from what you're doing. You're moving forward with a transition, but you don't appear to understand this very clear language. The authority shall be free from the direction and control of the Gainesville City Commission, and there is a very explicit limitation on directives. Not only has the current governance structure been repudiated, but the paradigm that has run this utility in the ditch since January 2000 has been repudiated, sir. And not only would the authority not continue on with the status quo, they cannot. And Tony will not be able to implement any budget based on political, social, or ideological interest. He will get focused on the pecuniary interest of the owners of the utility, which, by the way, are not the city commissioners. It's the residents of the city of Gainesville, sir. So you can ignore this. Not to mention, it's a little bit inconsistent to continue with the lawsuit while pretending you're moving forward with transition, because those two things, sir, are in complete conflict. I would recommend that Tony get his own attorney right away. I know the authority will get a Tallahassee attorney on day one. And I would think that any city staff that will be working for GRU ought to be transferred right over to Tony right now. So when the authority takes over and you're sitting out here in the peanut gallery with us, we'll be ready to turn this thing around, sir. And I will be providing in upcoming meetings a detailed analysis of just how bad your finances are. And I have the 2000 numbers when we made a mistake with the monarchy. And I'll show those numbers side by side, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conish. Who's next?
We have Khalid Blount, and that is our last speaker.
Welcome, Mr. Blount.
Hello. I want to first address the issue the Queen Mother talked about earlier, that is neighborhood transition. But in broader terms, it has been in the history of urban development all over this country since at least the 1870s, that some groups have privilege to pick where they want to move to and when, and other groups get shuffled around to make space for that. Very, very much like other systems in this country. I'll take Detroit, where I'm from. I was taught about things that happened before I came along, and I saw a bit in my early years of how people who had come to Detroit in the Great Migration were relegated to the far southeast side, the oldest housing, and received differential services there as far as policing and other services, all to the negative. And as they began to accumulate some better incomes, they started moving a little westward and northward, and into the period, especially the period coming up to school desegregation, as suburbanization sped up. That was from the late 40s forward, really, but it really sped up with school desegregation. And the white populations went out to the suburbs. The black folks were able to move to the west side and fill other parts of the city. Then people in the suburbs decided, oh, downtown is fascinating. The riverfront, oh, we want to go back. And so the black populations were relegated to the suburbs, which were now aging and decrepit, the old collection of housing again. This kind of checkerboard situation has happened to black populations in this country in urban areas and even semi-rural areas since, as I said, at least the 1870s. And so, are you going to continue that legacy? Do you not want to break that history? I also wanted to mention something about the property of GRU. You know, I've talked to you a lot about that property they vacated around the community garden area over to the creek. When this authority comes in, they're going to sell that property to the highest bidder, no matter what. And that bidder is going to be smart enough to leave liability for any cleanup with the sellers, which means the city is going to have a sudden brownfield on its hands. So it makes it urgent that you zone that area parks and open space before this turnover happens, so that that land cannot be sold to any developer for building. It'll retain its value. Maybe you can change it back later, but you better preserve yourself from that massive cleanup. Oh, and I only saw, things are progressing at Rosa Park Station. I only saw one driver smoking by the bus today and one member of the public smoking.
Thank you, Mr. Blau. Madam Clerk.
That was our last speaker.
Okay.
Moving on to our ordinances for the afternoon. Ordinance 2023-622, ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances relating to the sale, dispensing, possession, and consumption of alcohol. Amending sections 4-1 and 4-4 of the City Code of Ordinances relating to the sale, dispensing, possession, and consumption of alcohol. Amending section 1820 of the City Code of Ordinances relating to the dispensing, sale, possession, and consumption of alcohol in parks, and amending section 2-339 of the City Code of Ordinances relating to the civil citation for the possession or consumption of an open container of alcoholic beverage, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we get started, I want to say a few things about this. There are at least two and maybe three very, very distinct schools of thought on this. Two distinct schools and one in the middle. And I want to make sure that everybody is heard, and that what everybody has to say, both up here and from the lectern, is heard and considered completely, because it is the sort of thing where tensions run high. It is also the sort of thing where there's lots and lots of data which, considered independently, may or may not be helpful. I don't know that we have data that is collated enough and in enough context to really be useful on either side. We do need to make some decisions. We do need, I believe, to give the police some tools. The level of tool that we address today remains to be seen. But I want to make sure that everyone is heard, and that we don't diminish anyone's idea, because again, I know that they're very extreme's not the word, that they're very strongly held positions on both sides of this. So I wanted to say that going into it. There's some things that I absolutely hope that we come out of this with. I want to make sure that by the time we're finished, we don't end up where we were several months ago, where we have 4 or 5 votes that all fail, because we all agree that something different needs to happen. I hope that we can, at the very least, make sure that when we walk out of this room, there is a path to being able to regulate city parking lots. I think that is extremely important, and not let drinking go on in city parking lots, because that does seem to be where some of the problem is. It's entirely logical to me, because you shouldn't be drinking in a parking lot anyway. It means you're about to get in the car, or you just got out of the car, which is already illegal. But I really just wanted to put that request out there that we all keep in mind that the people we don't agree with have extremely strongly held positions, just like we may have as we move forward. So it looks like we have a couple lights that I want to get to before we get to staff presentation. So Commissioner Eastman, was that from before?
Yes, I'll wait until after the presentation.
Okay, all right.
And I'll wait for
Okay.
staff's presentation.
Okay,
I'll be ready to go.
okay, very good.
So,
Mr. Edelton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Staff does not really have a presentation with slides prepared, but with the intro that you gave, and of course that our citizens gave as well, I think probably the most appropriate here is just for me to give some really quick, big, broad date backgrounds, really, as you did, and then lead into sort of where we are today. So, of course, I'm Forrest Edelton, the Acting Director for Sustainable Development. I'm a little bit of a new face to this conversation, at least as staff, but I am standing in for Mr. Andrew Persons, who is out on a training. Of course, as staff, this is a highly serious, highly involved effort and conversation, and across the board, staff has been involved in this certainly for quite some time. So as you mentioned, largely this policy started in the pandemic or during COVID, and then in May in 2022, the Commission really started this conversation about what do we do with this going forward. There have been several iterations of the ordinance and discussions of the policy all the way through 2022. I think an important part of that, of course, is that there was the request to do a larger outreach effort towards the downtown business owners and work with them on what their feedback might be for, of course, this policy, but a larger approach to the downtown altogether. It was a multi-department effort, of course. Sustainable Development really sort of led that, and ended up with a broader downtown strategic plan and some ideas of the policy going forward. Some of the feedback that we got from those downtown business owners and managers is that it was mostly in support for keeping the existing open container, including the hours that are in place currently. There, of course, was other feedback at that or at those sessions. And speakers shared, concerns about GPD resources, which of course I will leave to GPD to answer for if you have more detailed questions about that. And then, of course, there were expressions to fully repeal the ordinance, although, again, as I said, those were less in number overall. So in March 2023, staff returned to the Commission with the requested information on detailing these open container laws, and also came back with more information as to what other college communities were doing as to the open container laws. I believe you see in your backup the research that was done by Morgan Spicer and her team that addressed this, and of course I will leave it to Morgan to speak to the findings of that if you all would like to hear more details on that. I do think that really largely is where we are today, as you have said and some of our neighbors have said, that this, of course, is an issue, as many are at the city, that is very serious and is very complex and also has a lot of emotions behind it. But of course, the challenge for us as the community is to do what we can with the data and information that we have to make a reasonable decision. Something that is very important for me to point out in terms of more of a technicality here is that this agenda item towards the end states in the last paragraph that the ordinance is proposing to prohibit the possession and consumption of open containers of alcohol, including city parks, at any time. The agenda item is the one that is incorrect here. That ordinance actually speaks to using the same hour limitations as city right-of-way. And I may be able to get the attorney staff to speak to that. And with that, that is my introduction. I'm happy to turn it over to, of course, GPD staff or answer any questions from my part.
So I'd like to hear from Ms. Spicer also.
Absolutely.
Hi, Mayor, Commissioners, Morgan Spicer, Policy Oversight Administrator. I also do not have a presentation for you today, but I can share a summary of the research that's in your backup. I believe it's item C. That report was conducted by Maggie Smart, one of our summer policy interns, and our request was to look into college towns that do not have entertainment districts and look at what their open container policies are. So the report doesn't get into more largely the discussion of open container policy and why you may or may not want that. But we did look at the policies of Athens, Clark County, Tallahassee, Chapel Hill, Knoxville, Bloomington, Columbia, Missouri, Berkeley, and Syracuse, and did find that all of those communities do have a general ban on open containers. They do have sort of special permitting exceptions, but generally they do all have open container ordinances and bans in place. And then we also looked at the hours that alcohol could be served, and similar to Gainesville, all of those cities had general limitations. Generally, alcohol had to stop being served between about 1 to 3 in the morning and then could begin again at around 6 to 8 in the morning, depending on the city. But happy to answer any specific questions.
Do you have any detail on special permitting and how it might differ from what we have, or did it not really go into that?
It didn't go, their ordinances didn't go into substantial detail, but it was generally that if there was like an event being held, the city could create exceptions that would then allow open containers during those events, but it was pretty limited to special events.
Okay, thank you. And does GPD have any presentation or anything, or are you just here if we have questions? Just here for questions, okay. Yeah, okay. All right, Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Prior to the COVID pandemic, the city of Gainesville prohibited the possession and consumption of open containers within the city through an open container ordinance. And I quote, "It shall be unlawful for any person to sell, distribute, consume, or possess any alcoholic beverage in any open container on any property owned by the city or on any public right-of-way, including, without limitation, streets, thoroughfares, highways, or sidewalks. Any person or legal entity that is allowed to sell or dispense alcoholic beverages pursuant to this section shall comply with all applicable federal, state, and local laws related to the sale or dispensing of alcohol beverages. The penalty for not adhering to this ordinance may be enforced by civil citation or criminal citation." Okay, so August 6th and 7th, we met with over 400 participants in the Gun Violence Summit, and at that time, we promised bold action to address the public health crisis for our city, gun violence. I must say, gun violence is an epidemic across this country. We must be bold, though. The research bears out the urgency to act. The Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health tells us alcohol use and gun violence are leading causes of preventable injury and death in the U.S., and the issues are most deadly when they intersect. Alcohol misuse is a risk factor for gun violence. An estimated 1 in 3 gun homicide perpetrators drank heavily before murdering their victims. 30% of gun homicide victims drank heavily before being killed. A quarter of gun suicide victims were heavily drinking before they died in suicide. The Addiction Center states, alcohol abuse can increase the likelihood that individuals will commit certain crimes, such as assault or homicide, either by reducing their inhibitions or judgment or by increasing their agitation and anger. Perhaps no crime is more associated with alcohol than assault. Alcohol increases anger levels and irritability, making it more likely that individuals will want to commit violence against someone else. Alcohol also reduces impulse control, making it more likely that an intoxicated individual will follow through. Studies have shown that between 25 and 50% of assaults involve alcohol. Roughly 40% of convicted murderers were under the influence of alcohol when they took someone else's life. Not only does alcohol make it more likely that an individual will commit violent acts, it also escalated the severity of those acts. A person who may have stopped an incident and aggravated assault while sober may continue the assault until it progresses to murder while drunk. An article from the Public Safety Magazine May 2022 issue shared the results of an interesting study. Citizens Bank Park, home to the Philadelphia Phillies baseball team, stops selling alcohol after the 7th inning. Extra innings, which give fans more time to sober up before the game ends, result in significant reductions in crime in the area immediately around the stadium, driven by a reduction in assaults. I urge all commissioners to join me today in taking a bold action to address alcohol and gun violence in our community, not through a compromise. We cannot afford to compromise our young people, our young adults period. We cannot afford to compromise our neighbors. We must be very clear in the actions we want to take. And so, Mr. Mayor, I want to get in line, but when it's time for a motion, here's what I would like to say. I move that we direct the attorney to prepare an ordinance in form and principle prior to the COVID pandemic, when the city of Gainesville prohibited the possession and consumption of open containers within the city through an open container ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments, Commissioner Chestnut. I think that we're all in agreement that alcohol can be a very dangerous drug. I mean, it is. People do not make the best of decisions when they have been drinking. People do. They take dangerous actions. But I think what we have before us here is not a question of should we become, say, like a dry county that does not sell alcohol in it. The question is should it be? Should you legally be allowed to walk? I'm going to split this up into two things. Be able to walk from a bar where you're in downtown. Should you have to chug your drink before you walk outside with it, or can you sip it as you go between bars? Can you, or could you stroll through your neighborhood and drink? Or, which I think that this policy is really looking at, is how do we stop these sort of roving parties? And this is really a policy, if I understand from GPD's perspective, people that aren't necessarily just strolling along their neighborhood, or what we see a lot in downtown, which is people just grabbing a drink, walking between a bar, but people that it's cheaper to go buy some drinks at a gas station. They can get together with their friends in the public right of way. They can start drinking, and then it sort of escalates. I mean, is that a thumbs up? So that is really what we're trying to figure out here. And I can see, I think, at least I am in agreement, and I think we're all in agreement that it is not, that the appropriate place for people to get together and to drink and spend time with their friends would be in your friend's house. A house party is a acceptable place. There's someone who is responsible for the house, and a bar is a great place to do that. They have a liquor, they have a license. We have a place that we can hold them accountable. What worries me about this is, like I mentioned, mainly the issues within downtown, as Forrest pointed out from before. When they spoke with downtown business owners, they are all very largely in favor of this, and they are strongly against gun violence, and there's been violence within the downtown area. They want to see that gone, but I don't think a lot of them see that correlation between the two. What they're seeing is people are not chugging their beers before they leave their bars before going to the next one. They are. It is increasing the liveliness of downtown. And then we have Danny Hughes here from Lucy's, and there's a number of people right along that streetery that have really invested a lot in making that outdoor space a usable space where you can responsibly drink a beer while you're sitting outside, listening to music. If you've gone out, in that area around 11 or 12, they'll have little festivals, little bands that are playing out there. And a lot of that, for better or worse, people are drinking beer, always responsibly. I've never seen any problems out there. But people are responsibly drinking their beer and watching that. And I feel like there must be a way to address the roving parties, which we all agree are a problem, with our downtown business owners that like the policy as it is, and with what I saw a lot when I'm walking my neighborhood or when I was out campaigning, which are just people drinking a light beer as they go, walk down the street with friends of theirs during the day, generally. That I think there is a compromise here that probably better addresses the fact that these parties start off kind of and maybe GPD should speak to this a little bit more because they're the ones who are dealing with this more. But my understanding is these parties get together. There's 5 or 6 people out on the street. They start. GPD may not even know what's happening. They start growing. They start growing. By the time they're large, they're very difficult to kind of get a hold of. And so, how do you go into that early? And I think an easier way to do this, if I were to put forward, the second part of this is I don't see how rolling this back to 11:30 stops that. I'm in agreement with you. This compromise is not the compromise. I think that actually solves this problem. If the problem is that people are starting to get together at 9 or 10, it starts growing and growing and growing over time. There's still outside parties happening at 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night that GPD is going to have to bust up. And so I'm all for, I am for ensuring that our business owners who have invested in downtown and think that this ordinance makes the downtown a better place can have that in place. I am in favor of ensuring that that there is tools that the police department can use to bust up large outside parties when they should be in a controlled environment. Maybe I should ask staff about why they think that this could address those two things, but I don't for the life of me see how this particular compromise puts those together. Chief Scott, would you like to speak to that from you guys' perspective?
And while he's coming up, I'll just interject that, commissioners, what my intent here is for every commissioner who wants to speak on this gets a chance to speak on it, then we'll go to the public, and then we'll come on up, Chief Scott. I didn't want to interrupt that, but while you're on the way up, I just wanted to give the procedural idea here. We all speak, you speak, and then we'll come back here and try to make some decisions. Okay? Chief Scott.
The issue for us is twofold. Primary amongst our concerns is the staffing. And the fact is that when we're dealing with folks that are in multiple locations with multiple events, consuming alcohol, and then we're dealing with the bars as well, it makes it extremely difficult for us from a staffing standpoint to address it. Our position naturally was that we favored the repeal to the ordinance, but in the interest of compromise, we came up with these times, and the logic for that was to push it back so that we could at least have some time to deal with folks in these smaller parties than to try to deal with all of that at one time, because if it's at 2 o'clock, everybody's gone, and then we have to deal with the parties on the side, the people letting out the bars, thousands of people. It makes it extremely difficult and really unsafe location or event to try to manage. I had Captain Finelli show up today. He manages the downtown, and I'll ask him to speak to this issue, and he can give you a little bit more about what we do, why we do it, and how we're doing it. Captain Finelli.
Yeah, come on up. Welcome, Captain Finelli.
Thank you. Thanks for having me back. So, I think the chief, hit the nail on the head. Part of it, and I don't, in my opinion, right, I would hate to see a law formed because of staffing issues. And I want to be clear that I don't think that's what the chief is saying. The chief is saying that we are limited on resources regardless if we're fully staffed, right? And so, dealing with the time issue, it doesn't matter if we're fully staffed. So I want to make that clarification, right? Because, again, I'd hate to see a law created because we're having staffing issues. And he's exactly right. Our resources become very thin regardless at that 1:30, 2 o'clock hour. It is chaos control in the downtown. So I think our thought process was, if we implement this at 11:30, which again, like the chief said, is a compromise, it gives our officers a chance to start addressing it earlier. Because however this pans out, 2 o'clock is a busy time. That's also the shift change time. So naturally there are less officers. And then when we're dealing with these issues up until 5 a.m., it's extremely staff intensive. Anything? Any other questions?
Thank you, Finelli. So on downtown, I had actually done some research myself as to, so on March 2nd, Commissioner Book came forward with a motion that I think it was supported unanimously, to have staff bring back the entertainment district style idea to the General Policy Committee meeting as soon as possible. So that was about, are we still looking at that?
It's fall GPC.
Fall GPC. Okay. If we had, so as it relates, so many cities, there are a few. I found exactly what Morgan Watkins found, which is there are a few that have sort of this kind of blanket open container policy the way we have it, but there are many that have a downtown open container. Gainesville, Georgia created one in 2017. It was the other Gainesville just to our north, they was so successful they're expanding it. Panama City's implementing one now. Mount Dora has had one since 2018. St. Pete has a pier district where you can have open containers since 2019. More locally, if you go out to Celebration Point, you'll see they have open container. It's very successful, seems to work well. If that was before us here today, where I would feel like the downtown business owners were able to have what I think they think makes downtown very successful, I would feel much more comfortable rolling it back, maybe even sooner than 11:30. I don't really see why people need to be out drinking at nighttime anyway. But the fact that we don't have that before us, I feel like we're kind of pulling the rug out from under some of our downtown business owners that have invested so much into downtown and do like the policy as it is. And so I would like to see kind of a better compromise come forward that better, I think, addresses this issue while also ensuring that that we have policies that are downtown that's making that a lively and vibrant place to be. So that's where I'm standing with it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as an interesting problem, anytime you consider a particular area like downtown, a particular demographic, a particular problem, maybe affordable housing, when we're looking for one solution for a comprehensive problem, it doesn't exist. And so we need a range of tools that helps make our community safer. That's the bottom line. And then we have to follow, I hate the cliche, but we have to follow the science and the research that indicates what are the tools that will allow us that are within our scope. And there's not a whole lot that are within our scope to take actions. And so in thinking about this, I did provide as one of the backup items several articles, and I obviously did not summarize those because I feel like we're all knowledgeable. And if I put my own opinion to what those articles are, I'm really interpreting what is scientific, credible, and vetted articles. But all of them consistently indicate that there is a very direct research and science-based link to alcohol and violence. That's a little different from open container, but it's alcohol use and accessibility, and it doesn't relate to times. So it doesn't relate to 11:30 p.m. and it doesn't relate to 2:30 a.m. It doesn't relate to bar districts and entertainment districts, which have some really valid things that we should be considering. Hence, I'm glad to hear the manager talk about something coming in that. So here we have tools that we need to address, and tools that we need to address are different ordinances and our capabilities to allow public safety and codes and fire and crowd management to take actions that make our city safer. That's how I kind of come at this, and that's a range of solutions, none of which, including open container, will solve our problem, but all of which will address pieces of the problem. And anytime you get to a slightly incrementally safer area, you're doing good. So as I relate to this particular ordinance, I think we can't be looking at it from a standpoint of 11:30 p.m. I don't think that even makes sense. We have football, which is going to be at the University of Florida within 30 days, and the vast majority of open containers there will not be at 11:30 p.m. and out. They'll be all along our city and our streets and our parking lots and our businesses, and those will be well before the 11:30 p.m. hour. So that's really important. One of the tools that we have to provide is tools that don't criminalize something, which is open container. Tools which allow perhaps to have a beer in the park. We have special permitting that allows that right now. A tool that doesn't discriminate, and data will show that the open container has never been used discriminatorily. In fact, most of the folks that have been cited historically when we had this ordinance in place probably looked more like a college student attending a football game than they did any other demographic that would exist. And we need to make sure that we have the tools to do that. UF has the ability to enact rules and trespass that we don't have in the city. So when people say that someone's drinking at UF, kind of one of those other fallacy arguments, yeah, they can drink. They may be able to drink on UF property, but UF has rules that we don't have in our toolbox. I do feel that we need to take this ordinance. If truly we were showing that we enacted the ordinance to help business, which was legitimate during the pandemic, then why would we still have it? Because we're no longer in the pandemic. So we made that argument with a legitimate straight face and said that's the reason we enacted it. And I strongly believe, Mr. Hughes in particular, businesses were clearly suffering. So the ability to help business when there's not people out was a very good thing to do. We're in a completely different climate now, and if we truly can say we're in, I'll just finish with this. So we're in a gun violence crisis. Both the city and the county agree with that. We're in a safety crisis. That every tool that we have that's available to us, we have to do, even if it impacts violence in minute ways, to reduce that violence. So that's my comments for now, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, any other commissioners before we, okay. Commissioner Willets?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had some questions of staff about, well, I'll start. There's a clear connection between alcohol and violence, and I think there's plenty of scientific evidence of it. And as mentioned by Commissioner Book, when it happens, how exactly it happens, that research doesn't get so deep into, was it because there was open container? Was there an open container after 11:30 or before 11:30? That is some data I want to know of us personally here in Gainesville, is the connection between open container and violence, gun violence. I want to know that because I don't think it's fair to use that as a reason if our own data doesn't support that, because we're talking about this type of policy. Generically, yes, alcohol and violence, very, very, very strong connections and probably, direct causation. But again, because we're talking about very specific policies, I want to know a little more about our experience in Gainesville, about the timing, time of day, particularly with gun violence, because it's the biggest, most striking issue, but also other violence and crime.
If I can get the overhead. The mayor asked for us to get some more data, reference this, and it put us in an interesting position. We sat down and said, instinctively we said that we believe, quite frankly, that there's a tie-in. But when you're asked, why do you believe that? So we asked ourselves that. So we pulled the data. So what we did was go back and pull data from 2017 to 2023 so far in 2023. And what we did, we looked at when did the ordinance change, and that was 2020. So again, this is just a correlation that we did to see how things were. So we looked at the number of shot fire call. When you examine the shots fired call and you look back at 2017, you see that we had 127 incidents where we verified shots fired. That number dropped for 2 years, 2018, 2019. But in 2020, it had a significant increase. And that's the onset of COVID and restrictions, people getting more cramped up, a lot of things going on. And then you see that it dropped down to 125, still higher typically than the prior 2 years. And then it started to go back up to 170. And this year, we're back on the course for 170. So when you look at this, if you looked at the trends, you would say it is trending up. And this is since we changed the ordinance. So that's just the shots fired. So let's look at how many people were shot. So we pulled that data as well. Okay, so we looked at the number of people that were shot. Again, in 2017, 17 people. You see how that number jumped in 2020. And then the number increased in 2021 and 2022. And it's on pace to probably surpass 2022 numbers this year. Now, we would have provided this in the backup, but quite frankly, we didn't get this until yesterday. When we were asked, why do you believe that? This, in part, is why we believe that there's a connection. It's interesting that the study that was quoted by Commissioner Chestnut is one that I also pulled up, and that same correlation was there, referenced the gun violence and alcohol. It speaks to the misuse of alcohol, the abuse. These are people who were drunk, not just having a drink, but they were drunk. And she gave the percentages about what number of people that were perpetrators that consumed, and the victims. And the one thing that's also added in there is suicides from gun violence. Now, I want to point out a couple of things to you that, you know, when we look at a national level, and it's very difficult to get national data because the system is in flux because of the change to NIBRs. So the latest data we can get is 2020 and 2021. And the caution here is that even in 2021, 40% of the agencies did not report. So the data still is not, I think it can still be skewed. 1%, what we saw, that 1% decrease in violent crime occurred during that time period, 2020 to 2021. 9% decrease in robbery rate. However, there was a 4% increase in murders. So overall, violent crime decreased by 1%, robbery rate decreased by 9%, but murders increased. And I think that trend is continuing. And we're trying to get the information today about where we are. We just cannot get reliable information. There's nothing out there. So we literally have to call another law enforcement agency and go, hey, what are your numbers, and see what we can get. But this, to us, points out that there is a correlation, we believe, between the abuse of alcohol and the amount of gun violence that we've been experiencing.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
And part of my concern about knowing the data here locally is that from everything I have observed in the media is that during 2020, 2021, and 2022 across the nation, there has an increase in gun death, suicides, and murders. Though that is not perhaps direct law enforcement statistic reporting, they gather it in other ways. Either CDC or CDC does some of that.
Yeah.
And so I just want to make sure we're not drawing a false correlation between something we have here, data we have here. If it's the same across the nation, well, across the nation didn't change their alcohol laws, then I just don't want to draw that false correlation. And a question and this is in reference to, and I've mentioned in the past about where open container exists on UF campus for football games, and the idea that, we can't trespass people from the whole city, but we still do have tools that for some sort of public intox or some sort of disturbing of the peace of people who are drunk, rowdy on our streets. We still have ordinances and laws that we can enforce on them, right?
Yeah, there's still public drunkenness. You still have some of the laws, underage drinking, that prevails, and the open container is an easier one to make contact with. Even underage drinking, we have to have some reasonable belief that that person is underage. That it is a higher standard to make that contact. But the open container, and I've been dealing with downtown since Ms. Martinez and Mr. Martinez were downtown. We've always had alcohol enforcement as a primary feature of helping to control downtown. Inevitably, these folks, a lot of these folks get down there and they lose control. Adding to that, the changes in gun laws and the proliferation of guns in our community, mixing folks sitting in a car or in a car with a gun that's right next to them is not wise. And that puts us in a position where people sometimes when they have an argument, instead of there being just a verbal argument or fist fight, it's gunfire.
And how there are states, just because we talk about cars, we talk about parking lots, we have talked about just alcohol and violence, alcohol and guns, but just to be clear, though there may not be a lot of places with this broad of a open container, specifically open container, there are still states where it's perfectly legal for passengers to drink inside of cars, correct?
I'm not real sure about that, about inside the car. I know almost everybody prohibits people driving.
Definitely in Florida. Florida, there's no drinking at all in a passenger vehicle in Florida. But
okay. I've been informed that the state attorney can answer that question for you. If
okay,
you'd like to have
I know in Florida, but I know that in some. I'm originally from Arkansas, and passengers could consume or at least possess. That's just one state I remember in the past.
Okay.
Because when we try to draw these connections, we have to be cognizant that alcohol can be consumed in a million different places, and we see it, and we see the violence in a million different places. But I know that we have to make a decision about this specifically, and so I want to make sure we look at all that information and absorb it. I will say that I appreciate the idea that we need to do something, and that to give GPD a tool, another tool. And I can agree that perhaps 11:30 seems like it's not going to fix a lot of things. The parking lots I 100% support. There should just close to cars, if that's where the parties are happening. I don't think it was ever intended, the idea that this is if you want to have a party in a parking lot, rent the parking lot, get your special permit, set up a tent, set up a porta potty, go have yourself an event. But that's not what the original intent was. It's much more in the realm of a entertainment district, and or being able to be in a park or walk around your neighborhood, have your own little small, hanging out or small excitement across the city. But so I 100% support that the parking lots, city parking lots, it's just not what was probably imagined, and that we should control that. The 11:30 seems like it is a decent attempt, particularly so that the timing, because again, we rely on GPD for safety, and that's both the people who are there at 2 o'clock rolling out of bars, but the rest of us across the city who are asleep or still working or getting off work. But I do have a question about the idea of the Sunday evening. Is it 8 or 8:30? I forget. 8. I had a question about that because I don't draw the same, because the bars don't close at 10 on Sunday nights. So I have a question about the logic or where this came from.
And I believe, I thought it was 8 a.m., 6 p.m. on Sunday that they stop. Is it 8? 8. So the logic again was to try to give the officers and the time that they could go out while we have overlapping shifts, and that they could put some things to bed. It also tied into so many of the activities that we have where folks come from other parts of the state, come here, and we start having major issues after that time, in the early evening hours. And so trying to make sure that and Sunday, historically, was a relatively peaceful day. And it has gotten to the point where it's a little bit out of control. And we have Sundays just as busy some nights as Saturday, if not more.
Do you have a different, is there a different staffing or scheduling? Is Sunday somehow different any other night of the week on the GPD side?
Quite frankly, Saturday and Sunday, I would say are some of our lower staff days. Friday, well, I'm getting too much into it. And they talked to me earlier about giving numbers out. But, it's for us, it's a question of managing our personnel. There are people that make adjustments for training, or they're off that day, and just trying to staff is a challenge on Sundays as well.
Okay. The Sunday issue I don't feel as comfortable on in any form of a compromise because it takes one day out. It feels too much like old school blue laws. It makes me far less comfortable, and I really don't like it in this because it feels targeted. I don't mind the pure staffing argument, and Captain Finelli mentioned that of course we wouldn't want to change law because of a temporary, staffing issue or something. But I do believe in giving you tools, and if temporarily, or even that staffing is the trouble. Same way a pandemic happened, everyone's affected by the same thing. Police staffing across the nation, everyone's experiencing it. I don't feel as bad making decisions that are right for Gainesville, even because we need to manage our own staff. I feel like that's an acceptable thing. It may not feel comfortable, but I feel it's acceptable. But the Sunday, I just have a bigger problem with because of the throwback to blue laws, and because your weekend involves a Sunday evening as opposed to other people who their weekend is Friday and Saturday nights. If you don't have class on Monday and that's Sunday nights the night you want to do it, I'm a little uncomfortable with that being written into the proposed ordinance.
Commissioner, it has some of the same logic. The close time for the bars is 2:00 on non-Sunday nights. On Sunday, unless it's changed since I've been there, it's 11. And so we need a couple of hours to try to.
I'm hearing a bartender remember that it's still 2.
Okay, I just showed my age.
That's all right. I remember things differently in my past too.
It was 11, but that was the logic, at least part of the logic that gave us more time to deal with. And we're separating that group. We're separating that time period. If we deal with this issue, we can arrest this or deal with this problem and get it under control between 6 and 7, 6 and 8, or 8 at 8 o'clock. I mean, it gives us more time to get prepared to deal with that night. And it's just difficult. I mean, and I would encourage, as opposed to me relaying it, to have you come out and hang out with the shift and to see exactly what we're talking about. It's a little different experience when you're there, and I would encourage that. And particularly, we have football season coming up. Would love it on a football weekend to see just exactly what we're encountering and why we say that, and you can see the staffing as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, the Sunday evening, I feel less comfortable about, but as a compromise, and I don't want to say it's a compromise. This is a strategy. This is one tool that if we break apart when people are having open container versus when people are leaving establishments at 2, when it basically shuts down. This is a tool. It's a strategy, and I can support that tactic. I don't feel comfortable with the Sunday being different because whatever night people decide. So I would feel more comfortable if it was all across the board to see how that works. That's my preference. But definitely the parking lots, it seems like there's just, if the problem is really roving parties, then that's something we can address, and I really want to give GPD that tool. The entertainment district idea, and I mentioned before, one of the issues is that we don't have a super tight area for where entertainment could happen in our city, because it stretches now. There's Midtown, and there's a whole bunch of area between downtown and Midtown that has establishments, and particularly as the innovation district grows, like it's still, is that in? Is it not in? And so I think we're just geographically, I think it may be a little harder for us here to draw that nice tight, perhaps like Gainesville, Georgia, or somewhere else. So I still have questions about that. I look forward to seeing when it comes back, Madam Manager, to see what what potentially we could do. But I know I hear downtown business owners that it's something they're still interested in having it because it's good for their business. And we have spent some money, some real effort on the streetery, and to undo that would definitely, I'm definitely not in support of that because I feel like that is the easy, it's like the easy to understand solution, but that is perhaps not going after the issues individually or more specifically or more targetedly. But I think that's all I have, Chief and Mr. Mayor, for now.
All right, thank you. So we've got at least one more light, and then I'm going to ask our state attorney, Mr. Kramer, to come up and give us any thoughts, and then we'll go to the public, and then we'll come back up here. Yes.
I think one of the commissioners is on.
Yeah, I'm fixing to go to her. Yep.
Just making sure.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to the staff that's worked on this. I know it's been a back and forth situation for a while now. As one of the two folks who was here when we started changing this, I wanted to give some context. The impetus might have been helping businesses during COVID because they simply needed an alternative to be able to serve people and stay afloat. I think we can all agree that Gainesville's mom and pop locally owned businesses, restaurants, bars are part of what gives our city a lot of its quirkiness. It really gives it a lot of its character, not necessarily for the alcohol, but the atmosphere they give, the music they bring, the artists, the culture that they permeate into our downtown. And they really do a lot as a collective. And we didn't want to see that kind of dissolve because they didn't have somewhere to operate. So that's why we opened the streetery, or rather closed down the road for the streetery. That's why we allowed open container. Technically, yes, the COVID emergency has been declared over. However, I think we can all agree that the economic effects are not over. The economic effects will resonate for years to come. We see it still in our supply chains. I think a couple weeks ago, Manager Cunningham said we still have supply chain issues. I know if I talked to the city manager, we still have supply issues for parts and random things we need. There are still long-standing effects to our economy, and we're a city. I can't imagine what it would be like for a locally owned single owner restaurant trying to keep things together, make ends meet, and stay in the black at the end of the month. So while it might have started as purely give them a different venue to serve their customers, keeping it open was a matter of helping them stay afloat as a business. We often talk about corporate welfare. I think this is one we can agree actually works out, where we let them help themselves by giving them a second space they can work out of, and do so responsibly for the most part. So I took a bit of offense to if this was truly about COVID, it should be over. COVID might be over, but its effects are not. We will see them forever, at least for the rest of our lifetimes. And those businesses deserve every opportunity the city can give them to stay, because I don't think any of us want to see another business close down. I know every time one closes, we get blamed for any business closing around here. And two, we go to those businesses ourselves and would like them to stay, especially because they are our literal neighbors at City Hall. So I wanted to clarify that. It is an economic driver, one of the few we can offer. And it doesn't overhaul the business, but it does take that edge and gives them a little extra boost that can help. And I think some of the business owners that the staff have talked to can agree with that. It does give them the push they need for their business to stay. That said, I've said it before and I'll say it a million times, correlation is not causation. There is an association with alcohol and violence, yes. That said, alcohol does not cause violence. People cause violence. Every person arrested by a GPD officer is not drunk, as far as I'm aware. The chief is there, they could correct me. I'm pretty sure every person we arrest doesn't take half a bottle of liquor and chug it before going out and committing a crime. plenty of crimes are committed by people who are sober and by people who have never had a drink. To say that violent crimes like rape only happen because people are drinking takes a lot of responsibility away from violent people who should be ashamed of themselves, saying, oh, it's because they were drinking. That's a horrible, that's very disrespectful to a lot of victims of crime, saying, oh, it's because someone was drunk. No, it's because someone made choices. And the choice wasn't necessarily the drink, the choice was to be violent. So I don't think we can put 100% of the blame on alcohol. Alcohol is a drug just like anything else, like cigarettes, like sugar, like anything else that we can be addicted to. So I don't think I don't think we should say it's because there's alcohol available that crime happens. I know when I was running for office, one of our community elders opened her very gorgeous home in the duck pond to people and to women who were interested in government, and she served alcohol. There was just alcohol available at the gathering, and it was wine, but it's still an alcohol. And it was just, there wasn't a bartender, there wasn't a license to make sure everything was above board, and nobody had 5 glasses, but nobody got violent at that event. I know we have plenty of charitable organizations that host fundraisers. They serve alcohol. Pretty sure GPD's never had to break up a fist fight at one of those. So it really is a matter of correlation, and there are many, many more factors that are involved in violence than just alcohol and violence. There are many more factors, and I think it's a real disservice to our community to say it's just alcohol that's the problem. So that said, I do think the change here shows that we are willing to adapt where need be in a way that helps our business and helps our community. I think the reasoning chief and other members of staff have given for the time, the 11:30, and then the 6 p.m. to have, that is when staff is at its densest. It's when you have 2 shifts, you have the second shift coming on. It really does make the difference where now you have 2 shifts able to respond. And especially as you have 1 shift that's probably bogged down in calls and you have a shift that is fresh coming on. That relief, and I mean literal relief, that comes when the second shift relief comes is immense. I've seen it. I did have a question as far as Sundays. My understanding is that we have not had as many roving car parties with drinking since we took some action back in April. Is that correct, Madam Manager or Chief Scott?
We're studying that now. That was, I think, anecdotally what we believe, but we're studying to make sure. We don't want to throw that out there and have that not actually be the case, but it appears that may be, but we don't have any data to support that right now.
I will wait for the official report, but I will accept anecdotes and firsthand accounts until then. And I ask that because we had a lot of the complaints coming because of that. A lot of complaints, I'm not going to say it's the causation, a lot of the complaints correlated to Sunday activities. And those seem to have come down without taking away the open container provision. And I think in the inverse, if you look at it, before we allowed drinking on our sidewalks, on our streets, in open public spaces, before we allowed that, there was still crime happening. Crime wasn't invented the day the former commission voted to allow this. Crime was happening. So I don't think it's necessarily one or the other, but I do think in response to GPD, in response to our community, a middle ground could be found. And I do think scaling it back to hours where the shifts are at their densest, where you have 2 shifts, really does make that difference. I am still in favor of looking into the special districts so we can have an entertainment district. I'm fine. I'm happy to look further into that, but I see this as a measure in the meantime. I will agree with Commissioner Willits that it is a little difficult, given that it's not one spot, that our entertainment spaces are a little drawn out and stretched out between Midtown and downtown. It's just kind of a little nebulous where something starts and ends. But I'm willing to see what staff comes back with in the fall. But until then, I am happy to make this change and see where the pieces kind of land afterwards. So yeah, that's all I have for now, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, staff. I won't belabor this point. I want to just say that having been a part of some of the initial conversations around this topic as well, my sentiments have not changed. And I want to say that I really am deeply hurt by the idea that we would even have to have a conversation where we are having to balance or try to decide between how we can support our downtown businesses and how we can work to stem and thwart what we have called a crisis, and rightly so. In the first conversation that I had around this topic, I presented just a little bit of data, just a little bit. I also asked the police department what they felt, and I realized at that time I probably put them on the spot, but I asked them because it was important, not just to me, but it was important to the citizens. And I wanted to understand the stress and the strain that we might be putting on them. I wanted to understand this from a number of different perspectives. So, of course, in terms of how this could potentially impact the citizens in terms of public safety, but our first responders, who are already understaffed and struggling, stood at that dais and didn't recommend it. And so now today they come back with a compromise. That's a challenge for me because, of course, they'll do whatever they're asked to do. That's their job. But that compromise costs something. And yes, the economics of how downtown thrives are critical. There's a cost there. The cost is also safety, possible life. And for me, that's a hard pill to swallow. Because if I'm looking at gun violence that is rising, and if I'm looking at the fact that we do not have a handle on it, and if I'm looking at the fact that we are understaffed, I have to try to find every way to try to address it. I want to find ways that we can help downtown thrive and be hustling and bustling, and that all of the business owners will be able to not just survive, but do good business. You all do wonderful work. You have for many, many years, and I appreciate that. We started the conversation about the entertainment districts. I think there's value in having that conversation, but I'll remind us that there was also the issue of equity that was floated then. You designate an area in one side of town. You don't allow it in other sides of town. How do you make that make sense? Or how do you make that be fair and equitable? So we're faced with this is a big one in a lot of ways. But I'll be clear. I have to choose safety. I want to come back and have that conversation. I believe it's in the fall. It'll be very interesting to see where that goes. But for today, I'm going to stay where I always have been. And it is in keeping with the idea of public safety being the priority, us making sure that we use everything that we have to address the issue of gun violence, whether we want to say that drinking is correlated or whether it causes. There are just too many things that are uncertain right now. But one thing is for sure, that these numbers are rising. They're not going down. And so until that happens, I have to err on what I consider the side of caution for the public safety. And that is keeping this where we were pre-pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I've got a few comments. I'll ask Mr. Kramer if he wants to make any comments, and then we'll go to the public. I was afraid this was going to happen. Everybody wants to talk about data, but we don't actually want to look at all the data. Everybody on either side wants to cherry pick data. It is absolutely true. Could we go back to that slide you had up? No. The graph, yes, that would be great. Now let's go to I mean, that one works too, but the other one makes your case better. Yeah. So there are a few things about this. If you look at the CDC data, which is widely available, took about 30 seconds to Google it up, it shows this, except it shows it happening faster. Starting in 2020, gun deaths, gun-related violence went through the roof nationally. We might have even been a little behind the curve. The shots fired shows that it went up faster here. But also, we've been talking about the change to open container as if it happened throughout 2020. It didn't. We didn't pass it until September of 2020. Which means the data is not quite, that doesn't show what we wanted to show. There is absolutely a rise in gun violence, but it's happening everywhere, and our change in the open container ordinance didn't change things nationally. There's something else going on here. Now, nobody disagrees that drinking and guns do not go well together, that people get hurt when there are guns around and people are drinking more. We're not talking about the sale or availability of alcohol here. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about, is it legal or not legal to walk out of a house or out of a bar onto the sidewalk, and all of a sudden the act of drinking alcohol from an open container becomes illegal. That didn't make a lot of sense to me in 2020. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me now. What it is about walking out onto the sidewalk that makes a bottle of beer dangerous to a person. I am going to vote, I hope, at some point today to further restrict outdoor consumption of alcohol. I don't know exactly how I'm going to vote, but I do want to give GPD extra tools to do that. But we get off track when we talk about, in this circumstance, whether or not alcohol and guns don't mix. Everybody agrees alcohol and guns don't mix. At least I hope they do. There's no question about that. The question is, does it get worse if you allow people to walk outside with it? Domestic violence folks will tell you that being shut up and the only place somebody can drink is at home is a very, very bad thing. That's a reality too, which is one of the reasons, one of the theories behind why gun violence went up so drastically at the beginning of the pandemic. You restrict people at home to an activity or inside to an activity, and bad things can happen that way as well. I will tell you, I don't think we're going to impact gun violence by doing this. I'm going to vote one way or another to restrict outdoor use of alcohol. I don't know what time or whatever. But I don't think it's going to have an impact because there's too much else at work here. I talked this morning about some of the tools that I think will help impact it in this community. The thing we haven't talked about yet, because we can't do anything about it, is that as long as Florida wants to arm everybody, gun violence is going to go up in Florida. We can't do anything about that, but darned if I'm going to have a discussion about gun violence without saying that. There is a tremendous amount that we could say and do. We have addressed this in September of 20, August of 21, May of 22, and now again in August of 23. It is extremely important to me that we find a way to build not just an entertainment district, but the opportunity for a replicable entertainment district that can happen in any neighborhood as long as it meets certain guidelines. I think that's entirely possible. We started talking about that at least in May of 22, and we still don't have anything back on it. I really, really want that to come back. I want to see how that works because I think that could be a longer-term key to all of this. But I'm not going to let that stand in the way of restricting some hours today with my vote. Enough folks believe that it will make an impact. I'm willing to be proven to be wrong. I'm going to give the vote to that, but I haven't decided because I haven't heard all the possibilities out there yet, so I don't know exactly what hours or if no hours I'll be willing to vote for. But I really, really want people, myself included, to be careful with data trends because it's real easy to look at this and say, wow, it must be because of this, when in fact, the national trend, according to the CDC, shows that it's happening everywhere, even in places that didn't change their open container ordinance. So, Commissioner Book, do you need to add something to this, or do we want to go to? Okay.
I was going to say, I think I recognize a couple of other experts. So while you have the state attorney, you may want. I think you have UF Gatorwell here also. So I just mention that in case that you're going to give one the opportunity to speak when you're done.
Well, I'm going to specifically because he's involved in what we're doing here, not just in the intersection of alcohol and bad behavior, but because he prosecutes these things. I want to give Mr. Kramer the opportunity to speak. So I'll go ahead and do that now. And after Mr. Kramer, we'll hear from anybody who has signed up. If you want to speak to this, please do fill out a form, give it to Mr. Carl right over here, and we will call you up at some point. Thank you, Chief. I really appreciate you.
Mayor, I wanted to give you two more pieces of information because this is public record and want to make sure you have it for consideration. This is the overall crime, violent crime for that same time period. Just to give you some information, we created it. It's a public document. Want to make sure the commission had access to this, showing how it was, what it was total in 2017. It peaked at 2021, and it's gone down a little bit, and we think it's going to be close to what it was in 2022. The other, and that deals with all violent crime, not just homicides. And the last piece deals with traffic homicides and where they are. If you take a look at this, if you look at 20 to 21, almost a straight line going up in that, and we have some significant increases. And you all spoke about the traffic concerns with pedestrians and bicyclists and cars. This is just additional information we want to make sure that we make available to you because it exists, and we think it's important for you to have for the consideration.
Thank you for that. Do we have, again, the national comparisons?
No.
Okay.
No, not for the traffic homicides, no.
Okay, all right.
But we can get that for you.
Well, you don't need to do that because you can't get it quickly enough, so. All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kramer.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, members of the commission.
Thank you for being here.
for hearing from me. You'll be glad to know I haven't brought you any data. I do have some level of allegorical experience that I can talk to you about what's been going on in my office in the last couple of years if you want to hear that. But I will answer your questions. I really just want to bring up a couple of things, and I'm trying not to cover any ground that's been already covered. First of all, I want to make sure that everyone understands essentially what has changed and what has not changed in the last couple of years. Since 2014, the legislature changed the laws related to carrying a concealed firearm. And there was a case law shift that occurred after the law changed that essentially made it far, far, far more difficult for a police officer to stop, detain someone because of the mere possession of a firearm on their person. And I say that because we've also had a recent shift in the law where that has become essentially impossible. That now it's not probable cause, it's not reasonable suspicion of anything that a person is carrying a firearm. So, but I want to draw your attention to the fact that it goes back to 2014 because essentially that has not changed over the past couple of years. And Commissioner Willits, you brought up the concept that disorderly conduct and disorderly intoxication, and there are several other crimes, riot, fray, things like that, that are not arrestable if they do not occur in the presence of a police officer. So these are not effective tools to deal with a problem that's being reported to law enforcement, but they're not seeing them as they arrive. Okay, that is also constant over time. None of that has changed in recent years. And so whatever the effectiveness of that tool is, it is as limited as it has always been. Okay, and it is ineffective, and we know it's ineffective to address the issue that you all seem to be very concerned about, which is what you guys are referring to as roving parties, which because my parking lots are actually where these occur, that these are very problematic in our parking lot. In fact, I'm pretty sure you all know that we made the decision several months ago, if not, it's probably been over a year now, to close our parking lot to anybody except the Gainesville Police Department on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night. So we only allow the Gainesville Police Department to park there because of the amount of crime, violent crime, that's occurring in the state attorney's office parking lot. But what has changed was the ability to have an open container of alcohol in a downtown parking lot, and that did change in the time frames that you all have been examining closely as the chief of police has showed them to you, 2020, 2021, 2022. That did change. So whether it's allegorical or whether it is actual data that supports that, that's for you all to decide. I just hope that you will consider that did change. The other thing that I haven't heard, hope you all are aware of it, it is our experience, is that there is still a lot of folks who are from Gainesville or from Alachua County who are the ones that end up being arrested in these incidents. But what we saw when this changed was that Gainesville, the city itself, became a regional draw, because you cannot go to Ocala downtown and bring a cooler and sit out and have a party. You can't do that in Putnam County. You can't do that in Levy County. You can't do that in Lake City. But you can do it in Gainesville. And our experience was that now we are seeing more people who are on our probable cause affidavits that are not local residents. So it's my belief, without any data to support it, Mr. Mayor, that if it were to change to where our city was not a regional draw for this particular type of activity, it seems likely that type of activity, that people would be traveling from those regional areas to have this happen here, would decrease. That makes sense to me. I don't know how we're ever going to test that, because the only way you could test it would be to put it in place, wait 3 years, and then come back and see whether the numbers support it. But those are the two things I hadn't heard folks talk about. And with that, I am at your service, as I always am, to answer any questions that you have about my office or how we function, or what we can do in this community to help this issue.
Commissioner Book, did, okay, all right, okay. Did anyone else have a question of Mr. Kramer? Okay. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
I'll be available.
Great, thank you. All right, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have Danny Hughes, followed by Jonah Neville.
And how many do we have total?
We have 3 total.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Hughes.
Hello again. Again, Danny Hughes, I'm the owner of Lucy's Downtown. I acknowledge this is a polarizing conversation. I acknowledge that I stand very staunchly on one side. And I acknowledge that I've talked to some of you about this on multiple occasions, so I apologize for being repetitive, but here we are. First off, Commissioner Chestnut, almost every single baseball stadium stopped selling alcohol at 7. And as a Braves fan since 1987, I hate the Phillies with a deep-rooted passion. They also happen to have a jail in their stadium, so, I don't know how that correlates to anything, but it is a thing that I like to bring up. What's that? There's a jail in the Eagles Stadium, there's a jail in the Phillies Stadium, but every stadium stopped selling 7th or 8th inning. It's part of the way they run. The geographic location of your alcohol doesn't affect its potency, neither does the time of day at which you consume it. I've said this a bunch, I'll keep saying it. Whiskey doesn't make you do anything, but it will allow you to do it. It will give you the cause, and it will make you feel warranted in acting. How that works for some folks is totally different than others. I drank, I'm not ashamed of it. None of this has ever happened to me. And that's different for every person. Not everybody's gonna have that experience that I do. University Avenue has been shutting down for football games for a really long time, and it wasn't until downtown that this conversation came up about open container. So I have to wonder how that's going to be affected, because, UF has a lot more money than I do, and they can send a lot more people down here to argue their case than I can. But it is going to come up, because a lot of those games are starting late. Some of them as late as 8 o'clock. I think there's a 9 o'clock game on the schedule in 24. So that game's going to go till 12:30, 1 o'clock, and all those folks are going to have to go somewhere. And that's just something I think that we should talk about early. The bulk of what I've said so many of these things so many times, I don't really want to revisit them, but I do at this point want to say, I think we have to revisit this conversation in 6 months, no matter what's decided today. We have to see how it actually impacts, what the data impacts the crime and whatnot. The other important thing I think is noteworthy is when we appealed the ordinance initially, I talked to Lee Feldman to a great extent, and one of the things he told me many times, you can't repeal part of an ordinance. Make the change to the ordinance, and in the meantime, establish a board that we can sit down and talk about what actually works for open container, because there is no policy right now. So write a policy, create an entire ordinance, say you can do it here, you can do it here, you can't do it in a parking lot, you can't do it in a park, you can't do it here. I should be able to walk my dog and drink a beer. I shouldn't be able to run around my neighborhood in my underwear with a liter of Jack Daniels in my hand. Those two things are different, and I think they need to be policed differently. There were shootings before. I've been downtown for 13 years. I do not believe necessarily that the data is telling the whole story that I feel to be true. I do believe that some of these things have been very consistent over the last 13 years. And the last thing I will say is I do agree with Commissioner Ward with seeing national averages with gun violence. I would also like to see the overlay of opioid-related transactions and benzodiazepine-related transactions, because I bet those would correlate a lot stronger to gun violence than alcohol use.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes.
Thank you. We have Jonah Neville, followed by Robert Mounts.
Welcome, Mr. Neville.
Hey, thank you, everybody. So I'm Jonah Neville. I work with substance use prevention and college students at the University of Florida. Appreciate everybody's input today, and that was kind of loud. Ultimately, I think the first thing I thought about was definitely some littering, and just kind of a point out of the strategic plan for Gainesville. It says, make it beautiful and welcoming. Our public spaces don't attract people. Maintenance is a big issue, and focusing on making downtown cleaner. And so I would just consider, what decision pushes the city in that direction that you want to be fulfilling that. And then I kind of looked at it from a different standpoint in the sense of kind of marketability, the youth, and what does the youth sort of impact look like? We know that higher visibility of a product, whether it's alcohol, nicotine products, etc., that's going to have an impact and social influence on our youth. There's data to back that up, but I know the data is a little bit hot topic right now. Some data I pulled is that students that we saw drinking at or before age 18, at or after age 18, their weekly drinks were about 3.89 per week. And then students who started drinking before 18, we saw their weekly drinks about 7.76. Again, I say this because if you have increased kind of visibility, and I think that merits the conversation of where is the drinking occurring, what are the populations in certain locations, so whether it's a park or where there may be more family youth involved, right? If that visibility is there, it might be more permissible and seen more as a norm that's of use for youth. And we know that earlier onset use, that's where we see a lot of issues happen. And so the reason I also kind of bring that up to build on that is our data shows that college students, most of our students drink off campus in different establishments. Now that's subject to wherever they may be, but that's where the majority we see kind of students reporting where they have their drinking occurring. And then just to kind of touch on traffic topics, even in 2021, almost 1/3 of all fatal fatal traffic incidents involved alcohol. And just to go off of that, a lot of that occurs within that 0.05 to 0.07, which for those of you that are kind of familiar with that, that's not really intoxicated like we probably think about with someone like that's really rambunctious. Just in conclusion, I hope you take these factors into consideration. And then the last thing I'll say is that Florida law in general is pretty unique because there's some restrictions to what local authorities can do. So there's resources I'm more than happy to send out later that can show typically what has to come from the state down, which at the state level open containers is illegal. But we're pretty limited, and just being respectful of what tools do we have to mitigate risk, and especially, like I said, visibility and risk to youth and sort of what's permissible versus what do you want the norm and imagery for tourism and economic to be in the city. But that's all I had for y'all. Thank you for your time and input.
Thank you. Mr. Mounts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you know, I've been speaking to this topic since the open container was changed to allow drinking in the streets until 2:30 in the morning. And first I want to say that I agree with everything Commissioner Chestnut said, Commissioner Desmond Wonker said, Chief Scott, State Attorney, but I'm afraid there's probably not the votes to completely go back the way we were, despite the very compelling data that the Chief provided just now. I would prefer that, but let's not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Let's do something today. And rolling it back is a step in the right direction. It's not what I would recommend, but it's a step in the right direction. As you know, I have 43 years experience advising commanders in the military on just this kind of problem with young people under 25. 25 years of it overseas. And it was instructive to me on one particular case in Itaewon, an entertainment district right outside the main U.S. garrison that used to be in the center of Seoul. We had a big fight, a big conflagration. It was an international incident. So what the commander does, he imposes a curfew from 12 midnight until 5 a.m. Well, you know what? The number of incidents that involve sexual assault and other types of assault went way down. Curfew violations went up, but they were a lot easier to deal with and not career threatening like some of the other things that happened, and they didn't cause an international incident. Same thing with open container. It's a civil citation for drinking in the street. You know, when it's illegal to do so, it's much easier, much less damaging to anybody's reputation. Easier for the police to deal with than trying to deal with what happens later and so forth. The other thing is I attended the gun violence seminar. I commend you all for doing it, but I am urging you to think out of the box. I've read the preemption statute. It doesn't say anything about what you can do. You can do anything you want to do, need to do with regulating alcohol. That includes age that people will get to do certain things. It includes, of course, like DWI, maybe it should be a crime to be intoxicated while carrying a firearm. I think you can do that without violating the state's preemption law. Think out of the box. This is just the first step. Let's at least take this. I'm sorry it took so long. We're almost through another long summer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bounce. Anyone else sign up?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have Michael Warren.
Welcome, Mr. Warren.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. We just came back from a week ago, a very informative discussion the city put on about gun violence. There's a lot of evidence, and it was shown there that about 30% of all gun violence occurs with people who are drunk. I don't see, to me, it seems very clear we need to do whatever we can to reduce gun violence, and I think, and the killings that are associated with that, and the ability to be able to walk around with a drink probably is not much of an excuse to me. I would really prefer to see the fact that we don't have people drinking excessively, and hopefully that will be reducing some of the gun violence we see here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. Okay, so no one else to speak?
That's correct.
Okay. Commissioner Book, Commissioner Book, if you're not going to put anything on the table, if you want to make some comments, because I'm
I can make comments or allow the motion to be made. It doesn't matter to me.
Okay. Commissioner Chestnut, go ahead and make your motion if you would, and then we'll come back to you, Commissioner Book.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we've heard some very compelling evidence this afternoon, rather. And I want to thank Commissioner Book for providing all of the research articles, which I enjoyed reading and based my comments on from the research. The state attorney brought up something that I had really forgotten about. But all last summer, we talked about people coming from out of town and using Gainesville as a regional party center, and the alcohol, and the violence. And I go back to, we are at a point where we have to really take bold action here. This is one step. There are lots of steps we've got to take to address this issue. So with that, I move that we direct the attorney to prepare an ordinance in form and principle prior to the COVID pandemic, when the city of Gainesville prohibited the possession and consumption of open containers within the city through an open container ordinance. Does that cover everything, Mr. Attorney?
Mr. Mayor, I understand the intent.
Okay, thank you.
Revert the ordinance, 4-4 and related ordinances back to the state prior to
August of 20.
I think we made the change August of 21.
The initial change was in 2020.
That was the suspension, wasn't it?
There was a suspension,
Right.
yeah.
So, but the ordinance itself hadn't changed. So it'll be the version that was in place in 2019. I think the prior change was in 2016. I think we understand.
All right,
All right, so I have a motion and a second.
thank you.
Commissioner Book.
Well, I think, like Commissioner Cheston, there has been a lot of good feedback on many sides, with a lot of information that I had not even considered, and I tried to do my due diligence in studying. So the regional draw is interesting. We want to be a regional draw for many things, but one of them is not because I can drink there and I can't drink in my own community. That makes no sense at all. And then from your UF officials, hearing I guess what we call it is essentially social norming. It's you look and see what other people do and it affects your behavior. Well, that's important also, so that was good information that I had not considered. And we are considering other factors right now to deal with not just gun violence, but violence. DUI is violence. Domestic battery and interpersonal violence is a big deal in our community, and it should be because it is concerning the victims. But all these things do have a correlation with alcohol, and so this is one step amongst many. We have some other steps coming that we'll see. There's at least 3 other ordinances, 3 other tools that we have available to us that the city manager has directed a multi-department group to study that will be coming back before us, and they all deal with pieces of the problem. And this deals with a piece of the problem. I'm in favor of it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Burke. So I wish that I had written this down back in 2019 and 2020, But the roving party issue was something that we were struggling to deal with in 2019 and 2020 prior to open container. There were people calling and wondering why we weren't doing something about the hundreds of cars running up and down University Avenue and stopping and partying and dumping garbage in their yards and doing wheelies in public areas and such in 2019 and 2020 before we suspended this. And I wish that I had written down those dates, but I didn't think I needed to. There are many things here that are not in question at all, including the fact that these roving parties are a serious problem. They're also a national problem. They're happening in many areas around the country and have been since the late teens. And that is odd to me. I don't know how to work on that. But it was happening in Gainesville prior to the change of this ordinance. That is not relevant at this point because I can't tell you exactly what dates they were happening. But I did have conversations with Chief Jones about it back then. Again, nobody argues that alcohol and guns are a good thing. No matter what we do today, we're not voting, it doesn't sound like we're going to vote on changing how alcohol is acquired, simply where it's used. I wish that we had before us, if wishes were horses, right? But I wish that we had before us an entertainment district, a replicable entertainment district to work with, but we don't. I'm going to hope that we have one back soon, and I know the fall, but I don't know when. And the reason is that we're going to leave some folks in the laps here if we vote to take this away and don't have something to talk about that way. Honestly, I haven't made my mind up yet. I need to hear a little more conversation, and I hope that I can. I want to give tools, again, to GPD to work with this. It makes me sad that we can't trust people, that we're telling people we can't trust them to walk across the street with an open bottle of beer. And I think we can trust nearly everybody to do that. We can't trust a very, very, very small percentage of people to do that. So we're going to tell everybody they can't do that. And I worry when we make law like that. Because I don't think, we do it a lot. I mean, not just here, but in general. We make laws that are blanket because we're trying to, we're using a sledgehammer to hit a finishing nail. And I don't feel like that's good lawmaking. I engage in it, but I don't feel like it's good lawmaking. So I want to hear some more conversation because I haven't made my mind up yet, and I really don't like being a swing vote, but here I am yet again. So, yet again.
Mr. Mayor, at the appropriate time, I mean, I don't want to,
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
So, when this item was brought up, it's been less than a year ago, we did put a multi-departmental group together to discuss it. And it included the Office of Equity and Inclusion because at that time, the commission had had some brief conversations about an entertainment district. There was some concern about where that might be and who it would affect positively or negatively. And so Mr. Folston was very much a part of that internal departmental discussion, internal office discussion about that option. We did not conclude that that was the best option to pursue at the time because really we couldn't reach consensus about how to make it make sense across Gainesville, not just downtown. And so that discussion led us to the compromise, if you will, that we have here. If you asked Chief Scott and probably members of the police department what their preference would be outside of the group that they had to work with, independently, the police department would probably go for the full repeal. I'm just being straight up about it. But because they were a part of a group discussion where a staff recommendation, of course, ensued. They were a part of the staff recommendation. So when he stood here today and said, I think I'm paraphrasing you correctly, Chief, you all were, well, probably still are, you would advocate for a full repeal, but the recommendation from staff, which you were included as a part of, was to be supportive of the compromise. So when Commissioner Duncan Walker said she was surprised, I could appreciate that, because if you ask them independently, they would still be supportive of a full repeal. But because it was a group discussion that included all of us, and we were attempting to balance off whether we come to the commission with an entertainment district, which we have not, because we really have not worked through it appropriately. There have been a few other things that have occurred in the city of Gainesville that we've been addressing one by one, and hopefully, with some success. We just had not gotten to this. And so we had decided that we wanted to come back to the commission in the fall, not only to talk about the entertainment district with a proposed ordinance, but also the business district for the downtown area. We've had quite a few discussions with business owners downtown, probably more than they would like to, buy into, because we really have been trying to figure out how not to affect them, this whole economic development piece that does play into this, and trying to figure out in this recommendation today, what do we do to try to address everybody's needs, if you will. So, of course, a compromise on the time, based on the police department's conversation with us in these meetings, that the time would at least help them to mobilize better and address it if, in fact, something happened, as opposed to 2 o'clock and all of a sudden, everybody has now come to the downtown area to address the situation, and we have no coverage anywhere else across the city. So, yes, staff came today with a compromise. It is not the best of all recommendations, because we quite frankly didn't have the time to address the other tools that we might use, which could be a business district or an entertainment district, We just have not gotten there. So this is the best that we as staff could offer today. In light of the resolution that declares this a public health crisis and the shootings just seem to continue, if we had to review this now versus months ago when we did this, I'm not sure we would have a different recommendation. We might. But this is where we are today. And I just kind of wanted to put that on the record, because the police department is between a rock and a hard place. They are not the sheriff's office. They are not independent, so they can't come and say this is what we would like to see. If that were the case, they would probably come and say they wanted a full repeal. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate all that. I believe it is possible for us to discuss when I say replicable entertainment district, what I mean is you put rules together for how an entertainment district works that you can then put in other parts of the city, depending on if it meets the same checklist of guidelines. That's how you make it equitable. I think that's possible. Is it hard? Yeah. It's not an easy lift, but I think it's possible. We can certainly put a temporary entertainment district together while we work on a business improvement district. It doesn't have to be perfect to get done, but that's not what's before us today. That's not relevant right now. I could talk all day about this, but I'm not gonna. We have other commissioners to hear from. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. I will. I won't be supporting the asking staff to come back with full repeal. I do think that this. I said I thought the 1130 sort of pulled the rug out from under a lot of our downtown business owners. This would be, I think, a very significant change. I would encourage people to go downtown. You'll see places like Fat Tuesdays the places near the streetery are now investing in that street or in that area specifically so that they can be opened up to a central pedestrian area. Fat Tuesdays probably could not exist where it was. There's phenomenal things like the night market that How Bazaar puts on. If you guys have been down during things like that, there's great events that get put on outside of the Bull that would be completely gone after this, and it's being done without any of the community engagement that I think a lot of our commission up here tries to talk through. I am personally going through the process through our last motion of creating community meetings, sitting down with people to talk about things as difficult as what will single-family zoning look like into the future, right? So I'll be sitting in front of homeowners and talking about, hey, here's a proposal I have to change aspects of your single-family zoning. I would encourage anyone who wants to change something like this to sit with the folks that the young people that really love going to those night markets with the business owners that have spent so much time and investment into downtown and talk with them about it. To simply put a motion like this on the table in this way, I don't think is the best way to make policy, as you know, for folks that have invested a lot of time and energy into making our downtown, which is the face of our community, which is the one place in a city, in every city, that is owned by everyone. Everyone goes to downtown. Everyone knows our downtown. So I agree with you, Mayor Ward. I would like to see an entertainment district. And I don't think it has to be all of that complicated. I'll just put it out on this one, even though it's not necessarily related to this, but we have put a lot on this very long-term business improvement district, which is a big lift. It means business owners agreeing to tax themselves in order to have governance within a downtown area. I've talked to people that are along the streetery that want to have more access to that in order to put on better events. And the answer they get back is, well, the business improvement district is sort of part of that critical chain, what they call in project management, where you have to go through this before you can get to this, before you can get to that. And I worry that we keep kind of adding things to that critical chain when we could just say, well, an entertainment district, I mean, I can find you ordinances. I was going through St. Pete's ordinance for their Edge district. These are fairly replicable. They're not super complicated. All it takes is an ordinance change to apply it in a different area. It's easy enough to copy and paste and then try to make it work within our area. You just kind of have to determine what the lines are going to be. And I think we could do that without kind of lopping it into this kind of overall omnibus business downtown district. Not to, if you had anything to speak on that.
I'm simply smiling.
Okay. I thought maybe. And because I do think I prefer incremental change, trying to figure out ways if there are problems. For instance, right now we have a problem with staffing at 2:00 apparently, and with roving parties. Figure out the roving parties. And I have been frustrated in years past with sort of big swings by previous commissions that say the way we deal with this one thing is to take a big sledgehammer and do this. To use a big sledgehammer to solve the problem. This feels to me like instead of taking the scalpel approach to it, we're either going to do full sledgehammer in this direction or full sledgehammer in that direction, and this middle ground, this compromise is more just a half sledgehammer that is coming in that says, well, it'll be 11:30, which is why I don't love it. I would like to hear, Mr. Mayor, I've said what I think is a good way to deal with both those, which is to come back with that entertainment district, roll back to, I said sundown, but probably a set time like 8 p.m., and then make it so that people can, walk through their neighborhoods, as you've pointed out. But then once about sundown, around 8 p.m., you can no longer drink outside. I don't see any reason why people need to be drinking outside when the sun's down, unless they're in, a downtown or a bar or at someone's house. And then as well as allowing open container at events that are pre-approved. So, when Fest comes, that could be just like a section that they would have in there. If that's something that we wanted, we could pre-approve those events. And then people can still drink outside, but it's during the day. And Danny Hughes mentioned before that alcohol does not change in potency. There's certainly a difference in drinking than having a beer in the middle of the day versus the type of drinking that you tend to do 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night, where there tends to be more binge drinking. And I think that there is a categorical difference between those two things. And it seems safer to allow that during the day when sun's out, you can see what's going on. There's not people being rowdy outside of your house while you're trying to sleep, things like that. That is sort of, that would have been my compromise position, but I don't know kind of where you're thinking or what kind of timeline that would take in terms of staff to come forward with something like that. But that was the proposal I was putting on the floor, and I think that would solve both this problem better while still supporting our downtown business owners, and it wouldn't be a full repeal of the open container ordinance, but the things that scare people the most about it, it would solve that problem. So that's what I have.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I'm working on some horse trading while I hear this. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A full repeal is something I can't support at this point, but I wanted to comment that we've spent I think it was $1 million last year into downtown. Is that a 2022 vote? $1 million into downtown, specifically an extra $1 million out of I can't remember if it was GCRA or ARPA funds, but we've targeted money specifically, and hundreds of thousands that went to Grace Marketplace for their outreach team, just in some degree to be able to serve people and get them into services at Grace Marketplace so they aren't just perpetually homeless and potentially also perpetually homeless downtown. And so, my experience in Gainesville over 8 or 9 years is that people lamented when downtown you would roll up the sidewalks at 5 p.m. after people get out of their very middle-class jobs, and so you want something more. And I don't think that we should roll up the sidewalks at 8 p.m. after you get out of your $40 meal or your $50 meal at a handful of overpriced restaurants. Downtown should be a place that you can go to at any time. And I welcome people to come out, maybe join me in a not talk about politics, but we can talk about trivia at 7 p.m. in front of Lucy's in the Streetery, and you can go see. If we had this meeting at a 7 p.m. at the Streetery, we would have different opinions given to us about the benefit and what people like, because those are the people who use it. And so that's why when we talk about full repeal, the conversation is just, to my mind, we have given up on gun violence, and we're going to talk about the basics of drinking a beer in front of Lucy's at 7 p.m. at, playing trivia. And gun violence isn't trivial, but I'm afraid that this brings us right back to arguments trivial, because I thought we were going to be talking about, and I think we need to continue talking about the smart things we can do about gun violence. But the thing that we at least have a written ordinance that we could pass today that I don't particularly support all the full measures of, but I'm willing to meet people halfway. The Sunday thing really bothers me. I'm willing to meet people halfway. If it's that, I don't know if we can actually strike things out of an ordinance on the spot, Mr. Attorney, if I wanted to make a motion that is everything we have written, but Sundays also are like every other day of the week. Sorry, this is a question.
Mr. Mayor, I think with all things in this context, you have broad authority regarding under your police powers, regulating the possession of alcohol. The only thing I might suggest is I think that's enough of a change that we would bring it back to you on first reading again, though.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Attorney. And so just to point at the point that if we think we need to have action now, and this has been working through, I can appreciate and I can come to I can vote for something that I don't necessarily think that all parts of it will affect what we want it to affect, but I'll meet you there and go forward and see how it works and see how GPD's response is and see how if it makes their jobs easier to keep us safe all days of the week, 24/7, and I can get there, but I can't support the full repeal at this motion partially because I know I certainly, when I was asking people, person on the street, friends, colleagues, acquaintances, hey, are you ready to repeal this 100% completely? That's not what I was asking them. I was asking them very detailed and getting into this and asking them about the Sunday thing and asking them about public parking lots and seeing their perception of it and talking about gun violence and pushing back and letting people challenge me on my assumptions or presumptions. But this is not what I was asking them. So at this point, I cannot support a full repeal. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gainesville, we're almost through the budget cycle. We have limited resources. We have limited number of police officers. Gainesville is about more than managing alcohol downtown. This morning, the police department reported that property crimes were up 4,568. Who's watching out? Who's protecting the rest of Gainesville while we try to just control the alcohol? So, I agree with Commissioner Duncan Walker. This is about safety. This is about safety. This is about providing equitable services to all of our citizens. The rest of our citizens are not being protected because we're all downtown trying to manage alcohol. I urge you, I beseech you, Mr. Mayor, to join us in repealing this and going back to the original ordinance. Going back to that ordinance sends a clear message. We are boldly taking steps to address the problem in our city while we also try to advance our steps to manage the rest of the city and provide services to our citizens.
Thank you,
I
Commissioner
conclude. Thank you.
Mr. Book?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I almost didn't want to say anything because it was fairly rousing, and it was in my attempts.
You don't have to.
In remarks. No, I mean that in a good way, because at this point, I think we've been debating for, some period of time and had a lot of good community feedback. And the remarks I'm about to say are not an intent to attempt to change anybody's view on anything. I just think that they're just important. There's a good reason that peer cities and cities like us, and basically most cities in general, don't have the open container the way that we have it right now. Right? That's vetted data. It doesn't make a community safer. It doesn't make it more vibrant. It doesn't make it more welcoming. And that's why we need the opportunity to take any, I've used the term many times, any tool, but any opportunity to change things that help make our community more safe. You make it more safe, you make it more vibrant. You make it more vibrant, you make it more welcoming, but you make it more welcoming for people that want to come and enjoy our city, not necessarily commit violence or drink or come here for other reasons. So I guess my question where I lie is, by the way, I don't think this is a big swing. Big swings are what we dealt with in a couple other issues earlier in the semester, and a big swing was in 2021 when we actually took the ordinance back. But for very different reasons. So this is an opportunity to address what we know are real community issues. And I guess ultimately I lie in, does allowing open container accessibility make our community safer? And if the answer is no, then that's where I lie as my decision point. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate both Commissioner Chestnut and the Mayor Pro Tem for making that motion and seconding it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. So I'm going to challenge a little bit of what you said there, because I don't think most communities around America have made a conscious decision about this. They just never changed that part of it when they repealed some of their blue laws. I mean, it's not like they're having votes around this around most cities. So it's not like they consciously chose. They just didn't choose to change it. But that's neither here nor there. I'm going to make a couple of comments that I just need to make, and then I'm going to offer a question to you. There's a place in Alachua County that no matter what we do is going to remain open container friendly, and it directly competes with downtown. Says on the Celebration Point website, proudly, Celebration Point is open container friendly.
I thought you were going to talk about UF on Gainesville. I'm really confused here, Mr. Mayor.
No, I'm talking about what competes directly with downtown, and they brag about it. It says right here on the website. I'm not going to ask Mr. Kramer how many folks have been prosecuted for violent crimes in the middle of Celebration Point, but I bet it ain't many. Part of that is that they do all kinds of other stuff out there. If you're under 18, you can't even go to the movies at night without a parent or guardian, which I find odd, but that's beside the point. When we make absolute statements about safety, I'm going to make an analogy that data, and by the way, I love data. I just want us to use data consistently. I don't want us to cherry pick data. I'm as guilty of it as anybody else is, but it's easy to do, and it doesn't necessarily work. One thing that there is no question about data-wise is that someone who is in an automobile accident, whether they're inside the car or a pedestrian or a cyclist, who is hit at 20 miles an hour is much more likely to survive than someone who is hit at 30 or 35 or 40 or 45 miles an hour. If we had a motion to, this is an analogy, but if we had a motion up here to lower the speed limit to 20 miles an hour citywide, it wouldn't pass, because there would be huge public backlash against doing it. But it would absolutely make this city safer. It would absolutely make this city safer. More people die from cars than guns. or darn near, well, actually, that's not true anymore. The guns are the number one killer of children and teens in America. But everybody agrees that car crashes are real dangerous. They're less dangerous than 20, but we're not going to change that. And even if we put out a motion, we wouldn't vote to do it. I shouldn't have gone there, but I needed to put that out there. What I'm thinking here is procedurally, what we're talking about in this motion is asking the attorney to bring an ordinance back, which our next regular meeting is September 7th. And we've already got a couple of things on there that are pretty challenging. So I'm thinking if we could bring this back the following week and they call it a special meeting, we've already got it set up as a general policy meeting. We could make it a special meeting that day instead of a general policy meeting, September 14th.
Can we take a vote on the special meeting? I get confused.
We do it all the time, yeah.
No,
We do have a special meeting.
excuse me, there's one that you can't,
Special meeting,
a workshop, okay, I
special
got
meeting is
it.
a full meeting.
Okay, thank you,
Yes, yes.
thank
It's a
you.
meeting, but the GPC
Thank you.
can't do resolutions.
Right.
or
Okay.
ordinances.
And I would suggest that if we do that we change the name of it from general policy meeting to a special meeting. It would change nothing effectively, but it would make it entirely clear that it's possible. So bring that ordinance back on September 14th. That doesn't make a commitment to making a change today. It makes a commitment to offering the opportunity. But hear me out. Particularly if we can get back a temporary entertainment district ordinance the same day. That gives us more than a month, or about a month, for all of us to talk to whoever we want to talk to and publicly engage about both the concept of an entertainment district, at least a temporary one, and the full repeal of open container like you're talking about. I'd really like to consider those together. That would make me feel a whole lot better about it, rather than just saying, if you want to drink, you can go out to Celebration Point and it'll be fine. And don't worry about downtown. I don't want to leave downtown hanging like that.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to have to pray on that one.
But what this would do, though, is give the opportunity you wouldn't have to vote for it, but it would bring it back that day. And we
Okay.
can make choices that day.
What I would like to do, because all of our meetings are challenging, all of our agendas are challenging, I would prefer that we vote on this today. If we lose, we lose. But I would prefer that we, rather than hanging it out there, that we make a decision. And then,
All right, but your motion is to
Have
bring
him
back the
come back,
ordinance.
yeah.
Right.
have him bring it back. September 7th is 2 weeks, right? Is that 2 weeks from now?
It might be 3 weeks, but yeah.
2 or 3 weeks from now? Well, I could amend the motion, have him bring back the ordinance and the entertainment district, but that we vote to pass this today.
What do you mean to pass?
The motion, we agree on the
That motion.
motion to refer to the attorney to prepare the ordinance and bring back the entertainment district. So you can bring them back together, September 7th, but we need to vote on it today.
Is that that date possible for, it should be 3 weeks away.
I think it's certainly, you have to recognize the constraints of advertising. I think we certainly could have time to prepare an ordinance that just reverts us back to 3 years ago. That's simple enough to do and have that done and sent off to the newspaper for advertising. We would have to send it off by like midday of Monday, August 28th. That's just a week and a day from now. Entertainment district ordinance, you're talking about crafting, figuring out what your direction is, crafting it, working together with our department, with sustainable development, law enforcement as well. I'm not confident we're going to get product that you're going to be satisfied with within 1 week.
So we need to do this today.
So I don't want to make promises. I don't want to write a check that we can't cash.
Well, I'm the person that would lead the staff effort. And so I will speak for staff. We can bring something back, and I will try to make sure that it is a quality document that has had the proper research and wraparound. Whether it will be as thorough as it should be, probably not, because we need more time. Quite frankly, the time frame to actually put an item in play for September 7th, I believe that deadline has come and gone. And so we clearly would miss the deadlines for submitting to the agenda office, et cetera, but that's not new, Kristen. And so with that, let me just say, if I'm asked to work it, I'll work it. We pulled off a summit in a couple of months that, so I mean, for this, we could, but I can't guarantee that it would have the wraparound and thorough research that it would require.
Okay, well, we'll move on to the next speaker here. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. I don't see any need to rush forward with the, I mean, right now so there's a middle ground that I'm not totally satisfied with, but if we're looking at something that would at least satiate, or that would feel that GPD would at least in principle agree to, that they think would solve some of the problems, then we have that right here, right? Or I guess we'd have to go to a second reading of the ordinance. I mean, if the idea is that we just wanted to have some more time to think it through, that would be there. But I think it's very clear that if we were to advertise an ordinance that fully repeals open container, that sends a very strong message that we intend to repeal open container. And I don't think that's what we're looking at doing. We're looking at our options, what do we think is going to solve the problem, and having that discussion at a GPC meeting in a way that is not just a binary choice between full repeal, which there are people here that want to do full repeal. Then I think there's a majority here that says, well, we understand, we want to give GPD the tools to stop the issues that they are seeing while while balancing out the other needs. But what we have heard from GPD is that that the roving party issue is not what it used to be. That it seems like our previous actions to roll back it on Sunday evenings, even though Commissioner Wiltz, I hear what you're saying, that has seemed to stop that particular time when people were going out and we were dealing with a lot of those issues. We have some time to create a reasonable entertainment district, and then kind of talk through what we think would solve both of these complicated issues without sort of rushing forward at this particular moment. I mean, in order to address what I would consider sort of a hypothesis at this point, the hypothesis being that that drinking outside seems to be increasing gun violence, and more to the point, whether or not giving GPD the ability to enforce this would reduce gun violence. There's already lots of things that they can enforce. There's disorderly intoxication. There is noise ordinances on the books. There's unlawful assemblies on the books. I recognize State Attorney Kramer mentioned that some of these are harder to enforce than others, but there are things on the books. We're just understaffed, and so it is hard to enforce laws as you are understaffed. So what we do know is that it would, for lawful businesses, they are going to not be giving out drinks past a certain point. We do know that it will immediately have an effect on all the downtown businesses, and it may or may not have an impact on people drinking outside, and which may or may not have anything whatsoever to do with gun violence. And so because there is kind of these ifs, ands, or buts all stacked on top of each other, I don't see the need to rush forward with this very quickly. I would like to kind of just vote on Commissioner Chestnut's motion, and then see if we have the votes for that, and then I would prefer to move forward with something that I think would solve both of that would balance this out a little bit better than what I'm seeing before us today. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a quick question. I thought that I remembered us in a GPC meeting having a conversation where a presentation was made to us about an entertainment district with several different options.
There were some,
That was business improvement. I remember an entertainment district conversation, and I thought Morgan, and maybe, was it not Morgan? Somebody presented something.
Andrew
Was it
did, but it
business
was
improvement?
very preliminary. Yeah.
It was, if I might, it was business improvement district. It may have had some conversation with entertainment in there, but it was more around the business improvement. It was doing a downtown strategic plan discussion.
Right, okay.
Also, back in May of 22 last year, when we were talking about this same issue, we did have a very brief presentation about how that might work. So there's some of the work done.
Right. Okay, thank And you. like I said, I'm sorry if interrupting. Go ahead, Commissioner. I'm
done. I wanted to ask the question because I knew that we had at least broached the subject, and I remembered seeing some outlines and some, because that's where the equity conversation came from, et cetera. So, yeah.
Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Most respectfully, colleagues, I would like for us to vote on this today, because then it will tell us where we need to move forward. Mr. Mayor, you are the swing vote, my dear.
I'm trying to get you to help me to vote for your motion. Yeah.
Let's see. All right, give me your proposition again.
So I would like to give a little bit extra time, one extra week to staff to be able to get a better entertainment district ordinance back to us. And and that would give them an extra week rather than squeezing them too hard to do it in 3 weeks. It also has us do this not on the same night or the same day and night that we're trying to do the first vote on the budget, which will be a stressful day in its own right. So it just gives us a little bit more room. What I can vote for your motion, but I would really like to also I would like it to be to come back on the 14th, and I would like it to be, to come back with, not as part of the same package, but the same day as an entertainment district vote.
Okay, not in the same package.
Not in the same package, a separate vote, but
And you're
the
going to
same
vote with
day.
me today. You're going to vote with me now.
I'm with you if we can do that.
Okay. We'll do it. All right, let's go.
Okay, all right. So the difference then becomes that we'll have, that we'll do it on 14th, right?
He's going to return, let me be sure, I
Yes.
understand. The attorney is going to return with the ordinance. That's one.
From her motion, initial motion.
Repealing.
He can get for first reading you want it on the special meeting on September 14th.
Yes.
We can certainly get that drafted and sent off for advertising. That deadline would be about August 28th. The question I have, though, is this concurrent entertainment district ordinance you're talking about. I don't know what that means. I don't know if any work has been done, and maybe Mr. Edelton knows. Do you know if they've done work between your department and our department to begin the rudiments of a entertainment district ordinance? Because I have no idea what that means to each and every one of you.
Two separate things.
Mr. Edelton can respond. I'm not aware of any substantive work. Mr. Folston, are you? Because you've been a part of some of our meetings and discussions. And Mr. Mayor, I'm not directing that.
Okay.
You might want to ask Mr. Folston. I'm not aware of any of that work.
So I know that we had some presentation on this. I remember it, I won't say vividly, but I remember it.
I will check with staff. I will
Okay.
check to see what we have available. And if the basis is there, I mean, I'll do what we
That
need
we
to
will
do.
do if we could say that we will do our best to have an entertainment district motion back the same day.
The same day.
Yes,
Okay.
which would be the 14th.
Right, the ordinance, and then, okay, all right.
Okay, all right. So, Madam Clerk, you understand the changes to the motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right, any other commissioners on that? And this gives us lots of time, gives us a month. I see Commissioner Sacco's hand is up. This gives us a month nearly to talk with the community, anybody with any opinions on it and the onus is on us to get out there and do that. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just hoping, could we, in one go, repeat the motion? Because there was a lot of back and forth.
Sure. And tell me if I got this wrong. The motion is to bring back an ordinance directs the attorney to bring back an ordinance to return our open container stance to where it was in July of 2021. And on September 14th, and for staff to do the best they can to bring back an ordinance the same day to create an entertainment district.
That rather than voting on staff's recommendation today.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Eastman.
Mr. Mayor, you said previously that that another part of this is that you don't see why it would be possible for you to why it should be legal for you to drink on your porch, but then you can't walk outside and be able to have a drink, which would also be covered if you did a full repeal of this. Is it now your intention that you would like to that you think that it should be illegal for people to drink in there,
I am not happy at all with myself for getting to that point, but yes, because I do want to give a tool to the police. Now they were going to give a tool to the police otherwise today.
Do the police think that it would be okay if people were allowed to drink it at noon or before, like at 6, 7? I mean, it seems like this is nighttime drinking is the real issue that we have here. That was what my counter proposal was that nighttime drinking is the issue. Let's focus on nighttime drinking. If we have to continue to roll back from there, that try to address it at the exact time that it's there. Because I agree, I see people drinking around Duck Pond. They have their lighter beer that are out there, 1 or 2 o'clock, and it seems like they're not causing too many problems.
I hear you and I agree with you, and I wish that I were in a different place.
Yeah.
I'm not feeling good about supporting a full repeal at all, but we have a problem on our hands, and I am told that this will help fix that problem.
I just want
So
to.
that's I fully own the inconsistencies in my own vote here.
I was just wondering if staff may want to come back with something that would be a middle ground between a 2:30 p.m. Repeal and a full repeal, if there would be stomach for that at just a middle day, like around sundown, around maybe 5 or 6 or somewhere in there, somewhere in between.
I think we're just moving deck chairs at that point. I would like to not have an open container ordinance. That's where I would like to be at all, because I want to trust people to act like grown people. But I don't think that's where we are right now. It's not where I am right now. I don't like the inconsistencies in my own vote here.
I'm not trying to get on you about that. I'm just trying to find out where, because that was it.
I appreciate you looking for compromise. I love looking for compromise, but I think I got the compromise that I can get and actually give some tools to the police today. So, Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just, I think similar to Commissioner Eastman, I'm trying to kind of understand this complete picture. So today should have been a first reading, correct? If we had moved at staff's recommendation?
It could have been first reading today if we had voted staff recommendation, yes.
Okay, so thank you. So to that, I would strongly recommend that we still move forward with that potential first reading, and only because it is a step in the direction I think everybody here wants to go anyway, one way or another. Like, how far in that direction is the sliding scale? And there's no guarantee that staff will have a lift as heavy as an entertainment district as an ordinance ready for the 24th, which is still within budget season.
14.
I don't care if we plan to vote earlier than that. There is no guarantee we will have it ready. And there's no guarantee staff will have it ready while trying to finish up the budget.
I have confidence in staff.
Staff could probably cure cancer if we work them hard enough, I'm sure, but I don't want to work them that hard. I don't want our staff overworked on something when that same staff, and I'm assuming it's going to come out of the Sustainable Development Department, already has multiple heavy lifts that they are bringing to us at that same time. They still have inclusionary zoning. They, I believe, are still working with Commissioner Eastman on some of his proposals. They're still working on their regular day-to-day applications. I don't want to put a hard deadline on something that we probably want done right. I'm going to assume we want an entertainment district done right, and I don't want to rush that. I'm I'm going to vote against the motion on the floor just because I don't think the first part is necessary and the second part feels rushed. And I'm not going to crack a whip over staff to finish something already while they're working already 115% to finish another dozen demands from us. I think if we want to explore the entertainment district component, I've said it before, I'm fully in favor of that, but I want it done right. And in the meantime, we give relief to GPD and we give some scale back in the open container provision, because what we are doing today is functionally nothing until the end of next month, where we maybe have a way to address the issue. That I think when we opened this item, Mr. Mayor, you said you didn't want us to be right where we were the last time we talked about it, which was doing nothing. And if this vote passes, we will be functionally where we were. Well, we'll come back to it with some information later. That is exactly where we were in the last vote. Votes passing or failing, that is functionally where we were at the last vote. And still nothing changes on the ground. I'm willing to do a scale back today. Some of our local businesses have talked to staff and said they're willing to accept that scale back. GPD could use any relief they can get. We give them the scale back. But just saying, we'll see if in about 6 weeks we have anything going. If staff is ready, that to me is not the right answer. So I'm going to vote against this. And pass or fail, I would like to put on the floor that a motion to accept staff's recommendation today as a first reading. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco. You make excellent points, and I do not disagree with them at all. But I do feel like this is moving something forward, and I am leaning heavily on the idea of the entertainment district to be something that we can work with and that will help us solve a problem. Okay, I see no further lights, and this is a voice vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
I do think it is a roll call.
It's not, because all we're doing is directing staff to bring back.
That's we moved away from it. I'm
Right,
sorry.
right,
Thank
yeah,
you.
right.
Sorry.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
So that passes 4-3 with Willits, Eastman, and Sacco in dissent. You're welcome. Thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move staff's recommendation as a first reading.
Second.
Okay, is there any public comment on that?
I have nothing.
Okay, that is a roll call vote.
Yes. Commissioner Eastman.
Nay.
Commissioner Willits.
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut.
Nay.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Nay.
Commissioner Book. Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Nay. That fails 2-5 with Willits and Sacco in the affirmative. All right, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Sacco, is that you again, or you good? Okay, I just have my lights all messed up.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry.
Yes.
But yeah, I don't want to prolong the discussion any, believe me. But,
Oh, I think you do.
well, I don't know what to bring back to you for the entertainment district. I mean, I don't know what that is. I don't know what the geographic boundaries are, the allowable uses, the times of uses, whether there's any zoning considerations, whether or not, who's able to benefit from the district. Is it just people who have abutting properties or anybody else? Anything about liability issues regarding uses there? I mean, I'm just trying to rattle off the top of my head, just there's an abundance. Entertainment district is not a term of art just unto itself. If there's someone's entertainment district you want us to mimic and bring back to you, like in Miami or something, then we could try to do that. But other than that, we're not going to be successful in bringing you something that.
So I'm going to agenda this for next week to bring clarity to that, and we'll do the best we can to get it done. And if staff outside your department can work on that in the meantime, I think we have a pretty good idea of what the idea is, and I'll go back and dig through meeting minutes and find the presentation.
Mr. Mayor, it is
We
staff's
have it.
responsibility to try to scope out the confines of what we're dealing with. That's what we're supposed to do, so that's what we'll be doing.
All right,
We'll
thank
work
you.
with them.
All right, thank you.
Mayor, Commissioners, Dreyfus,
Yes.
and Director for the Office of Equity and Inclusion. One of the things that maybe people may be recalling about the topic, we discussed it in a previous meeting very briefly. That's why people kind of vaguely remember it. Also, some of you may have seen it because in 2018, I believe there was a report that the policy team did in fact do that did not come with a presentation on entertainment districts. So some of you may be remembering that report as well if you've ever seen it. But there was a brief conversation in a previous commission meeting about entertainment districts prior to. To go to the manager's point, which my point is different from the attorneys, whatever you guys need us to do, we're prepared to go back and review whatever we need to review to make it happen, to get it back in that time frame.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, if you go ahead and read this next thing into the minutes, I'm going to let you have it from over here.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. 2023-528, text change amendment to nonconforming lot requirements. This ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending Section 30-4.17 and Section 30-10.3 of the Land Development Code, Chapter 30 of the City of Gainesville Code of Ordinances regarding dimensional standards in the residential single-family 4 zoning district and requirements for nonconforming lots, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, the mayor stepped out for a few moments, and it looks like we have staff to give us a presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Juan Castillo. I'm a planner with the Department of Sustainable Development. And the item before you at this moment is a request for a private initiated request for a text amendment to RSF4 zoning districts setbacks. That includes the front setback and the side setbacks, as well as an amendment to the text for non-conforming standard lot requirements. So the item before you today will be presented in 3 sessions or 3 sections. The first section will be discussing the reduction of side setbacks on RSF4 zoning districts. The second section will be discussing the amendment to the front setback in order to allow for porches and stoops to encroach on that setback. And then the third section, we will be discussing the non-conforming substandard lot requirements for the determination of conforming lots. So entering into our first section, we are now looking at that recommendation for side setbacks amendment within the RSF4 zoning district. Currently, the side setbacks in RSF4 are 7.5 feet. So 7.5 feet on the sides. That includes sides that are adjacent to streets and also sides that are internally adjacent to other properties. The recommendation or the proposal, today is to bring that setback from 7.5 to 5 feet. And the idea behind this is that this will allow for some flexibility for developments, for single family house developments, specifically in smaller lots that may pose further restrictions on the ability of housing to be developed. And we'll talk more about those smaller lots here in a minute. But as of this moment, the recommendation and the proposal is to bring side setbacks from 7.5 feet to 5 feet. Just to give you a picture, yellow does not show good in this projector, but to give you a picture of the impact of this amendment in comparison to our city, you will notice that these yellow dots right here are RSF4 zoning districts. There are 794 parcels within the city that are zoned for RSF4. This shows that these parcels are relatively scattered throughout the city. Also, there are no major concentrations or clusters of this zoning within the city of Gainesville. staff does not perceive any negative or significant impacts of this amendment from the RSF4 zoning districts, either with properties within the RSF4 districts, as far as a property having a 5-foot setback from other developments that have previously had 7.5 setbacks, or from the surrounding properties within the relatively small clusters of RSF4 for the proposal that is before you. So now entering into our second section of the proposal, which is the encroachment of front porches or stoops within the front setback of RSF4s. This is pertaining to this small section right here within our code. And currently within our land development code, there is another zoning district that does allow this, and that is RC. As you can see here, that number right there, number 5, pertains to that language on the very bottom of the graph. And that language, I don't know if you can see it from there, but in essence it says attached stoops or porches meeting the standards of current sections in our code are permitted to encroach upon the front setback up to 5 feet. So the proposal is to bring that that allowance over to RSF4 as well. And similarly, this would allow for some flexibility in development, primarily in smaller lots where it might be restrictive to provide a front porch. With this allowance, we can provide a front porch for smaller lots for housing being proposed there that can encroach up to 5 feet. So it gives them more allowances in that area. So now we enter into our third section, which is the amendment to the non-conforming lot section of our code. And in this section, we're going to park a little bit because there's a lot to unpack here. I'm going to put this down for a second. So there is a section in our code that in essence looks at legally non-conforming lots and provides direction and criteria to allow for legally non-conforming lots to be considered conforming. Now, a legally non-conforming lot refers to a lot that at one point was conforming, and then something happened, whether it be a code change or some type of rezoning administratively, and now, due to that city's action, whether it be that code change or that rezoning of the property, it is now considered a non-conforming lot. So at one point, it was considered conforming, something changed within the city by no fault of their own, and now it's considered a non-conforming lot. If at one point it was conforming, and now it's non-conforming, we consider that a legally non-conforming lot. I hope I didn't lose you there. But this section of our code says that if this legally non-conforming lot can meet these criteria, then we will look at this legally non-conforming lot as a conforming lot. So, basically we'll be reverting back to as if all of this never happened, and we'll consider this a conforming lot, and it will have the options to develop just as any other lot would. So, to kind of go through this section, there are, as I mentioned, certain criteria that they have to meet in order to be considered conforming. The first criteria is that the lot cannot be considered a substandard lot. And I will explain what that is here in just a few minutes, or hopefully sooner than that. The second criteria is that the lot is located within 500 feet of 2 other lots that are are developed with a principal structure and share a substantially similar degree of the same nonconformity. So in essence, the lot must be within 500 feet of non-vacant lots. And then they have to share a similar degree of nonconformity, whether it be the area, the size of the lot, or the dimensions of the lot. And I'm going to skip through this for the sake of time, but I did want to park on the substandard lot. So Florida State defines a substandard lot based on these criteria. In order for it to be a substandard lot, first it has to be a non-conforming lot. And then if it meets any of these criteria, then we would consider this non-conforming lot a substandard lot. You can see the criteria here, but really quickly, if the lot is 5,000 square feet or less in a district where the size requirement is at least 5,000 square feet, that is considered a substandard lot. Second to that, if the property, or excuse me, the zoning district requires less than 5,000 feet, say ours at 4, which requires 4,300 feet, then that the size of the lot cannot be less than 80% of the required minimum size of a lot within that district. So looking at RSF4 zoning, you're looking at a lot size that's roughly about 3,440 square feet. If the lot is less than that, then it's considered a substandard lot, just as an example. And then lastly, lot width or depth cannot be less than 50% of the minimum requirements for that within that zoning district. So again, if that size is less than 50%, it's considered a substandard lot. Now, kind of going back to, oops, not that one, went the wrong way. So kind of going back to this slide here, the proposal is to eliminate that not a substandard lot requirement from the non-conforming lot section in order to allow for lots that are considered currently substandard to have an easier time of development, or just provide flexibility for development. So if this is removed, the non-conforming lot would have to meet this location requirement still, but would not be required to meet the substandard lot requirement. Now, this is important if you can think about this, because currently a legally non-conforming lot can still develop. So you can still put a house within a legally non-conforming lot. However, within the city of Gainesville, any lot that is considered a non-conforming lot is encouraged to become conforming. When you're looking at a legally non-conforming lot, the way we promote a conformance within these lots is if this legally non-conforming lot, and just follow me here for a second, but you have a legally non-conforming lot over here. You have a lot that is conforming, they're adjacent to each other, and they're owned by the same person. If these two lots are owned by the same person, and that person wants to develop this legally non-conforming lot, they would have to join the two properties in order for this legally non-conforming lot, in essence, to become conforming as part of a larger property. At that point, this person can develop one house on this larger property. If this legally non-conforming lot now has an option to become conforming, then it will get treated as a regular lot. So now instead of a larger property, you have two independent properties, one smaller, one larger, where you can still develop a house on each property. So instead of one house with a larger property, you have two houses that are standing within each developable lot. Now, you will have, as I mentioned, one property that is smaller in size and will further restrict the development of a house. So the result will probably be a smaller lot size, or excuse me, a smaller house compared to a conforming lot that will allow for a larger house. However, these two lots will now have the ability to develop independently. And again, I'm going to pass through all that. Now, this proposal does meet our comprehensive plan in several areas, but right here I'm giving you two examples. The first example speaks to the non-conforming lot text amendment as well as the side setback amendment, in that it will provide the opportunity for a diversification of single-family homes available, as well as providing a set of smaller homes that could appeal to a wider range of economic levels within our city. Again, by providing these amendments to our code, we do provide the ability for smaller houses to be built, which again provides a diversity of housing types, and smaller houses in theory will be more affordable for people within our city. They will also provide the ability for infill development, which is also part of our comprehensive plan leading or objectives, from properties that are currently vacant that have found it difficult to develop due to these restrictions. The other portion speaks to the front porch encroachment. Our comprehensive plan, I need water. Our comprehensive plan, in essence, encourages us to create, develop houses that put eye on the streets. Here is referencing windows and doors, but the heart, if you will, or the spirit of the policy is to create opportunities where there's a connection between property owners and the neighborhood in which the property owner resides, so that they can look at the street and see their neighbors passing by and just have that same connection where the neighborhood sees the property owner and the property owner sees the neighborhood, and have that buy-in. A porch would facilitate this connection between the neighborhood and the property owner by allowing people to go outside, sit, enjoy, recreate, whatever it may be, but they're outside and they're creating that presence and that connection. So I talked through a lot of things, but I want to go ahead and kind of wrap this up with a few takeaways. The first one is the proposal before you will not increase the density in RSF4. Currently, that density is at 8 dwelling units per acre. This proposal will leave it at 8 units per acre. It will not increase that density. The second portion is it will not amend the uses in RSF4. So currently, RSF4 is a predominantly single-family zone. This proposal is not going to amend that or change that in any way. This will not affect existing development negatively, and any existing development will remain conforming. So if a house again is developed with a 5-foot setback, there's an existing house that was developed with a 7.5-foot setback. It's not, it's not expected for.
When you say will not affect existing development negatively, what you mean is from a legal perspective. That's not a value judgment. It's a legal judgment.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. The other portion is this will, of course, allow more flexibility within the single-family home of RSF4 to develop either non-conforming lots, which will now become conforming, as well as any vacant lot that will now have the option to potentially develop, depending on what's making that vacant lot vacant. So it's a restriction based on previous codes as far as the size restrictions and whether it's considered a non-conforming substandard lot. With this, the removal of this now non-conforming substandard lot will have more options to develop because that restriction will no longer be there. This will also bring more existing, as I mentioned, non-conforming lots into compliance. This will help facilitate the development of currently vacant lots and add them to our tax base. And just two things to consider is that the RSF4 setback proposal will apply to every single RSF4 zoning district, or any parcels that are within the RSF4 zoning districts. And also, the non-conforming language will be applicable to all properties within the city of Gainesville. So if a parcel that is RSF1 is considered a substandard lot, then that parcel would have the option to become conforming and therefore develop into a single-family home as well. So this would apply again to all of the properties within Gainesville, but the RSF4 setbacks will only apply to the RSF4 properties within our city. It's a lot to talk without water, but on May 25th of 2023, this came before our city plan board, and they recommended approval. Staff is also recommending approval with this proposal before you. And with that, I say thank you. Thank you for listening to my presentation, and I'm here and available for any questions you may have.
Commissioner Chestnut, you had a question?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the applicant has, I believe, 16 lots. Has 16 lots that he would like to, I guess, bring into conformity. Now, if we if we approve this for Mr. Coffey, we're also approving 794 other lots in the city?
So the effects that we are referring to with this presentation, again, it's the decrease in setback limitations. So yes, that would apply to all RSF4 zoning district, or excuse me, all RSF4 properties within the city. The non-conforming lot amendment will apply to non-conforming parcels. So that applies to all parcels in the city, whether they're in RSF1, RSF2, RSF3, RSF4, or any other zoning. I mean, it's not applicable to just residential. It can be applicable to commercial, industrial, whatever lot is considered non-conforming substandard is eligible for this.
So it goes beyond single family?
If it's considered substandard, yes.
Okay. However, if we had a variance, we could just approve for Mr. Coffey, correct?
That if the applicant were to go through a variance process and that variance approved, then they would be able to develop the property in like manner.
Well, I'm just a bit concerned because this goes beyond single family. So if it's 794 parcels across the city, I don't know.
So just to clarify, the 794 parcels is the parcels that are designated as RSF4, which the setback modification that's being proposed will apply to. Just those 794,
Okay.
not the RSF1, RSF2, RSF3, and other parcels.
Okay.
So just
Okay. All right. I'm confused enough, so I'll stop.
Thank you, Commissioner. So if I might try to jump in there, and we'll hear a couple lights, and then I assume you all want to make a presentation too? Is that, okay. All right. Tell me if I'm wrong here. There are a couple of different things at work. There's, over here is the setbacks.
Correct.
And only RSF4.
correct.
And over here, you have cleaning up non-conforming lots, non-conforming substandard lots.
Correct.
Which is essentially a code cleanup that exists everywhere.
Correct.
So they're really two different things, but one of those things is essentially a code cleanup.
Essentially, that's correct.
And the other is a substantive change. Regardless of what we think of it, it's a substantive change only in RSF4. So is that, okay.
That's
All right.
correct.
So Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you for that clarity, because I was about to make that same point, is that I kind of want to separate these two things out. One about the, so the side setbacks that the applicant is requesting is 5-foot side setbacks. Do you know off the top of your head, the county has also residential single family. Do we know what how does this compare to, say, county setbacks?
I don't have.
Sort of a trick question. It's 5 feet for residential single family. I wrote it down. So essentially, we're adopting, as a leading question, we're adopting the same side setbacks for, I think, less than 1 acre of residential for residential single family. I don't know if either the county does, from what I can tell on their website, does this very slightly differently than we do. But from what I can tell, it is about existing lots, but any lot that is less than 1 acre is a 5-foot setback. So we'd essentially be adopting their same setback requirements, which seems to be perfectly fine. No one seems to be too upset about that within the county. And then the other is this front porch change, which I love. This front, I think this should be across all of the residential single-family zoning districts. Essentially, if you walk through residential conservation, like in Pleasant Street, you'll notice how a lot of the homes have front porches that go a little bit closer in. That's because this allows you still have to have that setback, but then you can also build a porch that goes 5 feet up from the house, which incentivizes people to say, well, maybe I'll build a front porch because I can use a little bit more of the usable space. So what you get is these really beautiful front porches in residential conservation that it's not allowed in any of the residential single family, correct? I think it's a great code, and so I'm glad to see it applied in resident RSF4, because I think we should have more of those, really, if people want them, of course. If a builder chooses to put that on there, we should incentivize them to do that and not take away from the usable space of their internal side of their house. So I think that's great. on the pre-existing, on allowing, these are for pre-existing lots essentially, right? Because right now, if I come to you and I say, I want to do a lot here, I have to go by what the zoning states if I'm doing a lot split or a lot change, correct?
That's correct.
And so a lot of these are going to be, I'd imagine, old historic lots that may have been prior to when we even had zoning, things like that.
Right. You're referring to them, not.
The second part, the building on the non-conforming.
The
lot
substandard
section. The
non-conforming.
substandard, yeah.
Sorry, I could not resist nerding out here for just a second for the planning. You're right. Yes, and to the mayor's point about code cleanup, really, it's also from a planning perspective a map cleanup. And so, at best, we have, like we spoke about tonight, substandard lots, non-conforming lots, and then of course regular lots. So, at best, the addition of these substandard lots was really a way to try to make these small little parcels that were created in decades past, before we really even had planning, conform to what professional planners think they should look like. So really it was, these rectangles are out of shape, we want them to be better rectangles. And really that's it, at best. At worst, they can and have been used in some jurisdictions to specifically limit buildable lots in disenfranchised areas. And I cannot speak to whether or not that was actually done in Gainesville or not without going and doing that research, but it is historically true in the planning profession that some of this language has been used to continue to disenfranchise areas.
Well, it's a good point about the whether or not whether you can find clear intent. Someone said, I want to disenfranchise people. I mean, what you'll see is in a lot of, in the Pleasant Street neighborhood, you'll have much more interesting lot structures because people would buy a plot there and they would put up a home, and then much more interesting than you might see in the back of Duck Pond, for instance, was a wealthier part that was also built prior to the 58 zoning. So you'll see much more standardized, but in more working class neighborhoods, not just black neighborhoods, but white neighborhoods as well, you're going to find a lot more kind of interesting lots, which are now completely unbuildable. Or if something were to happen to the home, could you rebuild on those on those substandard lots, or would it have to be brought into conforming at that point?
Yes, if there's an existing structure on there, there are provisions in our code that speak to whether or not you would be able to build it, rebuild it, if there was damage, things like that.
So if something was completely wiped out, you might still be able to build on a substandard lot. Okay, so it wouldn't necessarily impact that, but it could impact. What if you're trying to do an addition to your house on a smaller lot like that? If you that was done far prior to zoning, I mean, would you be able to put an accessory dwelling unit or expand out the house a little bit, something like that?
The short answer is no. It would have to fall within the current setbacks and rules and restrictions.
But you could do it on that lot. It wouldn't have to come back into compliance, but you would have to follow the current setbacks, essentially.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so this won't necessarily impact if someone is currently living on a substandard lot, they still have all the rights and privileges of someone who's living on a slightly larger lot that would be right next door. Is that fair to say?
I'm probably getting too far into the legal interpretation here, but yes, if there is someone that is built living on their property, they can enjoy the way that they're living on that property as long as it is, conforming to the existing.
But I'm saying if you wanted to make any changes, like people try to make alterations to their home all the time, things like that, that would still allowable. That this would not change that impact at all. Someone would come to you and say, "Oh, you're on a substandard lot. I know that you want to expand out your house a bit, but you can't do any of that because you're on a substandard lot." That wouldn't be affected by this.
It really is a case-by-case basis at that point.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all the questions I have for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My comments are just question-based so I can understand. Also, I had read the research, and I appreciate Mr. Mayor and Commissioner Eastman because you've already provided some clarity. It's kind of helping me get there. On the, can you go back to the slide that's policy 126 with the front facades? I just have 3 questions as I'm kind of moving through. The city should encourage or require buildings to put eyes on the street with front facade windows and doors. Isn't that all homes? Isn't that all homes now? And it's not a trick question. I really was just trying to figure, that's what we have in existence right now. How has that changed as it relates to what we're talking about?
So, yes, this would be all homes, but the orientation of the homes, you want to make sure that that's facing the streets as opposed to somewhere else. In essence, we're saying is that here the reference is to windows and doors, but the spirit of the code is to provide visibility towards the street. So a front porch would, in essence, create that visibility or help enforce that visibility by creating a space where people can come out and enjoy any kind of activities. It'll promote them to come out further and just look at the street, and likewise the neighborhood will look at the property owner and just have that connection.
Yeah, so virtually almost every home that's built right now, unless we were talking about like a cottage type of thing that might face an interior or a thing, is actually built in this way. I'm actually kind of looking at my colleagues that have a little better understanding.
Sorry, I don't mean to jump. I think what they're saying, they're using this as to say that this does fit within our comprehensive plan because this would put more eyes on the street. You would now, people, when they have a front porch, they're more likely to sit on it, which means that there is more, they're looking out on the street, which means that they might be more willing to, they might know their neighbors a bit better. They might see issues that are going on within their neighborhood. So it would require, I guess, yes, front facade windows and doors on there, but I think that the spirit of this, of allowing a front porch is similar to what they're saying with the
My guess, Commissioner Book, is that this was probably written in response to a couple of decades of creative building that we find in a few neighborhoods around town. That was a trend for a while where it was really hard to figure out where the front door was. And there are neighborhoods that I've canvassed more times than I care to think about, where I was trying to figure out which door do I knock on, for goodness sake? How do I get there? So that was probably written in response to that.
What do we mean by map cleanup? I just don't understand the term, that's all. So this is a map cleanup? So
there are certain properties within the city that are designated for lack of better terminology as either non-conforming, vacant substandard lots, where they have difficulties being developed because of this designation. And what this would do is A, bring some of these properties into conforming status, and then B, allow for a lot of these properties that are considered or that are vacant and have had a difficulty in developing due to some of this language. That language will be eliminated so that these properties are now able to develop.
Okay, thank you. Last one is just, so since we're talking about, obviously we're talking about an applicant, talking about a set amount of concrete amount of lots with hundreds more lots that are kind of dotted around the city based on your map. Is there any, for this type of change, have we done any notification to those impacted around those particular other potentially non-conforming areas to get feedback? I'm really asking about the process there.
Excuse me. So we haven't done any notification around properties that are non-conforming. So one of the limitations that we have, and part of the reason why this is also difficult, there are a lot of, or different, how should I explain this? There are different things that can make a property non-conforming. So if we were, as a city, look at our GIS map and try to figure out which properties are non-conforming based on a whole set of variables, that would be really difficult for us to do because those variables can be significant. And it will also, I'm not saying it's impossible, but it would require an extensive amount of resources in order for us to extrapolate that type of data. Furthermore, notification at that level would be much larger than what we're normally used to. So it will also incur a significant amount of resources and funds in order to do. And lastly, there is language that in essence states that if the proposal impacts a certain, and I forget the percentage, but it impacts a certain percentage of the city, that you're not required to submit that type of notification.
Yeah, thank you. I'm certain there are probably thresholds, like you said, that are impacted, but because these are dotted all around in various areas, we may not reach that threshold in those particular areas. It sounds like just even doing the map was a substantial undertaking, so I appreciate that very much, Mr. Castillo, and I appreciate the plan board kind of digging in. And also, those are just the questions I had, so I'm trying to make sure I understand the issue. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Willetts, and keeping in mind, everybody, that we do have a presentation from the applicant as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Castillo, I'm glad this has the sections from the comp plan, because this is the big 35,000-foot view, and it expresses a lot of our values and overall goals, and then from there, we pass ordinances and programs and regulations and policies to enact our comprehensive plan. And this is an example where the front facade and windows, it doesn't say porches, but if the idea of eyes on the street, you're even better if there's not a piece of glass in between you and the street. And I think that's just that at some point when this was written, and I would be 100% willing to propose that in our update. Fine, if we have to stick it in there to make it clear on that portion, because I think Mr. Mayor is right that this is in response to a very particular type of thing that was happening. I can think of mid-century modern homes where they have only clerestory windows across the top, so you can't see. They're all along the top edge of the great light. It's beautiful light. It makes for beautiful lighting inside. You can't look out it. You cannot see your front, and you can't see in. But I thank you for putting these up here and also reminding us that Gainesville's core policy comp plan says that they're not just as there should be a diversity of housing types, rent spread out across the city, but neighborhoods themselves should contain a diversity of housing types to enable citizens from a wide range of economic levels and age groups to live within its boundaries. Thank you for putting up there, because sometimes I think I'm crazy when I go, wait, I remember reading that in our comp plan, but I don't bring it out for us. So thank you for that. The idea that where do flag lots fit in this? Do we have any flag lots that are in that kind of substandard or non-conforming?
What's the term?
A flag lot is where you have a little bit of strip on the street, and then it goes back, like I think a driveway, in the back of the piece of around a property, there's the chunk. That's the flag. The flagpole and the flag.
I mean, it literally looks like a flag.
It looks like a
pole. So that's kind of one of those things. I'm not. I don't particularly remember a flag lot being substandard. I'm not saying that they're not entirely out there, but okay. I haven't seen one.
So yes, as Juan was saying, the flag lots that we do have, whether they're substandard or not, there are probably some out there, but that would take going piece by piece. For the flag lots themselves, we had for years where that, in effect, was not allowed. So we have had over years now where those flag lots that still remain are really sort of outliers, and most of those would be more non-conforming than the substandard. Now, today, we don't really have flag lots where we separate out those parcels, but we are looking at policies, and this relates to our conversation about new subdivision plans and policies for how can we use that space in the back of large lots for more housing, but not with all of the issues that come with having the flag lots.
Okay, and I wanted to understand partially about subdivision, when we split subdivisions or PDs, that it is a strategy, but in some places they have a lot of these old flag lots because that's how people used to split land. That's your home, and when your kid needed a home, you split off in the back. Perhaps more in rural areas where the lots are larger, and you go ahead and create these. So I just wanted to kind of understand what some potential forms of non-conforming lots are. And I've seen if you pull up a map, you can see lots that are very strange. You don't quite understand. It's because people in the past did far crazier things, splitting up their land to attempt to do something, spread it amongst children, and it's just a different world now. We do things slightly differently. So thank you for that. And so that's the non-conforming side, and then I want to switch and ask about the RSF4 proposal. There is a big chunk that was out there in far southwest Gainesville that is RS4. It looks like it's perhaps the northern portion of Findlay Woods. And I mentioned that because I remember walking in Findlay Woods, and a bunch of those houses, it's a PD, but a bunch of the houses are like 5 feet away from their neighbors. And some of them less than 20 feet from the street, I believe. And so, yeah, there's a chunk out there in far southwest Gainesville. On this map, obviously it says Arredondo, but I think that's where I'm thinking about. Pretty close. It's real close to Finley Woods.
This is Oaks Preserve,
Oh, that's the Oaks.
but it is right
Just
next
out of
to
the- right.
Finley Woods.
And I just thought of that because also some of Finley Woods as a PD, a bunch of those homes are just basically probably 5 feet, less than 7.5 feet away from their neighbors. So I just wanted to kind of see that chunk. So it does kind of exist all over.
And this
and
one,
what? Yeah.
sorry to interrupt it, if it matters for what you're thinking, this one is brand new and
Right.
is under construction. So
Right.
it is one of our newer neighborhoods.
Okay.
But it's very positive.
It does look a thumbs up. I do have a question because there have been references to the term variance given. Can someone describe what kind of literal cost there are to requesting variances on an individual property? And then what do we know about the other impacts of the variance process on people who want to develop, probably a modest home in this case on some of these lots?
Not sure about the fee specifically, but one of the most important things for the variance, of course, is there are specific criteria that have to be met in order to even really request a variance. And one of the ones is that it cannot be self-caused. And in some cases for these lots where it's vacant, and then if there is a proposal to build something there has been arguments or have been arguments in the past where that act of building is self-caused. And so it's been problematic to go through the variance process in that case. So it really creates a large uncertainty for being able to develop your property.
And
Something to add really quickly to that, if I may, is that the property that's being considered for variance has to have a very unique aspect of it that is not shared with other properties in order for the variance to be considered. And in a situation where, excuse me, a side setback variance would be determined, it would have to be something that would say, all right, a side setback reduction here makes sense as opposed to other properties. Does that make sense?
though in the end, is there not some subjectivity to saying what truly makes this worthy of a variance?
Yes.
Or even to start the process, then obviously the granting of the variance.
Right, there is definitely some.
And who is in the end the decision maker on the variance?
Sorry.
You got it.
The Development Review Board.
Development Review. So what I'm going to say is, I know we had some presentation. I don't like the idea of just driving this all to variance, because if you want to talk about, I use the term spot zoning. I've been told that is incorrect. The average person, that's what it means to them, is that spot by spot by spot, which I understand there are extenuating circumstances and we do things, that a really great project on a piece of land that no one ever envisioned, but it's 30 years, 50 years later, now we're going to do something, but we change it. So I don't like the idea of variances for 800 pieces of property. I like the idea of setting a rule and then letting people go. And the nightmare of imagining people who get opposition through the process because of who they are, and that just being the only reason that that the community will stand up just because of who someone is, and that terrifies me, because I know that's how development worked in the past. Individual people, individual families, individual properties, what they wanted to do got stopped, and whole laws changed about who they were, and so that I don't like that idea, and that kind of change, for better or worse, I like the idea of we change it and we set a rule, and yeah, so that's where I lean on towards that. But I'm interested to hear a little bit more about from the parties who are requesting this, to hear a little more. I'm sure they'll give us a little more examples so we can kind of envision what they're talking about. Thank you, Mr. Castillo, Mr. Edelton. Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I don't have
You're
it. I
good.
was doing that to answer Commissioner Cook's question.
Great. All right, so let's hear from the applicant, and then we'll ask questions of the applicant, and then we'll go to the public, and then we'll come back up here. And then we'll go have dinner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Andy Coffey. I am the applicant. I
I don't have much to add to staff's presentation, but I do want to explain why I have proposed this, and I would like to use the overhead if I may. And then I've got a few comments I'd like to add to your discussion about the RSF4 setbacks and the substandard lot provisions. So I have requested this text amendment because I would like to build small houses that hit a price point that is affordable to a larger segment of the market that might be priced out otherwise, because the vast majority of the inventory that's being built and has been designed over the last few years is designed to be affordable at interest rates that are no longer attainable. I've got some data I'd like to share with you briefly. What this shows is the average price you would have paid 3 years ago in 2020 for a 1,500 square foot home. That's $213,000. That's if you paid the average price per square foot. Today, if you paid the average price per square foot for a 1,500 square foot home, you'd be paying $319,000. And also, because interest rates have gone up, if you borrow at the average interest rate in 2020, your mortgage payment on that 1,500 square foot house would have been $719. At the average interest rate today, you would be paying $1,700 for your 1,500 square foot house. So I believe there's a segment of the market that can no longer afford a 1,500 square foot house, and I would like to meet that demand by building smaller houses. So I've bought lots in a neighborhood that has existing platted lots that were platted 100 years ago, but I can't build on those lots individually because they are substandard, and that is because they're substandard. And even if they weren't substandard, because of the existing side setbacks, these lots are 5 feet wide. Because of the existing side setbacks, that only leaves a 10-foot wide buildable area. And I don't think I could sell a 10-foot wide house. So I've proposed to reduce the side setbacks to 5 feet instead of 7.5 feet. And there are a handful of benefits. A few that come to mind are reducing the side setbacks on any lot gives you greater flexibility to work around, especially in infill, to work around existing trees that may be on a lot. Same goes for utilities. It also makes it more feasible to build a single-story house instead of a two-story house, which makes it a more affordable product. And also it gives you more site plan flexibility, so you have the option potentially to put parking next to the house instead of in front of the house, which may be more aesthetically pleasing. As Commissioner Eastman mentioned, 5-foot side setbacks are not uncommon. Every single-family residential district in the county has 5-foot minimum setbacks. A project that you all might be familiar with that has 5-foot side setbacks is the Heartwood subdivision. A few comments also about the substandard lot provisions that may be reassuring to some of you. Lots would only be able to be deemed conforming and therefore buildable if they meet the additional criteria, which are intended to ensure compatibility with the existing neighborhood. So you would only be able to build on a substandard lot if it is within 500 feet of at least 2 other lots that are developed with a principal structure that shares a similar nonconformity. So in the neighborhood where I'm trying to build, I would need to show that there are within 500 feet at least 2 other lots that have a house on them, and in fact there are, and this is what they look like. And so the proposed amendments would allow me to build on lots in the same character that they have been over the last 100 years in that neighborhood. I have additional information I can present, but I want to keep it brief. I know we're getting close to the dinner break item on your agenda, and I'm looking forward to that as well. I'm happy to answer any questions. I also wanted to thank the Gainesville Voices, GNV Voices organization for facilitating community outreach. They were very helpful to me. They sent out mailers to all of the addresses that were provided to us by the city for all of the RSF4 parcels and invited them to a roundtable discussion that organization hosted, invited me to speak at to explain the proposal. And I think you'll hear from some of those folks today, but I think generally the neighborhood is supportive of what I'm trying to accomplish, even if they would prefer to accomplish it in a different way. So that was encouraging, and I appreciated them inviting me to be involved in their public outreach. So I wanted to thank them. And that's all I have. I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Eastman.
I'll be brief because you're right. We are close to that. Andy, can you come just real quick? So if this is rejected, and if let's say could you go through would a variance be allowed for a substandard lot? Is that or is it?
I don't believe the variance process could render a substandard lot conforming.
Okay.
A variance can modify the setback provided that you meet the conditions that are in the code and demonstrate that you've met those conditions to the review board.
So if the neighborhood, as you said, is broadly in favor, then we would have to amend our variance process in order for you to go forward, essentially, or we'd have to change some things around with that.
That would be helpful.
But then also, so let's say that we didn't do that and we didn't change the variance process. You are still planning on. I mean, you're going to be using these lots, but they would now be larger lots that would, I would assume, be a higher priced house point, right? I mean, what would you do in lieu of this approval?
I have some slides prepared to illustrate, but I'll briefly describe. The options would be build a larger house on a combined lot, and that would necessarily be sold at a higher price point, or build a product more consistent with the rental products that I have developed, which would include a principal structure and accessory dwelling units, which would not be able to be sold individually.
All right. That's my only question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Willis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And that's actually the question I wanted to ask is about like the other options you could, Mr. Coffey, you could probably in some places buy an adjoining lot, or if you had 2 next to them, you could combine the lots, you could build a much bigger home, and typically in order to recoup the process of more property going into the lot, people build bigger. That's where the real money is at, is the larger and larger square foot. People seem to be willing to pay for a larger and larger square foot. So that, I mean, you could make other or more money by combining lots or tearing down buildings next to it, combining lots, having either rental property larger or something like. There are other ways that you are able to make money, and it's not in providing small houses, right?
I'd agree with that.
Okay, thank you. That really was where I was getting at too. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. So you all are good with, you don't need to add anything else at this point? Great, okay. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Yes, we do have some public comment.
Okay.
We have Monica Frazier, followed by Casey Fitzgerald.
Welcome, Ms. Frazier. I feel like it's been such a long time since
I
you were here.
know. Hello. Good afternoon. So, as a resident of the historic Spring Hill, I do oppose this proposal, but I do not oppose what Andy wants to do. I feel that it needs to go through the variance process. And so, in my personal opinion, I don't believe that the zoning changes for this whole category, that would be like 790-something properties, should come because of one person's want to make profit on 16 lots. It's not like he's asking for everything that he owns. It's beyond that. So I have talked with him. The changes that he's asking for make sense for the lots that he wants to build on, and I won't oppose him on that. It's the process. And so I believe that the changes he wants needs to go through the variance process. And I think it sets a bad precedent, and especially in this current climate with builders doing things that are different from maybe what the neighbors might want. And so one person coming in and making a proposal to change something that affects so many people, especially since it's not something that the city even notifies us about. As Mr. Castillo said, you know, that's troubling to me. So I do believe that these decisions need to be made strategically based on data, you know, and if it benefits the community as a whole and it's a map review or a map cleanup, as they, I think, called it, then do that. But do that not through the eyes of his building. You know, do it based on the community's needs and builders as a whole and what it would actually mean. So I want the city to do a strategic review of your zoning classifications and setbacks so that it can make it better for all the builders who want to provide smaller homes. But also engagement in the stakeholders. I don't think that that should happen and people who own those properties not even be notified that that's happening. To me, that's problematic. So I would also love for the city to review the variance process to make it easier. Andy has shared with me some of his frustrations about it, and I think that if you cleaned up that variance process, people like him could still do the things that he wants to do and engage the neighbors, and it could still be very amicable, but I'm just, the wide sweeping changes with no notifications, that's where I have the problems. Those are my comments. Have a great night.
Thank you. Mr. Fitzgerald.
All right, good evening. You know, I really hate to follow her. She just says everything so well, and but I do have a formal proposal here that I think summarizes where she's at and where Gainesville Neighborhood Voices is at. So I'll just pitch this. I also have a handout, which for each of you, if you want to look at it or read it at your leisure. But basically, consistent with what Monica was saying, we have a lot of process problems here because we were able to get names and addresses and mailed out to 900 people, give or take, for $264. And the city says, this is too complicated, too cumbersome. We did that. Now, we didn't have a ton of people show up at our meeting. We had a handful show up, but we at least made that effort that the city didn't make. So again, it's a process thing. And again, we have one developer, which has been extremely good to work with, came to the neighborhood, walked through the neighborhood, met with the neighbors, and everybody agreed, yeah, this is good stuff. But the other 800, lot owners out there, they have no clue what the developer's going to do when he gets this. He may want to build something completely different that is not acceptable. So that's our main concern. It's not really, again, with what Mr. Coffey is offering here, the concept he's promoting, we're actually very supportive. But to take one private request and make it a citywide sweeping cleanup seems an inappropriate mechanism to do that. So we would encourage the city, as indicated here, to, let's see, we don't support the citywide changes, and I guess I had 500 plus, I guess maybe 800 or 900 is more accurate. But if you were to revise the variance criteria, right now the variance criteria does not work. That's why, and I've talked to Thomas Hawkins, he says it's basically undoable unless you bend the rules to make it happen. So why do we have a variance procedure that doesn't work? Why don't we fix the variance procedure? Seems like the city could make an effort on that. And then limit the number of lots to be considered. 10, 20 maybe, that makes sense at a time, maybe in some reasonable geographic area, not just everywhere in the city that they happen to exist. And then establish mechanisms to ensure that nearby residents are properly consulted well in advance, just as, again, happened in this case, and we had a very positive outcome. And again, we are very grateful for Mr. Coffey to come over and meet with us. We had about 45 people in attendance. Very good give and take. Not all the questions were easy questions, but again, Mr. Coffey handled them very professionally and was a very good, session. So those are the kind of communications that we're looking forward to, that we have started. I think Mayor Ward, you suggested that the community start doing some of this, and we have. And we've had 2 of these workshops, and I think Mr. Eastman's going to join us for another one. That could be a lot of fun also. So anyhow, we're trying to help facilitate these things, but the onus shouldn't be strictly on us. I think the city could do a better job of reaching out. So bottom line, we would recommend that the commission directs staff to pursue this avenue in lieu of, doing a sweeping ordinance change to the entire city for all of these properties. Again, we continue to look forward to working with you all on affordable housing issues and other relevant aspects, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Okay.
We have Robert Mounts next, followed by Carolyn Weber.
Is that all?
That is it.
Hi, Mr. Mayor, Robert Mounts. I also attended the GNV Voices workshop. And I'll tell you, first of all, you need to know exactly where these lots are. They are in the Waite subdivision plotted area between, I guess, 5th and 7th Street, southeast, right north of the Cotton Club. Right there. And it's in a historically black district. There was considerable mistrust in the room from many black representatives who were there, and Mr. Coffey freely acknowledged that, and he was brave to do it, that most of his developments so far, like in Porter's Quarters or in Pleasant Street, have been student rentals. And he said, I'm going to build small homes for family ownership. That's a great thing if he really does it. There's nothing that requires him to do it. He also acknowledged that he could build 3 stories in any residential RS 1 through 4. But it's probably going to be 1 story. He would rather do that. And so you're going to have long, narrow buildings that would meet these kind of requirements. But it's in a very specific, narrow area of the city that's already been dramatically affected by developers buying up cheap land, maybe building houses that are not really in character with the neighborhood. So what I was prepared to come show you that first chart that they put up, which showed on the map where the other pockets of yellow are the RSF4. And it's interesting to me that this is the first time I know of they've actually shown that map. I don't know if they showed it to the plan board, but it's all over the city in various places, and we just don't know what the second and third order effects of allowing this sweeping change across the community to take place everywhere in those areas. There's a lot of good points about it. This has an appeal to it. I acknowledge that. But I would much rather see them go through a revised, slightly easier variance process where you get a board hearing and the surrounding neighbors presumably get notified and they can come in and express their concerns or ask their questions and get them answered. This is going to blindside a lot of people. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Bounce. Ms. Weber.
Hi, everyone. I'm Carolyn Weber. So I guess I want to talk about two different proposals, or is it one proposal? The variance versus, or the setbacks versus the non-conforming. So the non-conforming lots, or the substandard or whatever it is you want to call it. Actually, when Andy first talked to me, I have 12 lots basically right across the street from his lots. Mine are not they were not platted, so we're probably going to have to do a subdivision anyway. But I was surprised that you couldn't build on his lots because they're platted. So why can you not build on platted lots was my question. And then he kind of described the 15 different things that made them non-conforming, which seemed very, very confusing as to why they were not buildable. Because I wasn't aware. I thought if it was a platted lot, that it was buildable. So that doesn't make sense to me to have unbuildable lots. And they do seem to, as one of the staff said, they do tend to be in areas that are not the most expensive areas. So why did this zoning come in, and why are these platted lots that there are plenty of houses? Those 3 houses he showed, they're all tiny houses and they're on those lots. Now you're not allowed to build those. So why now are planners saying that we can't build on these things where historically they were buildable lots? And they are. A lot of them are small houses. And we build houses, Megan and I, as well as my husband and I. And I am also have been involved in the GNV Voices. And what I have said all along is the only affordable houses right now are small houses. There is no such thing as a 2,000 square foot house that is affordable. Whether it's existing or whether we're going to build it. If we're building it, it's right off the bat, it's a $400,000 house, not including the lot, because houses are $200 a square foot to build. So in order to have an affordable house, we basically need small houses. And there's ways to design small houses and to get a variation of houses in different neighborhoods that are going to be very accommodating for families, for single people, for couples, or whatever it is. I have 2 very small houses. Everybody loves them. When you walk in, it doesn't feel like a tiny home. So I think, we need to make platted lots, historically platted lots should be conforming. As far as the setbacks, I'm kind of mixed. I think 5 foot versus 7.5 doesn't seem like an incredibly large change, and I don't know that people would care that much generally. But I also agree with a couple of the other speakers that it does seem like it's, we're changing something that affects 800 people or 800 owners. So I'm kind of mixed on that one. But as far as the non-conforming lots, I think it's pretty. We should be able to build on lots we own, and so especially platted lots. And so I'd really love to see that change made. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weber. All right, no more speakers?
That was our last speaker.
Okay, Commissioner Willits.
Before we get to motion and whatnot, I want to clarify with staff. When there's the discussion about notification, all these properties, and I understood it to mean not that we couldn't notify the property owners, it's a small group. It is the notifying people within a set number of distance, and particularly if you're trying to notify them, you live within X number of feet of 1, 2, 3, 4 properties. Because in a variance situation, it's, let's say, 1 property, you draw a circle, your GIS cuts it out, and you've got your geolocated whatever address is. Pretty simple, boom. But this is spread out all over. So I understood it, correct me if I'm wrong, that when we said there's some difficulty on that form of notification, it's not that we can't notify just the property owners who are currently zoned RS4. It's about everybody else surrounding all those individual properties.
That's correct. Our notification requirements would entail that we would notify, basically do a 400 buffer around one particular property, and then notify everybody within that 400-foot area. And so that would have to happen with each individual property.
And I think what Juan is describing is really what you're familiar with, is those changes that are more project specific. And then, of course, we have that buffer around that project. We have different notification requirements for text changes that apply across the city. And so, of course, we followed those requirements that are in the code as far as staff, where we are also sometimes that difficulty that I think Mr. Castillo was speaking to is that as staff with specific requirements for notification, we can sometimes also run into a situation where an applicant may be feeling like we as staff are requiring them to do more than what is required by code. And we have to sort of walk that line between, of course, encouraging the applicant to reach out to other community groups, to their neighbors, but also making sure that we're not telling them like, hey, you're not going to get this approved if you don't go and do these things that are not required. So that's really largely the difficulty there.
Thank you, Mr. Hilton, for expressing that, and Mr. Castillo, because I think that's, some people say, oh, notification, that sounds great, and it sounds like a real simple process. But then as you said, what is required, what is not required, and for text changes at some point, and that makes sense because when you change something all across the city, you don't go notify people by mail, you notify them in the newspaper, you notify them, other forms of notification. We invite people to come out and we have a hearing or whatnot. So thank you for that. I think that's the only question I had. I just have one more comment before we move further along. And that was about again, the idea of variance versus applying it everywhere. And when we talk about changing things, the number of people who brought it forward, I think the thing is that we don't know these problems, or we don't know the magnitude or the interest in changing it until people come forward. When we talked about the transportation, the sidewalks on small lots, we were talking about, right? If Habitat for Humanity came to us with their 3 or 4 projects they have experience with and their extra dozen lots they own, and they say, please make a change because it affects, though you say not their bottom dollar because it's Habitat for Humanity, but the bottom dollar of the people we're helping, I don't know if they call them clients or their future homeowners. We do rely on individual people, developers, to tell us, hey, this is what we keep on running up against, and this in a different time frame, because when everything was, let's put 2,000 square foot homes on because maybe it's affordable or more people are going to afford it. We're in a different situation now. Now we are looking for those really creative solutions, and we're not the ones looking for them. And it's not necessarily our planning staff. It's people who build real homes. I don't build homes. I don't know anybody else who builds them. Maybe you own them and rent them, and maybe you're landlords, but I don't build homes. And so I think that it does feel weird, but at the same time, we're in an interesting situation as evidenced by price of homes, and as I'm glad that Ms. Weber mentioned, like a brand new home there's just no way to make it affordable unless it is truly small. And I don't think that's what the argument is here. I think we get that. No one is arguing that 1,000 square foot home is a monstrosity. No one is saying that, but what we're saying is that there's some opportunities to potentially build those 1,000 square foot homes if we change some things around, and that's why I like this. And I'll be ready to vote for this motion, or I can make it, but I know I see some other lights too.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, I was going to make the motion, hopefully, so we could have about 10 minutes maybe to stuff some food down before our 5:30 meeting. But
so we're going to extend it past 5:30. It's going to be more like 6. We'll go back. So.
Okay. Well, then, because I think I've heard people talk about this as a sweeping change. It's true, it does change RSF4. I will point out that's about 3.83% of the single-family zoning, it's exactly 3.83% of the single-family zoning, which is, I think, about 60-something% of the city. So it's by far our smallest single-family zoning category. And essentially, I feel like the proposal is fairly modest. It's that you can build a home on a parcel that was already approved by the government at some point or another. I mean, the government approved it. Maybe it was before we had modern zoning. Maybe it was before we had these parcels. But government did say, this is fine. You're good with this. And it hits the setbacks to be exactly the same as the counties. and allows the same kind of front porches that I don't know if anyone really has an issue with. It feels fairly modest to me, but I think it's a kind of a bigger question, which I know Gainesville Neighborhood Voice talks a lot about, which is what is the character of Gainesville and what is the Gainesville going to look like? And I think one of the fun parts about learning public policy is how these kind of secret rules end up impacting things. Like I always loved the neighborhoods of Gainesville. I never quite understood why, really, until I started looking into lot sizes and what you see is in a lot that the diversity of homes, the diversity that you see within Pleasant Street or within Spring Hill and within all of these great neighborhoods. A lot of it is because there was a lot of flexibility with the kind of lot. You built a lot that worked for you. You built a house on a lot. If you were a wealthy person that wanted a big house, you built it on a big lot. If you wanted a smaller home on a smaller lot, that worked. If you wanted to separate a little side and you wanted something for your kid, you set that up. In 58, when we said everything has to be one size fits all depending on what we structure, a lot of that went away, and I like those neighborhoods too. The 70s neighborhoods are quite nice, but I'm always very partial to our World War II kind of pre-58 neighborhoods. But also it's an affordable city, and as Mr. Coffey pointed out, the larger lot means the bigger the house, that means the more expensive it's going to be. I think more than that, and third, it's that our city was built primarily by local small-scale builders, unlike a lot of Florida that had big developers come in. It was built by the Kirkpatricks and the Parishes and these names that we kind of know that the families are still around. And we don't have a lot of them anymore. Probably half of them are in this room here today. And so for the variance changes I was hearing, I think that we need to allow by right for developments that we're okay with, but I don't really lose sleep over Trimark properties having to go through a variance change. It costs a lot of money, it takes some time, but they're big buildings, you're gonna have to go through the process. But small scale builders, small businesses, things like that, we need to just set the rules up in the front end and let them know if you follow these rules, you don't have to come and talk to a bunch of politicians, you don't have to go through a bunch of red tape in the planning department. Set the rules well, put it forward, particularly for our small businesses and for our small builders. I think that's really important. And we have small builders that are saying, this is a problem for us, that's something we should try to address across the board so that we get the people that built the city of Gainesville that we've lost so much of over these past few years because we have wrapped them up in red tape. So anyway, I said I'd get to the motion quickly. Sorry about that. I'd like to move adoption of LD 23-000054 on first reading.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did have just, one observation. I know we said that there are there are a couple hundred properties across the city. I think we'll have one less after this evening when we look at the Dance Alive petition. It is also one of the RS4 properties that would be impacted, I believe. So we'd have one less potentially after tonight. And I think that kind of shows, I realize that because I live next to this property. It is true we don't know every single property and they might have different uses, different surroundings, but they have better uses. I think we're seeing with this property, it also has a better use that someone is coming forward with. So I think the overall citywide change rather than just Mr. Coffey's properties would be the way I'd go about it. So I did have one question though for Mr. Castillo. If we go, or Mr. Edelton, whoever wants to be on deck, we did go with a variance in this situation, if the mechanism we used here was variance, does that not qualify as spot zoning?
I got this one.
Without getting into the definitions of spot zoning, but I think what you're asking for is a little bit of feedback on the variance suggestion, if I have that right, if I might. So one, really those variance and variance options. First thing, of course, if we've made a change to that variance option, it would apply across the entire city, not just the RSF4. I do want to say, of course, staff, we're always willing to look into our processes and certainly into that variance process. And I'm sure that there are things that can be improved there. However, that variance process is really, for lack of a better phrase, very, very more legally strict, if you will. And when you get into liberalizing that variance process, it really opens up both the city and then, of course, property owners to uncertainty and a less stable footing to be able to defend itself on any of the decisions. And so, of course, those variances would go to the DRB, which is the advisory board for you all, and they are, as I said, really held to strict criteria that are in the code. And if there are deviances from those criteria, that's where it becomes very difficult for property owners and, again, the decision makers to be predictable.
Thank you for that. So I guess in a roundabout way, this is the more protective way to neighborhoods and other property owners, going the adjusting all of them is the more protective way for neighbors than going through the variance and adjusting how we do variances.
I would say that it's more predictable. Of course, protective can mean different things to different people, but yes, it being in code makes it so that it is more predictable to all of our neighbors and to the decision makers.
Thank you for that.
Sure.
I appreciate it. And that said, I'm in favor of the staff's recommendation, and I'll support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sacco. Mr. Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I just wanted to share with Mr. Coffey, I appreciate him trying to bring affordable housing, your commitment to affordable housing. The problem I have is that this approves and opens the door for 719 other parcels. So I'm going to have to vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So very briefly, what Mr. Coffey's done is exactly what you look for: responsible people who are invested in the community, you get the right feedback, you go. And so in that regard, I agree with basically everything you said both times, Commissioner Willits. Is the process, you follow the process, you understand it, and if you came before us with variances for the 16, did you say it was 16 spots roughly, give or take a couple of lots, it's almost certain to be approved because you'll already have had the community feedback. Folks will be supportive and will be like, thank you very much. I do agree with Ms. Weber, who basically said that the impact on the other, well, I don't know, it's several hundred, whatever those hundreds are at the moment, based on the fact that we have a proposal from Mr. Coffey, does make me concerned. But I do think we need to do something to streamline. I don't have enough expertise to know variance versus zoning versus non-conforming lot. Something needs to give there, and I just don't know what that is. I know that Commissioner Eastman, you have enormous knowledge in that area. There's a number of people with expertise in Gainesville Neighborhood Voices and probably across the city on the building side. I would like to see some streamlining of process that still considers process and still considers community feedback. So we need to do that on the big picture. For this particular one, I don't want to vote for a variance for 900 lots based on trying to change 16. But I certainly support what you're doing and what Ms. Weber and some of the developers, which is let's figure out how we can get it done in the neighborhoods and make it easier for the neighborhoods, potentially more inexpensive for the builders that are trying to do the right things. I don't know what those costs are, but if they're high, we need to figure out why they're high. And that's kind of where I lie. I really liked what you said, Commissioner Willits, about following process across the way, and I understand the motion. So thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Mayor.
Commissioner Book. Commissioner Neckenwalker, do you have anything? Okay. So just a few things that I wanted to add in following what Commissioner Willits said about the notification process. And I understand why this seems arcane, but we would have been talking about thousands of notifications, not 900 and some, because the 400 feet from each individual property, thousands of notifications that would have let people know that a change to a property somewhere not too far from you would be able to have a minimal change to that property. What that would result in, more than likely, is a whole lot of people who are like, what is the city trying to do to us? Because when you get that notification, it doesn't sound like, we just want to let you know. It sounds like a big bad thing's about to happen. which puts everybody in a difficult situation. And I don't know a better way to do that. We've had, over the last few years, a lot of conversations about a better way to do notification, and I haven't heard it yet. There's a lot of, well, how about you just do this? And that ends up not being, when you take it through 8 steps down, it ends up being a problem somewhere. A lot of this stuff evolved the way it is for a reason. It may not seem apparent, but it evolved the way it is for a reason. Also, a lot of stuff that we're trying to fix every now and then, like what we're talking about today, evolved for a bad reason. Nobody intended for these lots to be non-conforming. It just kind of happened that way over time. And every now and then you need to fix it. We didn't know, I think, that all that was really an issue until somebody brought it up and said, hey, here's an issue. What we're essentially doing, I think, if we do this, is adding not only the potential for smaller houses, but making all of it more affordable by saying you don't have to go pay us whatever the dollar amount is and whatever the time commitment is to ask for variance for something that is innocuous. And the lots that we're actually changing, the actual pieces of property, we're minimally increasing rights to them. We're not decreasing anybody's rights. That's an important distinction here. We're not creating sort of a monster here. It's a happy accident that a developer with a couple of handfuls of lots said, hey, have you thought about doing this? I'd like more developers to be thinking that way instead of, well, I would like more developers to think in partnership. I would like more partnership and less other things. But I feel like this is positive. It specifically makes building on every one of those lots less expensive, and the builders never eat the costs when the costs go up. They get passed on to the homeowner, always. So I'm pleased to be able to move this. I understand the concerns, and it's funny, the conversation about lowering or making it easier to get variances. We actually had a conversation about 3 or 4 years ago that it was too easy to get variances. And there was tremendous public righteousness about that, and I was part of it. That we gotta, and we're not even talking about a decade or two, we're talking about 3 or 4 years. It's just a change in conversation, and we don't want to whiplash that stuff either. But we made it harder to get variances because that's what seemed like the right idea. This does it in a very simple way for a lot of property that hopefully we'll get some interesting, less expensive homes built on. It is interesting to me that we're talking about 1,500 square foot homes as small homes at this point. That's not a small home deal. But anyway, that's where we are. We have a motion on the table. This will be roll call.
Commissioner Sacco? Commissioner Sacco?
Aye. Sorry. Aye.
That's okay. Commissioner Chestnut? No. Commissioner Duncan Walker?
No.
Commissioner Book?
No.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Willits?
Aye.
Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes 4-3 with Chestnut, Duncan Walker, and Book in dissent.
All right, next is commission comment.
I don't see anything. Yeah, we are in recess until 6 o'clock. All right, welcome back, everybody. I appreciate you all giving us a little room. We had an extra long afternoon. We needed a little bit extra time for dinner, so thank you. Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right, if you all would stand and join us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Madam Clerk.
All right, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, hold on one second, I've got to catch up. All right, we are at early public comment, which we do not have any right now.
Okay. Very good.
Moving on, we have our ordinances for second reading, starting with the quasi-judicial item, Blues Creek rezoning and plan development amendment. Ordinance number 2023-275, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas pertaining to approximately 36.7 acres of property referred to as Blues Creek Unit 5, Phase 2, located at the 7000800 block of Northwest 57th Drive, as more specifically described in this ordinance, by rezoning a certain portion of the property from planned development to conservation, and by amending development conditions for the existing planned development portion of the property, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Attorney or Madam Manager, who's on this? Okay. Welcome, Ms. McMillan.
Again, Mr. Mayor, it's the second reading. It's quasi-judicial still. You've heard presentations before.
Very good.
Yes, good evening, Brittany McMillan, Planning Department. I don't have a presentation since this is the second reading. I do have information for you. If you would like, I can answer questions. I can let you know that the associated land use change, that is the underlying future land use category that implements the zoning that you're considering, was approved on June 15th. And that land use change was a PUD, which contains very specific conditions. So a few of the things that were approved in that land use change are the number of dwelling units, so 36 dwelling units, residential density of 8.6 units per acre, no more than 72 bedrooms, maximum building height 2 stories. And again, sorry, I'm kind of skipping forward. This is for the property, the kind of last phase in Blues Creek that has not been developed yet on the most western portion. We probably could get some maps pulled up from the presentation in the backup, if that would be helpful too.
Does anybody need the map? We can if. Okay.
But I'm here for any questions that you might have. This is the second reading for the associated rezoning of the property. It would rezone a large portion of the property to conservation zoning and a smaller portion to the PD zoning, which would allow for the 36 attached dwelling units. So I'm here for any questions you might have.
Thank you. Does the applicant have a presentation or anything you want to add? Welcome, Mr. Swager.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Clay Swager with EDA. I have some slides and maps if anyone needs to see them. As Ms. McMullen indicated, this is the second reading of the zoning that this board voted to recommend approval of back in June 15th. At that date and time, the land use for the property, the PUD, was approved. It was a very specific land use designation with conditions on the property, as Ms. McMullen indicated. It was very specific to what the proposal is, and so that ordinance was approved by the City Commission and adopted, and that is now in effect in the law. So the zoning that's before you tonight is the second reading. Unfortunately, sometimes it gets a bit confusing for people when there's one reading of a land use and two for zoning, and then you come back and it's disjointed. But that is the overall picture of what you have before you tonight. There have been no changes, and that the zoning will provide 90% of the property as conservation zoning. The conditions of the zoning exactly mirror image the conditions in the PUD land use that's approved. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have tonight.
Thank you. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, thank you. Ben, we were on break and then we've come back now. And so just to give a Spark Notes overview, how many units was previously approved on this parcel?
44.
And then how many are in the new attached?
36.
And then, and it's, how many acres, you're right, how many acres are there on this parcel?
It was approximately 36.7.
And how much of that is going into conservation?
32.5, which is approximately 89%.
And how much was in conservation previously?
0.
Okay.
None.
And these would be all attached units. Okay, that was it. I just
Yes,
wanted
sir.
to review the Spark notes over.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And I'm not going to let that generational language shift go unnoticed. 20 years ago, we might have called that the Cliff Notes version. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swigger. Do we have public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have several. We have Teresa Howell, followed by Monica McDowell.
Welcome, Ms. Howell.
I do have some pictures. So, all right. So, good evening. I'm Teresa Howell, and my family and I live on Lot 8 of Caramar Phase 1 at Blues Creek. And during the initial meeting to rezone Phase 2 from single-family zoning to multifamily zoning, several commissioners had verbalized some concerns about the lack of affordable housing options and diversity within our current Blues Creek neighborhood. So we heard your concerns, but we wanted to make sure you understood the breadth of all the different housing options that were already existing in our community. So this is the Cove subdivision right there. And the Cove actually has 21 zero lot line units, and they're priced from the low to mid 200,000s. This is the Gardens housing. And in the Gardens, there's actually 243 zero lot line units, and they're priced from the mid to upper 200,000s. And this is Indigo Landing, which has 16 townhomes, and those are priced in the low 200,000s. And then this is just in our cul-de-sac here alone. Not the whole community, but just our cul-de-sac, a picture of our cul-de-sac part. But for the Master Homeowners Association, there's 132 single-family homes priced between $350,000 and $600,000. So you can see we actually have quite a few affordable housing options available in our community. In fact, our single-family zoning homeowners are the actual minority within Blues Creek. And we're asking for single-family zoning to maintain the variety of housing options and maintain our property values within Blues Creek. In addition, Blues Creek also has a wide variety of racial and cultural diversity. In fact, out of the 10 homes just in our Phase 1 of Blues Creek, 40% of those homes have families with racial and cultural diversity. So thus, we are asking all of you to please reconsider and vote to maintain single-family zoning, to hold the builder accountable, to build single-family homes as originally promised and approved in Phase 2 of Caramar and Blues Creek. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Monica McDowell, followed by Katrina Alford.
Welcome, Ms. McDowell.
Hi, my name is Monica McDowell, and I live in the home that's basically right at the direct access road to where the next phase would be. My 10-year-old couldn't be here tonight. She tried to do her civic duty last time, but we ran out of time, and she wanted to express her love for the existing design and the value of it in her life positively, but she couldn't be here and wanted me to share that. My Venezuelan neighbor also couldn't be here again tonight, and she wanted me to express how she felt like she wanted to really express herself, that she didn't get a chance to voice her side of the story in the past when there were concerns about diversity issues, that she had felt that she didn't get a chance to have her participation in our community highlighted. For example, when we have several events throughout the year of our small part of the cul-de-sac community in this previous phase, she felt like she wanted to point out that is it's a diverse community in the sense of not just we were talking about racial and family structure, but in all kinds of values. And we work together and we enjoy each other's company, and we have a very close-knit group. And based on that, it's not only just a diverse group, it's supportive and dependable. Based on my life experiences, I really do feel that we have been able to foster this cul-de-sac family, not just because of the people who I'm fortunate to be neighbors with, but actually precisely because of the single-family home design. And I wanted to speak on that in the event that this high-density housing becomes the proposal for the next phase. And our experiences over the last 20-something years have kind of been proof of that. If there's any question as to how our single-family home design could compromise the availability of diversity in culture, family styles, and personal affiliations, I can assure you personally that despite our small population, we are extremely well represented in diversity. And I think by design is why it is what it is. And I think for future neighbors that we might have, we also would like for them to understand the value of that opportunity and the return of that value in the quality of the living of those potential neighbors. Thank you.
All right, Katrina Alford, followed by Gauri Kumar. Take your time.
Hi,
We may have to give you 6 minutes.
Hi, my name is Katrina Alford. This is Matthew Alford. He's actually a month today in here. So I wanted to speak about this plan for the changing from the PD to the PUD in here, especially based off of the developer's previous comments. In this last previous meeting when it was approved in June, one of the commissioners asked what was wrong with the original plan, and the developer said there was nothing wrong with it. And the kind of implication was that he's just looking for a better profit, higher profit margin. And one of the things that really hurts us here in Camar is that there's this implication that profit is taking place over community. And that's something that Gainesville really, really is special about. Since we've moved here 4 years ago, the community has really made a difference with families. Now, I know that a lot of people are concerned about affordable housing, but one of the issues that we are very concerned about is that these townhouses may actually be investment properties and be rented out. And so that's something that we've seen with other areas within Blues Creek. I know that other people have showed that, especially the gardens. They really have just become rental units. So when we have single-family homes, it's family. That's the key thing in here. The developer in a community meeting among us did not put any restrictions on it. So it is very feasible that these townhouses or these high-density houses could become rental and investment. That's not building community in here. And with no guarantee, that's a risk that we're concerned about. On top of that, we are very worried just about safety aspects of this. If you look here, it's very high density on a very small plot of land. And we have children in here. There's a lot of concerns that the developer and the engineers have not addressed properly that was in the previous map, which there was no problem to that as well. And so kind of what we're really asking is for you to remember that we are a community, that the previous plan that was approved by the commissioner several years ago continues that community. There's nothing wrong with that. And so please hear our appeal and consider what we have built, what is special, and we're asking that. And just one last thing too to consider is that where this proposed PUD plan is at an end of back of a neighborhood that's not really conducive to kind of doing affordable housing. I know that the commission in Gainesville recently eliminated Route 40, which is the nearest public transportation. And so if we're trying to go for affordable housing, putting it in the back of a neighborhood with no public transportation and no resources nearby is not really a logical place to do that. So please remember that we are people, we love our community, and help us maintain that and build a future community for others. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Gauri Kumar and Dan Hackman on deck.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Gauri Kumar. My husband and I are two of the original homeowners in Unit 5. We are in Lot 10, and this building is going to be right behind us, this new high density. So to reiterate from the last City Commission meeting, we bought a home in this neighborhood. Another way to put it is we bought into the lie that the builder and the realtors who were working for him told us that we were buying in a single-family, detached home community. The townhome proposal or the high-density proposal, it may be a win for the builder and a win for conservation, but the existing homeowners are the losers. Our community needs to be listened to. By allowing the builder to build these high-density homes, we are essentially saying it's okay for a builder to make promises to potential buyers and then backtrack once the sale is done. I would also like to take this opportunity. I know some of my neighbors have already mentioned this, but at the last meeting, some of the commissioners had made comments that the Blues Creek community was saying that not in my backyard to future development. And I would like to say that we have never said he cannot build. All we are requesting is that you hold him to his approved 2017 plan to build single-family homes with the minimum square footage requirements in the Caramount neighborhood. He spent thousands of dollars suing the city multiple times to get that plan approved. Why, after all that and the time spent, is he suddenly wanting to put townhomes on 4.2 acres? We all know why. He can build on the rest of the land because there are significant water issues there. Then there was another comment about that this corner of Northwest Gainesville could use some diverse and affordable housing. And as Katrina and Teresa already mentioned, we have single-family homes, townhomes, condos, duplexes, and maintenance-free homes for a total of 412 units, of which only 132 are traditional single-family homes, which accounts for about 30%. If anything, we need more of the traditional style homes that's already in the existing approved plan. We are also a racially, ethnically, and economically diverse community that has a mix of different income levels, lifestyles, age groups, family sizes, single parent and adoptive parent households. And as for affordable housing, like it's already been mentioned, this cannot be considered affordable housing as they're going to be in the high 200,000 range. And affordable housing also needs mass transit connection, which is almost non-existent in Northwest Gainesville. The closest RTS bus stop is over 3.5 miles away at Hunter's Crossing. And as was mentioned before, the city just eliminated Route 40, which transported people from the Northwest to the UF campus. So our HOA has already presented options that can be a win-win for conservation, current homeowners, and the builder, and we strongly urge you, the Commission, to please reconsider this proposed development. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, we have Dan Hackman, followed by Michael Turco, our last speaker.
I'm Dan Hackman. I live about 2 houses away from the entrance to the proposed development. I just want to address some of the reasons given at the first reading for voting for this change. We've already addressed the diversity issue, and we know that's not really an issue. There was someone who said that these units will not lower the property values. I think when you saw that picture that was up here, I don't think anybody in this room believes that. But the third issue was the conservation issue, and I think if you block this change, you're going to get 4 more acres of conservation than you would normally, because it's all going to be conservation. They know they can't build on it. That's the reason that the development's been here for 24 years and they haven't touched it. So you're really going to lose 4 acres of conservation by making this change. I think everybody knows why they're doing this. It's basically just an effort by the developer to squeeze the last few dollars out of a wonderful development and not really caring what they do to this development, which is going to really ruin the nicest part of all of Blues Creek. So I think if you don't stand up to them, you'll have developers doing that all the time, making promises, then coming in to change things at the last minute. They don't really care what the development turns into, but I think you should. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Michael Turco, and he's our last speaker.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. I would like to offer an alternative reason to why the developer hasn't broken ground on his 2017 plan. In 2017, I became aware of a USGS water discharge permit with no expiration date, permitting water to be discharged into the western section of the developer's land. When the current proposal came up, I received verbal confirmation from USGS. I have not seen the actual permit, but it was verified by two independent, highly credible individuals. In 2017, I was invited by Mr. John Hendricks, then the environmental coordinator for the city of Gainesville, to walk the property of Unit 5, Phases 2 and 3 with permission from the developer. When we reached the end of the proposed road and the location of the final 4 homes, we were standing in water. Mr. Hendricks had not observed standing water there until that day. In 2003, when the developer extended northwest 80th Avenue into Unit 5, Phase 1, the road was underwater. I would say that was an engineering mistake. To drain the road, a pipe was installed that runs behind Northwest 56th Way to the 90-acre drainage easement. Public Works only recently learned of the existence of the pipe. Here are a few examples from one location of the volume of water that Northwest 80th Avenue sees. This first is a recent image. This is a sinkhole.
Turn it sideways, sir.
This way. Sorry. I'll just have to use another 8 seconds. So here it is dry, and this is recent, to give you an idea of the size. This sinkhole is next to Lot 9 in Unit 5, Phase 1, and is 20 feet deep. This is from August 2019. I had taken this little video of that same sinkhole to give you an idea of the volume of water. And the homeowner that lives in Lot 9, this is one of their pictures. They're at the edge of their property line here, where you're looking at the sinkhole and the volume of water. It appears the developer has not proceeded with development of the 44 single-family homes because it is not economically viable plan, and at least in part is based on water issues on the property, and that the new plan bails him out while throwing Blues Creek residents under the bus. The developer has the right to develop, however, changing the future development to townhouses breaks the developer's representation to us when we were prospective buyers. On this basis, and with you as the deciding body to approve or deny the developer's proposal, do you not have an ethical responsibility to step in and deny his request? The end should not justify the means. It's not just, it's not right, and it makes us collateral damage. There have been and continue to be other options. Our city and the developer simply need to commit to finding the right solution for everyone involved. Thank you.
Thank you. So no more.
That was our last speaker, Mr.
Right,
Mayor.
thank you. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is in District 2. I've been out to Blues Creek extensively, and I think probably most of us are familiar with the that large-scale development. So, Mr. City Attorney, this remains quasi-judicial, correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right, so this is evidence-based decision-making for our vote. So, very succinctly, I do not think it's consistent with the comprehensive plan. If it was, we would not have 3 single-family residential areas bordering it, and the 4th one is actually single-family residential also. It's just across another neighborhood. The water and drainage issues in there are substantial. There's no doubt about that. I didn't know about the piping, but they're substantial regardless of that. And I think it's probably going to be exacerbated by a large-scale impervious surface that's centrally located, as on the map. I don't think we need to worry about diversity of housing because across the extreme edges of Blues Creek, you do have tremendous amounts of diverse housing there, and this will not, if we were thinking about affordable housing, it is correct. This development will not improve affordable housing one bit. And so as it relates to that, the conservation is very commendable, by the way. There's no doubt about that. But the conservation will be maintained even under the existing plan. So it doesn't create a great advantage because there are some areas that are likely not buildable. So for those reasons, I feel like the zoning as it exists is completely appropriate. I think that is evidence-based, and I do not think that this requires a zoning exception. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anything at all? Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. I will move to approve this. I just want to say thank you to everyone that came out. We had already approved previously, as was stated, the land use, and then as well as the zoning. This is the second reading of the zoning. So by not approving this today would essentially kind of put us on a mismatch legally, where there'd be an underlying land use that is different than the zoning. And I don't want to try to push the try to pass the buck here. I mean, I think that what we got here was, I think when people were stating before that that this was not built, that this is getting built because, of course, it does increase the profit for the developer, and that there is likely water issues that caused it to not be built. It's possible that if we did reject this, they wouldn't have built it tomorrow. But housing prices just keep going up, up, up. The profit will continue to be there, and eventually it will make sense for them to be able to knock these over and to build the single-family homes in there. It's I appreciated what was here. I think the conservation element of this was quite good. I thought that was a good trade-off. I think the fact that there's less units overall means even less traffic for the neighborhood, and I think that eventually it would, as I said, make economic sense for them to put that through. And so I thought it was a good proposal. Wasn't perfect, but was better than what the alternative was. So I will move LD 23-000003 on second reading.
All right, thank
Second.
you. We have a motion and a second. Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a question about competent substantial evidence in this matter about the hydrology of the current, particularly the land that would be in conservation. I understand that right next to it, there's a very wetland area, or at least topographical depression where water exists sometimes. But do we have evidence that the rest of it is not buildable? I understand that it's previously been approved for 44 single-family homes. If that was 3.5 bedrooms per each, that'd be 154 bedrooms as opposed to the maximum 72 we're talking about. But do we on staff or does the applicant have any evidence to suggest that yes, they can build there? Or I don't know. I'm looking for that evidence where something about the land that would go into conservation.
Sure, Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Schweger.
if I may I have the overhead for just a moment? There are wetlands on this property, and they're sprinkled throughout the property. That is absolutely true. This is the current approved PD zoning layout plan with lots sprinkled throughout the project. Those lots are built, not built, but they're proposed and designed around the wetlands all through there. And so there are zoning rights to build based on this. There are, design has been put in to avoid the wetlands. The reason that we're excited about this project is that almost all of those wetlands that you saw on the previous map are now going to be put into conservation. The area that's proposed to remain as PD, the 4.2 acres, does not have wetland areas except for one small disturbed unnatural wetland at the entry point. But the point is this: was not an accident that this acreage was retained for the project. It avoids the wetlands. It avoids the most environmentally sensitive areas on the property. And your environmental consultant in the backup, she's not here, but her expert opinion has indicated that as well. Furthermore, I'd like to just mention too, in 2017, there was a lot of discussion and almost universal opposition to the idea of a sanitary sewer line crossing underneath Blues Creek. Concerns that what happens if it erupts and contamination, etc. That is obviously being withdrawn. There's no impacts anywhere near Blues Creek. All these wetlands are protected forever. They're going to be put into a conservation easement. So yes, we do feel very strongly there are development rights down here, and we are excited about this application because those are being pulled off the table and they're going to be put into permanent conservation. As far as the drainage goes, there is a existing drainage easement and permit for this larger, usually people refer to it as the 90-acre property. Essentially all of Blues Creek drains into here, including Caramar, including all the other phases, and including the small last phase. So it'll all be draining southward through a drainage easement into a permitted drainage facility away from the houses that are there today. They're uphill from this project. And the picture of the sinkhole that I guess it does fill up with water from time to time, that is going to be put into a natural buffer area so it would not be disturbed. And the PD plan shows the required separation requirements for that sinkhole. So we really have gone to great lengths to avoid these wetland areas, to put them into conservation. So I hope that gives you a little bit of additional information, Commissioner.
Okay, and are there, and I don't know if this is a question for you or for other staff, but the rest of Blues Creek was designed around wet-ish areas to set some wet areas aside or to have roads go around it. Are there sinkholes or other wet spots, seasonal wet spots, similar to the full undeveloped portion where they worked around those previously?
Mr. Mayor, most of those phases in Blues Creek are pretty old. Who knows what was there before they were developed and what regulations.
I just remember having walked through there at some point, knocking on doors, and remember looking off and saying, "Why is there not a house there?" And identifying that I thought it was maybe not a sinkhole in my brain, a sinkhole, some sort of depression water feature. That's what I remember in the rest of, not in the subject property, but the rest of it.
All right. There are a couple of depressional areas through the project, and there is a sinkhole that's abutting our property in that final phase of Caramar. I think that's one of the pictures that was shown by one of the neighbors. But we feel confident that we're not going to exacerbate any issues. We're downhill. Our drainage goes the opposite direction to them. The developer, the property owner, has also gone out there and cleared out some inlets just to make sure everything is flowing properly. We're going to have a pretty rigorous engineering review of stormwater because of the noted concerns and how it all plays into what we want to do versus what's there today. I know sometimes it falls with a little skepticism, but sometimes developments can actually help resolve some issues that are out there with drainage. And I know that for a fact that the city staff is going to look very closely at the drainage issues here.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Schwager.
Thank you.
I have some comments about this. I appreciate the recognition that oddly enough, this is a overall larger neighborhood that does have some diversity of housing types. I don't necessarily like the idea that just because there be rental there is somehow bad or community cannot be built amongst them. As someone who lived for 20 years in rental housing as an adult, community can be built by renters in rental housing. And so I just want to always take that back out there. Community is not determined by how much money you spent on your house or how much capital you had to invest in on the front end. But I do appreciate that there is some real diversity there through the whole larger project in that area. Some of it may not actually be directly Blues Creek, other subdivision lots, but there is some diversity around there. I'm still interested in the idea that we build more townhouses in Gainesville. I would prefer them to potentially have the potential for ownership condos because there are not a lot of condo projects built in the city of Gainesville or permitted or approved and then built in the past, 15 years. And because that form of ownership does provide an opportunity. Even if these are rental now, they can condofy later. I'm a little on the edge on this because there is some diversity of housing type. I won't say there's diversity of housing when there's not a $139,000 condo there for me to buy. That's what mine cost 2 years ago. So I don't see that in that neighborhood. So it's diverse except for people like me. I would have to rent in that neighborhood. No, excuse me. There's no way I could afford that neighborhood. So I'm a little on the fence about, because there is some diversity of housing type in general in that area, and I really do appreciate that. I just think that this is also another bit of that diversity of housing type that is mandated by our comprehensive plan that every neighborhood should. You know, whether it's that some homes are 2,500 square feet and take up the vast majority of the area, or whether we have some other types that take a very small portion and that are probably in the realm of 1,200 square feet or 1,100 or 1,000 square feet. This is a hard one because it does put land in conservation. It condenses where those homes are, so they take up far less asphalt, far less asphalt in this plan than other plans, far less impervious surface. And I will argue that people who live close together often form great community because they have to. So I'm a little torn on this, but I again lean back towards we need to allow people to build different types of housing in all corners of the city. I do appreciate that it is far from public transportation. That being said, if the argument is that the neighborhood is already truly diverse, then evidently without that public transportation, it has been able to be diverse in and of itself. I just don't buy the argument that is truly a diverse neighborhood because of the housing prices. Now, brand new townhouses are not brand new construction. It's almost never going to be super cheap. It's not. But it's a diverse type of housing that will allow different people in different stages of their life, as our comprehensive plan mandates. And that's why this leans back towards, it does meet our comprehensive plan, because our comprehensive plan says that every neighborhood should have diversity of housing for people at all stages of their life. And so renting even is a stage of life. No one pops out of the womb or at 18 with enough money to buy a home. Renting is part of a stage of life. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to add to the, contribute something to that comment that this development is far from public transit, but I think it's kind of a chicken egg scenario, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we've heard it before that for something like public transit, something like a grocery store, a lot of amenities, you need density, or it just isn't viable for the city to have a bus route out there, or for other businesses to crop up around it if it doesn't have the density to survive on its own, to make it worth it. And I think we've had this conversation about RTS routes many a time, where it just doesn't make sense to have the routes go to certain areas because there just isn't ridership there. Likewise, if there's a development of 20 units that are spread out over several acres, or on a couple of acres, several dozen units, that kind of gives that density in a reasonable way to slowly build up the base you need for things like public transit or other amenities. And then that becomes affordable to a point to build that community and have that kind of complete neighborhood that we aim for. So I know that was a concern that was brought up, and I wanted to remind folks this is how you get the building blocks, affordability, and how you get those services added. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I see no other lights. Go one more time. Okay, Madam Clerk, let's go to roll call.
All right. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Nay.
Commissioner Book.
Nay.
Commissioner Chestnut.
Nay.
Commissioner Willits.
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Mayor Ward.
Aye. That passes 4-3 with Book, Duncan Walker, and Chestnut in dissent.
All right. Next, we have Quasi-Judicial Item 2023-408, Dance Alive Rezoning. This ordinance is an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately 5.7 acres of property generally located at 3302 Northwest 39th Avenue, as more specifically described in this ordinance, from residential single-family to planned development, providing land development regulations, providing directions to city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Anyone from staff? Or, it is second reading, so. Applicant want to make any jubilant comments about how awesome this might be?
This is a happy item, so I'm coming up and talking for 10 seconds. No, thank you for your consideration. The Ancillary folks are here. I know they're super excited about getting forward, and this is really just kind of the next step in the process. So thank
Very
you.
good. Thank you. Commissioner Book.
For all the right reasons, I move staff recommendation.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, several seconds. Do we have, well, I'll go to Commissioner Eastman. Okay, great. Do we have any public comment?
We do not have any public comment at this time.
Okay, all right. You sure you don't want to try to move us either way on this thing? I'm kidding. All right, I see no further lights, so.
All right. Commissioner Book.
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman.
Aye.
Commissioner Willits.
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Aye.
Mayor Ward.
Aye, that passes unanimously, Madam Clerk.
All right. Moving right along. We are now on to first reading. This is quasi-judicial item. Quasi-judicial item 2022-678, Alachua County Courts Complex Plan Development Petition, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending zoning conditions and the PD layout plan regulating the plan development known as Alachua County Court Services, generally located in the vicinity of 220 South Main Street, 376 South Main Street, and 118 Southwest 4th Avenue, as more specifically described in this ordinance, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Very good. Welcome, Mr. Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Jason Simmons, Department of Sustainable Development. We're here before you tonight with a request from Alachua County to amend an existing plan development for the courthouse complex property. That PD zoning was adopted back in 2001. I don't know the history of it all, but it involved judicial orders and the PD amendment. The amendment includes the existing layout of the site and the PD conditions. The PD allowed for basically the consolidation of all the different types of court services onto one property, whether it's the courthouse, the state attorney's office, the public defender, victim services, all the various uses associated with a modern court system were consolidated on the site. So this amendment before you involves changing basically the existing PD layout plan, and also cleans up the ordinance a bit, removes some of the old conditions that have been met over the course of time. So the court complex is shown here, the PD. It's bounded by Southwest 2nd Avenue to the north, South Main Street to the east. You have Southwest 4th Avenue to the south and Southwest 2nd Street on the west. The total acreage is about 6.5 acres. Again, the zoning is PD, plan development. The land use is urban core, which matches the land use of the properties adjacent to the courthouse complex, except to the south, where you have transect zone properties with like a mixed use high land use. Because it's a PD amendment, we review it as if it was a rezoning. We look at the same criteria. These criteria are outlined in your staff report, where we review each of the items to ensure that the proposal will be consistent with the criteria, with the comprehensive plan, with the land development codes. You notice here, J, this is not going to be a rezone to a transect zone, so this is not applicable at this time. An initial proposal late last year did propose changing this to the DT downtown transect zone, but that was basically not seen favorably so much by some of the public and some of the plan board members because of the mix of uses that DT would have allowed, especially in light of the judicial order indicating what exactly would go on this site for the court services. So they reworked the application to come in with this PD amendment. And as part of the PD, you have conditions, restrictions, and regulations that apply to the development and use of the land. And some of those restrictions are the allowable uses by right in the PD, which are all related to the criminal court system, as well as allowance of some parking and an energy facility and that sort of thing. That's a view of the PD layout plan map, which indicates the various plan development conditions that are proposed to be applied to this amended PD. Basically, essentially, the court system at some point in the future, not far from now probably, will be proposing a new building to be constructed on the site. The old PD had a PD layout plan map, which basically shows the surface parking that's existing right now off 4th Avenue, Main and 2nd Street. The old PD shows that as remaining surface parking. I think as times have passed since 2001, needs have changed, design ideas have changed, and I think the county wants to build a building that would occupy some of the land where those surface parking lots are located, based on, again, modern sensibilities, security, and various other issues involving the court system. So most of these amendments deal with putting in place within the PD the design requirements that you would find in the transect zones, whether it's minimum and maximum building distance from the curbs, design requirements as far as materials for the building, glazing, the width of sidewalks and landscape areas, the location of sidewalks, landscape areas, and building zone areas, and how it relates to the public. So this is largely to put in design requirements so that the new buildings that they are proposing will be compatible and consistent with the adjacent DT zone properties that are here in the urban core. So the amendments generally call for the consolidation and expansion of buildings on land currently designated for surface parking lots. The amendments ensure that new development will have the compact pedestrian character that is appropriate in the urban core. The proposed amendments will allow for the continuation of the existing uses at the site, as well as offer development possibilities for the vacant parcels that will be subject to the design criteria that is present for the transect zones, because right now in the PD there are no compatible design requirements to what's there in the urban core now. And it ensures compatibility between existing and future uses on the subject parcels and the adjacent DT zone properties found throughout the urban core. Again, there's some elimination of some of the old conditions in the PD that have been met since the adoption of the PD. For example, the plaza on the corner of 2nd Avenue and Main Street, I believe the bus shelter that's there, the construction of that. So between that and these design requirements, we believe those are appropriate and compatible with the land development regulations, with the city's comprehensive plan, and with the city's goals for the urban core. Therefore, staff recommends approval of petition LD 22-00069 and also recommends approval on first reading of ordinance 2022-678. I'll be happy to try to answer any questions you have. The applicants are here with the presentation, I believe, and also ability to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Commissioner Eastman, did you want it now, or do you want to hear?
Yes. Now, so the applicant, who's the county, came to us and said originally that they wanted this to just be straight down DT zoning. But they wanted to move this to a transect. Am I understanding that correctly?
When we originally saw this back, I guess, September of last year, the proposal was to eliminate the existing PD to put in place DT zoning.
And did staff approve of that, or I guess before it went, was staff recommending that to the city planning board?
I believe our recommendation was that yes, we could approve it, but the question was always, sort of the hesitation was always what to do with all those uses that are allowed in DT. And we had some members of the public who remembered the judicial decision back in 2001 when this first came up, and they were adamant that no, this is specifically for court uses and should, so how do we ensure that those court uses will be placed there as opposed to some other use that the DT zoning allows? So the plan board basically told us to go back and rework the proposal.
So that means that if they wanted to say, they have a plan. I mean, they're going to put this forward in the county. There was an agreement by the county in order to build this in this specific way with the state attorney and the public defender and everyone within this one building.
I believe so, but
okay.
I think the applicants can answer.
Oh, okay.
better
Sorry, I
about
just then I will let you continue. I can ask questions.
the history.
Yeah. All right. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's go ahead and invite the applicant to make any presentation. Y'all bring Mr. Irby with you to help us out on this.
It's good to see you all again. Clay Swager with EDA Consultants. I've got a very brief presentation I'd like to make for you. I'll keep it short because Jason did a really nice job of outlining the request. With me here tonight is Onelia Lazari, who's a planning expert and has a lot of inside back institutional knowledge of this property and this PD. If there's questions I can't answer, Dan Whitcraft from the county is here, and he has he is the facilities director for the county and has a lot of information regarding the future plans for this property. This really boils down to an amendment to the existing PD zoning. The existing PD zoning is essentially set up for court services in Alachua County. That includes a variety of uses: civil courthouse, criminal courthouse, public defender, court services. So this block of land in our downtown, just a few blocks from here, has been set up for a long time to serve those uses. In 2001, this property was rezoned to PD, and that's when the courthouse plan for the criminal courthouse was born. And the approval and the development took place in 2003. In the northwest corner is the public defender's office, and that was built in 2016. But as you can see, there's still quite a bit of land on this property with just surface parking. It's sort of underutilized, and the county would like to consolidate all of those county uses into one block for better customer service, more efficient use of land, and also to free up some other properties downtown for future reuse, whether it's other county offices or maybe it's for some other public use or private use. So the plan is to have the civil courthouse be located on this property, which frees up a really amazing piece of land right by Bo Diddley Plaza. So this PD will help facilitate that. A couple of photos. I know we're all very familiar with this area, but this is a photo at the northeast corner of the criminal courthouse, public defender's office, from the northwest corner along 2nd Avenue. This is the zoning map. It's the existing and proposed zoning map because already zoned PD. And so we're asking for these condition changes to just help facilitate the development of the property moving forward. So again, PD was approved in 2001. The courthouse was built in 2003 and the public defender in 2016. We did, the applicant did change the request to, instead of just going to straight DT zoning, to just keep it as a PD because there was some concern about the original commitments by the county to keep this under court-related uses. So it seemed to make sense to just keep the PD zoning and clean up the old conditions that no longer apply or are antiquated, and also apply most of the DT transect zoning standards. So you're going to see a redevelopment of this property like you'd find on private development, where the buildings need to be front oriented to the street with articulation and glazing. It's not going to look like a very stark institutional type of facility. So it's really, it's an improvement in that way as well. You're going to see, you think of Hyatt Place and you think of some of these other buildings downtown, they're going to have to meet essentially the same standards for the exterior appearance. And so it should be very, very nice, very high quality. And so again, these amendments are related to the conditions. There's also a provision to vacate a section of right-of-way, which I'll show you in just a moment. It's a T-shaped city right-of-way through the property. And in turn of vacating that right-of-way, there's a requirement in the PD to do an urban walkway, which is a large paved path with landscaping and trees. So the vehicular connection across the block would be eliminated, but the bike and ped would remain. And I can show you. This is the PD plan. It's extremely simple. It is essentially a city block. That's why it's just a gray rectangle. And then the area, the right-of-way to be proposed for vacation is in blue. It's actually already in the PD to be phased out, the right-of-way vacation. So that's really not a new request. It's just one that hasn't been implemented yet. And the idea is that right-of-way vacation would occur at the time of future buildings being constructed on the property. Civil courthouse very well may be in that southeast quadrant of the block, if you will. And so the urban walkway would bisect through the block. So the permitted uses, as I mentioned, are all court-related services. There's many different functions of the county, and so the good thing about this is they'll all be consolidated in one area for better customer service and upgraded facilities. Right now, a lot of them are sprinkled out in different buildings. I put this slide together just to show you the majority of this block is surface parking now. And a lot of this is going to be redeveloped. The PD will help do that. It'll allow these buildings to be put in, the insertion of a parking structure, parking garage to serve the uses in the public. So you're really going to see a transformation of this block. When you go down 4th Avenue right now, it's nothing special. It's a parking lot with a couple trees there next to the street. So you can envision nice new buildings, being constructed in the relatively near future down there in that area. I think I've covered all this. The DT standards, by and large, will apply. So you're going to have a very high quality level of design and development here. There are two things that we ask that you consider including in your approval, and it's already in your ordinance, so you don't have to amend the ordinance on the fly. It's just two really minor things. It's the building placement standard along South Main Street. After we looked at this a little closer, South Main Street is a fairly wide right-of-way, and the street is fairly narrow in that area. There's a large area between the curb and the property line, and so it says 25 foot right now. The building has to be 25 feet from the curb, and when you measure the curb going east off of Main Street, you almost hit the property line. And so you can't have those wide sidewalks, the landscape zones that you'd like. So we're asking, instead of 25, to have that number be 30. And that's very consistent with what you see on the north end with the criminal courthouse. It'll look very consistent along that line. It's a very minor change, and your staff has no objection to that. It's just something that, we're always looking at these things, and the county is planning for their future projects to bring forward. So it's a very minor thing we'd like to ask you to keep in that ordinance that's in your backup. And the second is just allowing the language to allow slight modifications to design standards when there are existing utility conflicts. Along 2nd Street and 4th Avenue, there are a series of transformers, underground utilities, poles, easements, there's a lot of power and energy things happening in that area, and not all of them can be relocated. So we'd like just a little bit of flexibility to be able to perhaps, scoot the building back out of the easement. Otherwise, if we make this tied down so tight that we'd have to come back for a PD amendment to move the building 3 feet, that would just be that'd be very unfortunate. So we're asking for those very minor amendments to be included in that ordinance that you have. And so your staff is recommending approval. The plan board has recommended approval. We agree with all the conditions that staff has brought forward in the application and the staff report. So we would very respectfully ask for your approval on this PD zoning tonight. And I'm sure the county will keep you apprised of their plans for the court complex as they move forward. I know they have some plans in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swager. Commissioner Willis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. About the right-of-way vacation, Mr. Swager,
Yes.
you said the right-of-way vacation is currently in the existing PD as a potential plan, or
Correct.
coulda, shoulda, woulda, but that did not include the guarantee of some sort of bike ped connection east to west, some sort of urban trail, something.
That's correct. So you could view that as an improvement on the condition, if you will.
Okay.
There's no requirement currently.
I know this is way in the past, and I understand that vacation of right-of-way is often just plain old giving, but there's also parking on that street. Did the city get anything in return for that? Or, well, no, because we haven't vacated it yet, but that was just part of the plan. But was that guaranteed that the city would vacate that right-of-way at some point?
It is in the approved PD that right-of-way may be vacated at the time of any future development on that portion of the property.
May be vacated. Should it be vacated, that you then have development rights under the PD on that portion, correct? Does that sound? I'm a little confused on the process there of right-of-way vacation.
Let me see if I can find the right document. I'll ask my expert here in a minute if I can't find it. Can you give me just one moment, please? You're right. Thank you. I have a map I can show you on the overhead. Oh, thank you. This is much better. This is the current PD that's in effect. And that PD called for the vacation of part of First Street that has already occurred. That's where those buildings sit today, up on the north side. And it also called for these areas to be vacated. It was a permitted activity. The idea was it wouldn't occur until there was a reason to modify that area.
But it could, the current PD, you could build out the entire parcels with no sort of walkway connecting east and west.
That is correct.
So it could be one solid building, one super block. Okay.
Yes.
I was a little worried about that. I don't want to lose the fabric of our downtown as being smallish blocks. And there's I think, and someone from staff could have to correct me, but our comp plan supports the idea that super blocks are probably a bad idea for Gainesville. Super, where you condense all these blocks and have your super large buildings with no whatever. So I like the idea that with this new PD, we could get some sort of connection. Could that connection include, though, most of us probably think of uncovered, but where you, I don't know the term for it, pierce a hole in the bottom of a building, and so maybe on the main side, the main street frontage, someone help me out here with a word, where there's just an opening in the building, tunnel.
Yeah,
through
like
to the back.
a covered walkway, perhaps, or
I see that in some communities, and
Yeah.
it thrills me because you kind of maintain that that ability. So that could still be, because would that still meet the requirement of this new PD that you can build over it, but you just maintain an urban walkway, including something that's potentially covered by usable building space?
A couple responses to you, Commissioner. First, I wanted to mention that the total linear footage of this block is under 2,300, which is the maximum permitted in the urban transect zoning. So we comply with the block perimeter in the current code. So we're not asking to have I wouldn't define this as a super block. This is a compliant block.
Super was exaggerating a little bit. That's right on the edge of like when I looked at it, I'm like, it's getting to be big. But we're talking about having some sort of
Yep, and then now there will be a codified requirement for that urban walkway. It has to be a paved path. I think it's at least 10 feet. 10 feet. A minimum of 10 foot wide. Has to have landscaping, trees on each side, and it could be part of a coverage. And that's part of the reason I didn't want to show an arrow just going straight across, because it may work within the fabric of these buildings that come in. There's going to be multiple buildings, so it may have some character to it, not just a total straight shot across.
I see. Thank you. And then my other just concern is, was street trees. And I know it's not deep in this about what we do with that land use, but there are trees currently on the property in the right of way, current or close to the right of way, I'll say. And obviously we build a bunch. How we maintain good street trees, and I think this is a really good example block where if we screw it up bad in the city of Gainesville, and we screw it up in a place where we put in so much effort into South Main, so much, but it's also a place where our neighbors need shade, and so I'm a little worried, but part of that's me just seeing existing trees that do provide some shade. It's not perfect, but provide some shade. I also selfishly will lose my favorite parking spot to go on an evening in downtown, because I'll park there and walk on Welling. So I just didn't know anything about the full transect in this case, what it has in the way of requirements for street trees along those edges.
That's a great question, and as I mentioned, the urban transect zoning standards will apply, so you'll have those zones. You'll have the sidewalk zone, the landscape zone, the building frontage realm. Street trees are required. So all the new projects that you see, they have the zones, this is going to be required as well in this project. So you're going to have an enhanced street front presence as a result of this rezoning from what you have today. And I think some of the minor flexible things that we've asked to embed will also help preserve some of those trees along the perimeter and the right-of-way. This gives us a little more room to work.
Or potentially even on Main Street, if it's going to be slightly deeper, slightly wider, a different type of tree that needs that extra space potentially, as opposed to a narrower space to grow. At first, I was very, very skeptical of this because it just feels like a very big block, and at least my favorite parking. But that can't be a reason to oppose it. Thank you, Mr. Schwager. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
That is not competent substantial evidence.
Sure isn't.
Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually have kind of the opposite line of questioning. Back to what I was questioning before. We've talked before about how plan developments tend to come around when in eras when we haven't had good zoning, in eras when we're trying to kind of micromanage various things. We have transects, we have different street frontage, things like that. And it seems like what we're doing here is we're saying, we have mandates on all developments within use within our urban core and that are along storefront streets. But then we also want to pigeonhole you into like count down to 7 or 8 allowable uses. So like taking the transects with the intensity there, but then saying only these government services allowable uses within there. Is there is there more that would be within this? Like I guess within the transect, within the PD, you would not, if this were DT zoning, you would not have to do, I'd imagine, that connectivity through with the bicycle. With
That's correct.
bike and
It's
ped.
with the straight zoning, it'd be a map change. There would be no requirement for the urban walkway. It would allow all the uses in DT zoning, which really I think was the crux of the reason why it was brought back to just keep it PD for those court service related uses.
Yeah, I just don't. I mean, it's owned by the county. The county has said what they want to do with it. They don't plan on doing anything else. It seems like kind of. If I were on the city plan board, I would have just voted probably to give you DT zoning. But where we are now with all of the work that's gone into this, I mean, if I were to vote no on this, say just come back to us with straight DT zoning, would that change any of the aspects related to utilities within the easements and some of the other things that you mentioned, or are those would that cover that, or would you still be asking for variances or changes in that regard?
Mr. Mayor, I would say if you went down the DT zoning route, we probably would be asking for variances in the future or begging GRU for some help with certain encroachments and easements. So this is an elegant solution, I would say, because it gets the county what they need as far as the uses, a little bit of flexibility. These are very specific type of uses too, right? There's some safety and security elements involved, obviously. And there are a few things in the conditions that help troubleshoot particular design issues in the future. So I think it could be problematic if we went to straight DT zoning.
So you would prefer
in this particular
Commissioner Eastman's 100,000-foot like philosophy about DTs, like transect zonings versus PD, be left to the side for the practicality of just trying to make sure that the petition moves through. Because
that would be my preference. Yes,
all right,
and I
well,
agree with
that,
you.
those are all my
generally,
questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Willis.
I just want to follow up and make sure I understand the urban walkway. I imagine it is completely public and always open.
Yes.
And I want to have some confirmation, but I just suddenly had this image of the county having a gate that shuts close at 9 p.m. or whenever. We're talking about a public right-of-way walkway that is not barred at either end. Hopefully some bollards so that cars can't drive down it, but
I do not believe that they're allowed to close that walkway. It's meant to have public access. It'll probably have an easement on it, and it needs to be put in the design accordingly. If anyone wants to correct me, the idea is that it would remain open. I think it is required to remain open. So
this is just a little.
I've seen head nods behind me, so
I have a fear of.
Sure.
It's
a
we say
workaround or
that,
we
and
fence
the
it
county
off
says,
and- yeah.
even in the future, the county says we have some issues with homeless neighbors being on it, sleeping on it. We're going to close it off.
And I think because of that, I think there's going to be a lot of design thought put into how it's laid out and designed, because you want it to remain open to the public, which means the public will be able to use it at night. So it needs to be well lit, it needs to be visible, it needs to be safe. And so it has to remain open to the public.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Schwager. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willis. So I have a couple questions along that line. Several things. The county at no point is likely to want to close it, but I wonder, and this shouldn't keep us from doing the right thing with this, but I wonder if at some future point the court system might not say, for security reasons, we're going to close this, and they probably could supersede whatever safeguards we try to build into this, because if Florida Supreme Court says we're going to do this, we're probably going to do it. Now that's way down the road and nothing we can really predict, but 2 courthouses back to back, public defender's office, maybe state attorney's office, you know, if rumors are accurate. I could see the courts being concerned at some point in the future about security in that spot. But again, there's not a lot we could do with that today. But it is something that certainly is a potential concern. Do you have, and I apologize if I missed this earlier, but do you have a time frame that they might start doing something real with this?
I think that there is some imminent work on infrastructure, particularly for some of the energy plant elements that will support the project and the block in the next year. That there's some funding available, and so you're going to see some activity really soon. I think if we're able to bring the PD forward and the right-of-way vacation, you will see, hopefully soon, it's in process as well. There's going to be site plan review with the. Dan, do you want to add some element? Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Yep. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Dan Woodcraft, County Facilities. Right now, the timeline, we are looking to have the civil courthouse. Basically, there's three components to this complex. There is the Chillwater Central Energy Plant, the new civil courthouse, and a parking structure. We are looking to have all of those close to being completed by the end of 2025.
Wow.
Yeah, so we are along those lines now. There are RFPs that are out on the streets, some of them have already come back. So we are already down this road.
Okay. So that means that the property across the street will be ready for something different by 2026. If this is ready into the end of 25.
Currently, that is the timeline.
Okay, so we need to be thinking very seriously about what the community might.
Yeah, and
Let one
along
across the
those
street.
lines, city staff has reached out and to try to get some synergy with the city's downtown master plan and, to work with us. So to make sure we maximize, what we're putting forth.
Right.
Yep.
Okay, wonderful. So as this moves forward, I have every confidence that it'll be a more interesting building than what has happened in the past. I wasn't very old, but I remember nobody, by the time it was built, the courthouse across the street was not something anybody liked.
Okay.
And it was certainly a little bit different than anything prior to that. But I don't think anybody has grown to love it over the years either. So I hope that we can sort of keep that in mind for more of a timeless design as the new one is built. But I also, one of the things that is not helpful to a downtown, as we all know, is to have dead space at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. When everybody leaves the office, you turn the lights out, it's a dark spot until tomorrow morning. And I wonder if there's some way to build in some things, and I don't know what they would be, but something that would keep a bottom floor or some part of the building alive into at least, early to mid-evening hours. And again, I don't know what that would be other than parking, which isn't necessarily a lively use, but something that might keep it more interesting and keep foot traffic flowing in the evening and connect what is off and on a very lively upper downtown with a growing, more lively further downtown. So just thoughts on that. And I don't know what the right answer is for that, but I would hope that that's part of the conversation as design moves forward. Commissioner Eastman, you want to?
I did just want to point out, Mr. Mayor, that if you're talking about things other than criminal and civil courts, court services, family and juvenile services, state attorney's office, public defenders, ancillary structured parking, service parking, or accessory energy facility, we are now limiting them from doing any of those things. So if they wanted to have, and I don't know what would be allowed under those, but if they wanted to have, I don't know, community groups that would rent out a bottom floor, maybe this is a better question than a statement, but if that is, but it doesn't seem to me like that would be an allowable use within there. And actually, maybe it would make sense if the other portion of the PD were there, just to open up some of the allowable uses that are within this PD outside of this. We probably can't force the county to make those determinations, but like giving them the option to do that, I think would make could solve some of my worries about the allowable uses within here.
Right.
Because I agree with you. I think you said it better than I did when I was kind of talking about transects, things like that. But you're right. I mean, we have a lot of government services in our downtown, and more so than most downtowns. And that means that for large swaths of the downtown, there's no reason to walk over there, like the walkable, just large swaths of it. And so it would be nice to at least give the option that you could have something in there. I recognize that court services don't tend to have coffee shops. There's a lot of security issues, things like that within there. But I also wouldn't want to be necessarily part of the reason why that can't happen, because we have limited the PD in perpetuity to not allow any of those things.
Right, if there's some opportunity for, and you mentioned community group meeting space or that sort of thing, that might be, certainly it's an old traditional use of courthouses to have opportunities for the community to meet.
That's exactly what I was thinking as well. I view that as an accessory use to the primary use, which is public building, public space. If there's meeting space for, community activities, I don't see how that's in conflict with the primary uses. I'd also add too, just to the mayor's question about how we're going to tie this into downtown. There's going to be almost a half a mile of street frontage that's improved with wider sidewalks and street trees and landscapes. So I mean, you're gonna start to grow downtown a bit. So there's going to be pretty substantial public investment in the. I just thought about that as it's over half a mile. So there'll be a lot of improvements to the streetscape. It's going to be easier to walk in and around that area.
Okay.
But let's say that if I know that this isn't in the current plan, but if you wanted to have some kind of accessory use where like a certain section was rented out or something like that, would that be allowed under these 7 or 8 different options that are here? Are these just the primary uses that are allowed there?
So if the city planning director has any different opinion, come on up. But I mean, I view that as an accessory activity to public buildings. You could have a meeting in the courthouse now if it was safe and approved. I don't view that as a conflict, Commissioner.
Of course we would, I'll introduce myself again. Forrest Edelton, Acting Director for Sustainable Development. We would look at each of the proposals as we do for any of our zoning verification and make a determination if it was what we would see as accessory or not. For community meeting spaces, office spaces, things like that, we have a lot of flexibility, if you will. But for some of the uses you were describing that have specific definitions to them, we would have a much harder time, which is precisely the staff's main argument for bringing it in its first version that you all saw, that we were supporting having the DT zoning that allows more of those uses and diversity of uses. But again, this fits all of staff's criteria that we look at for trying to determine whether or not this proposal would fit with what the comprehensive plan and our land development code allow. So really on this one, staff thinks that the court services that have been proposed or limited to that would fit with our criteria that we evaluate things. And then of course that first rendition that we brought you met those criteria as well.
But we could move to approve this, but then ask potentially on second reading that there be an expansion of allowable uses that may give them a little more flexibility in the future. Would that be an appropriate way to go forward?
You can certainly add allowable uses.
Okay. All right. That might be something to think about.
All right. Thank you. I mean, there's certainly a dearth of community meeting space in downtown. It's hard to find good community group space to meet in. You have to look all over the place. It hasn't been that long since we needed, the DEC needed a new place to meet, and it was hard to find a good spot for that, I remember. So, and that's certainly not the only group out there that has experienced that. So that's definitely something to keep in mind, and that I will, talk to our colleagues across the street about over the next couple of weeks. Okay, Commissioner Duncan Walker.
I was just going to make the motion.
Oh, okay, great.
Okay, I move ordinance number 2022-678, Alachua County Courts Complex Plan Development Petition on first reading.
All right, we have a motion and second. Do you have any public comment?
We do not have any at this time.
Okay, thank you. All right, then, I see no other lights. Commissioner?
Well, if we did want to make a motion that to expand out the allowable uses of the space, now would be the time. So I don't know what a proper motion would be, but move staff to.
Well, we have a motion.
Oh, well, if you would like to amend your motion to have, well, I guess they would have to bring back changes to the PD because it would be second reading. I don't know what a proper amending here would be, but to have staff look at to include more allowable uses that would allow, I guess, retail, coffee shops, community space, just to expand out the allowable uses within there to better match.
Community spaces already, we
Right,
think
right.
an allowable use.
Okay,
so.
well, that would make me feel better. If that would be, if you think that would be appropriate to have within there.
Mr. Swigger?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Perhaps at this time you could add a line that just indicates that accessory community meeting space is a permitted use to make sure it's very clear. I'm concerned about putting retail in because there was some objection to going away from those committed court-related services from the county, from the initiation of the sales tax and everything else. So there's a basis there for that. But
So there's a longer history than I didn't realize about the sales tax. Is that the
Yes.
When was it?
Late 90s.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I remember there was a sales tax related to this. Okay. I won't meddle in this any longer. I'll just let the motion stand.
Commissioner?
Just
I'm sorry,
'cause I-
were you done, or did you want to?
Or were you going to amend it?
I was listening, but what I would like to offer here is, given that Mr. Swager has given us some pretty decent, I think, insight there, we do have a new building that's coming available, and I think we might be able to consider that down the line. If he's making the suggestion that maybe we leave this, there were security issues and concerns. I don't want to touch that. And this whole new building that gets to be re-envisioned, that we'll have probably conversations about, who knows? I mean, the sky is probably the limit with that. We do a lot of things. So I'm inclined to leave it where it is. And let's think about this new space, how we might be able to purpose that to accomplish some of the goals that you're thinking about. Okay, thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Willetts?
Yeah, I want to see the flexibility for space to be used, because we're talking about a large chunk of downtown for all the reasons, we don't want a place to roll up the sidewalk at 5 p.m. If we feel like we need to build in some flexibility, I support that idea. Otherwise, I understand that a lot of that is somewhat ancillary, it'll work. But I doubt under those lists you probably can't have a food truck on site. Even for something you want to do internally, it sounds like, or you're going to call that ancillary to the other services. I do wonder a little bit, because when you say this is just a court services complex and that's it, I worry a little bit that it doesn't have that flexibility, and I would want it to come back to this to change it then. So if it's that we feel like there's something, I would support loosening it a little bit, but I also understand. I also just think of literally like, can you feed homeless people there? On site somewhere, and I suspect under those, no, you can't. Even though I'll stop there about different government facilities. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, I see no further lights. This is
All right.
roll call.
Yes, Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Willetts?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Commissioner Book?
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Mayor Ward?
That passes, aye, that passes unanimously.
All right.
Very good.
Excellent.
Thank you.
We are moving on to our business discussion item for the evening. It's 2023-808, North Central Florida Regional Planning Council membership discussion with the recommendation the City Commission discuss and take action deemed necessary.
All right. Thank you all. Come on up, Mr. Coots.
I think it's like to the minute.
Mr. Edelton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Forrest Edelton, Acting Director for Sustainable Development. Staff does not have, a typical presentation on this one with slides, relatively straightforward. Of course, as you all know, staff was asked to come back with identifying areas that we could cut to really try to address our budget. And so in addition to proposing removing some vacancies and cutting 2 planner positions, one of the things that Sustainable Development identified for these cuts is the membership that we have with the North Central Florida Regional Planning Council. That's really my introduction. Mr. Scott Coons is here as well to speak about what the Regional Planning Council does, and I will turn it over to him with your permission.
Very good. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to appear before you this evening. I'm Scott Coons, and I have the distinct honor and pleasure of serving as the Executive Director for the North Central Florida Regional Planning Council. I do have some slides, if you can pull those up. Back here, okay, all right. Thank you. We'll talk to you a few minutes this evening about what the Regional Planning Council is and who we are and what we do, and the return on investment, and then a summary and why it's important for the city to be a member of the North Central Florida Regional Planning Council and the value it brings to the city. We are one of 10 regional councils across the state. There's a statewide network. We are an association of local governments formed through an interlocal agreement under Chapter 163, comprised of cities and counties throughout North Central Florida. Our mission is to improve the quality of life of the citizens throughout the region through 4 activities: enhancing public safety, protecting regional resources, promoting economic development, and providing services to member local governments. The region consists of 12 counties and 40 municipalities, and 14 of those municipalities are member jurisdictions. It's a large geographic region covering some 8,000 square miles with a population of about just over 500,000. Under state law, counties are required to be members of regional councils. In our region, cities can be voluntary members, which the city has been since the inception of the council. The council is comprised of 2/3 local elected officials and then citizens appointed by the governor. Your current 3 city representatives are Commissioner Book, Commissioner Duncan Walker, and Commissioner Willits. Commissioner Book currently serves on our Regional Planning Committee. Commissioner Duncan Walker serves on our Finance and Program Committee, and Commissioner Willits serves on our Clearinghouse Committee. Those are the 12-member counties and the 14-member jurisdictions. You can see about half of those, 7 of those 14, are municipalities here in Alachua County. Council is engaged in a wide variety of community economic development activities, from regional, public safety, economic development, local government assistance, and transportation. Under our regional planning programs, we have 2 areas of activity. We have a strategic regional policy plan, which is required under state statute to guide the future growth and development of the 12-county region. We identify regional resources, natural resources of significance in the region, as well as significant regional facilities, which is primarily the state and federal highway system. This is our principal policy document that we use to review local government comprehensive plan amendments and provide advisory comments to cities and counties, and also perform other state designated review activities. And that's about 15% of our activity. Second area is public safety. We provide staffing service to the North Central Florida Local Emergency Planning Committee, which is representatives from throughout the 12 counties, primarily first responders, emergency management, and firefighters. Chief Withers of the city serves as the vice chair of that organization. We also staff the North Central Florida Regional Hazardous Materials Response Team. This is made up primarily of the cities and counties in the eastern half of our region that have mutual aid agreement to respond to hazardous material incidents. And again, Gainesville Fire Rescue is the principal hazmat response team for the region. We also work with the State Division of Emergency Management on emergency planning related primarily to hurricanes. We're responsible for maintaining the statewide hurricane evacuation study, which is updated every 5 to 10 years, which identifies areas subject to tropical storm inundation, storm surge, identifies evacuation routes, and inland shelter capacity. And we also work with a number of counties in monitoring small waste hazardous generators and doing annual inspections, providing reports to the State Department of Environmental Protection. And that's about 8% of our activity. Excuse me, our third area is economic development. We are a U.S. Department of Commerce Economic Development Administration designated economic development district. Under that program, we maintain a regional economic strategy, which enables jurisdictions throughout the region to apply for and receive federal economic development funding. We also perform economic impact analysis for projects to generate employment in communities. We've done several of those for the city over the years. We also work with the Regional Florida Tourism Task Force to promote our region for eco-based tourism, cultural-based tourism, and heritage-based tourism throughout the 12 counties. Our fourth area of activity is local government assistance. We have two areas there. We provide community planning services to a number of rural counties and small cities throughout the region, is also community development, work on community development projects to redevelop neighborhoods for housing renovation, neighborhood projects, and downtown redevelopment. And that's only about 20% of our activity. There's a misconception among some that this is all the Regional Planning Council does, provide planning services to rural counties and small cities. It's only about 20% of our work, but it's a very important service we provide to those jurisdictions. Our fifth area of activity is transportation. This is our largest program, about 44%. We have two areas there. One which you're very, very familiar with is the metropolitan planning process. We provide staff services to the Metropolitan Planning Organization to develop and maintain the long-range transportation plan, transportation improvement program, and list of priority projects, which is a required process for the community to receive any federal highway, transit, bicycle, pedestrian dollars to come to the community. And we've been providing that service since the inception of the organization in 1978. Second area is the state-funded transportation disadvantage. This is the paratransit services to low-income, disabled, and elderly individuals to get them to life-sustaining activities. Over half of those are for medical appointments or grocery shopping. And we coordinate that in 10 of the 11 rural counties. We develop the annual service plan, staff the coordinating boards, and advise the state on who should be the designated provider for that program. And also under state law, the metropolitan planning organizations are the planning entities in urban counties, so we also assist in that program here in Alachua County. And as many of you know, MV Transit provides that services here in the community. A little bit about history. The council was created in 1969. We celebrated our 50th anniversary a few years ago. The 5 charter members of the council are Alachua County, City of Alachua, City of Gainesville, City of Hawthorne, and City of High Springs. City of Gainesville was a leader and instrumental in forming this organization 54 years ago. And the city has been a member continuously every year since its inception for 54 years. Why is it important that the city be a member of the council? As you well know, Gainesville is the regional employment center, the regional retail center, the regional higher education center, the regional healthcare center, the regional entertainment center of the region. Without the city of Gainesville, North Central Florida region would not exist as we know it today. And it's important that the city exercise that leadership and be at the table and sit down with your neighboring communities and address issues and matters of common concern and interest. So membership dues are based on 30 cents per capita. They have been at that level and not increased for 42 years. The city's population is a little over 145,000 now, so your dues for the coming year is a little over 43,000. Total dues we receive is about 171, which is only about 10% of our overall budget. All the other funds we receive are either contract for services or grants from state or federal agencies for a specific project, study, report, or service. The member dues are the only discretionary funds that we receive, and we use some of those to match some federal grants in order to leverage those dollars. So a little bit on return on investment that the city has benefited from over the past 20 years. First is the Gainesville Technology Entrepreneur Center. Received a U.S. Department of Commerce 2 economic development grants totaling $1.7 million. Without those grants, that facility probably would not have been constructed. And the only reason the city was able to receive those funds is because the Regional Planning Council, as I mentioned earlier, is a federally economic designated development district that maintains a strategic economic plan for the region. Without that plan and organization in place, and you're participating in an organization, those dollars are not available to the community. Second project is University of Florida Innovation Hub, Phase 1. Received $8.2 million from the U.S. Department of Commerce through that same program. And then the Phase 2, several years later, received another $8 million, $8.1 million, a total of $16 million for the University of Florida Innovation Hub in Midtown, which, as you know, has been a significant catalytic project for the redevelopment of the Midtown area. And the most recent one is the Santa Fe College, Blunt Hall, here in also downtown area of Gainesville. Their Center for Innovation and Economic Development received a U.S. Department of Commerce Economic Development grant for $4.8 million towards the construction of Blunt Hall. So those 4 projects total over $22 million over a 20-year period. The city's membership dues during that time span was just over $500,000, $510,000, which results in a direct return on investment of 44 to 1. 44 to 1. $22 million for $500,000 investment over a 20-year period. So in summary, the city, as I said, was very instrumental and a leader in forming the organization. It was a charter member in 1969 and has been a member every year for the past 54 years. You are the regional leader. You are the largest community in the region. You're about 25% of the population, and therefore your membership dues contribution is also 25%. But you are the heart of North Central Florida. And a significant return on investment this community has benefited from through the Economic Development District designation, and the economic strategy that council maintains has been significant at $22 million for those 4 major projects in downtown and East Gainesville and Midtown. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to answer any questions the commission might have.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners? Any questions? All right, Commissioner Willis.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Coons, for presenting today. I have yet to meet anybody in any of my work that is as prepared as you are to present, either at MTPO or to us or the Planning Council. Truly, that is a compliment to you. So I'm understanding that because these economic development grants come because the council exists. But if we were no longer members, the council would still exist.
Correct.
And potentially those similar type grants could still be applied for and received inside of the bounds of the city of Gainesville and or Alachua County, or right?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. That statement is correct, because as long as Alachua County remains a member, the city is part of Alachua County and would then still qualify under that program. But that would mean that the city would not be contributing its fair share to the benefits that the organization provides to the community.
Could you tell us a little bit about any of the anything that comes to mind for matching grant? You mentioned that because member dues are good for that kind of discretionary, you can use it a little more easily. Does anything in particular come to mind that's been used for in the past to match to get other grants?
The primary one is the U.S. Department of Commerce grant. Requires a 25% match each year. So we use some of the member dues towards that grant to leverage that program.
And what is that? What do you use that grant for? Who receives it and how's it used?
That's the funding that the council receives to develop and maintain every 5-year update to that strategic plan, to do the economic impact analysis, and also to provide support to the regional tourism program.
Okay, that helps me understand it a little better. Thank you, Mr. Coons. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to see us remain as a member here. We've been in for 54 years. We are a charter member. And I would just hope that we could find 43,000 to maintain that membership.
So, not seeing any other lights, let me ask you a couple questions, and I'm sure this will generate more. Why, or let me make sure I understand. I think that for as long as I've been on the commission, these meetings have been held in Lake City. Is that accurate?
That is correct, yes. We have our monthly board meetings in Lake City.
Okay.
And they were held in Lake City 30 years ago as well.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So
Yes.
how come is the question then?
It's a little more centrally located for most of the members and has access from I-10 and I-75 to get to the meeting. And most members travel between 45 minutes to an hour to and from the meeting. If we were to meet here in Gainesville, from Madison and Perry, it'd be an hour and a half one way, back and forth.
So how much does Alachua County pay in approximately?
33,000.
33.
They pay for the unincorporated portion. As I mentioned, most of the cities in the county are members as well, and they each pay their 30% share. So the county pays for unincorporated population, town of Micanopy, and town of La Crosse, which are not members.
So about half of the dues come from Alachua County. Right, well, probably more than half the dues when you include Alachua High Springs, et cetera. Right at half.
It's approximately half the dues because Alachua County and the cities have half the population.
Right.
That's why.
But we don't seem to have ever had a meeting in Alachua County.
We have had meetings in Alachua County in the past. For probably the past 30 years, we have met in Lake City. In the early years, in the 70s and early mid-80s, we would have one, sometimes two meetings in Gainesville. And the reason that was discontinued was it was difficult to get a quorum because of the distance to be traveled.
Right. So what I'm doing here is trying to figure out a bargain.
Pardon?
I'm trying to work a bargain here with you.
Well, the other bargain is the interlocal agreement, which forms the council, specifies that the offices of the Regional Planning Council will be in the center city of the statistical metropolitan statistical area for the region, which means the offices must be inside the corporate limits of the city of Gainesville. We've moved around a few times since our inception. Two of our previous offices in downtown is now a Hyatt Hotel, and the other one is the criminal courthouse, were two of our earlier locations in downtown. But all of our offices and our current office is currently inside the city limits, so that payroll is rolled over here in the community through mortgages and grocery shopping, and people buy cars here and so forth. So the staff office must be in the city.
I'll tell you, y'all could upgrade to that soon-to-be empty courthouse building across the street. Here.
Possibly.
Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Mr. Coons, it didn't dawn on me if it's 30 cents per capita, and the county, Alachua County, currently picks up the city of Micanopy because they're not members.
Correct.
If we're no longer members, does it raise the county's dues by $46,000 in the next year?
About $43,000.
No wonder they want us to do this.
Well, I haven't heard anything from them specifically. I have not yet. It just dawned on me. No one mentioned it to me.
Mr. Mayor, quite frankly, as I said, our dues are only 10% of our budget. They're important, but they're not the main reason why the city needs to be a member. The city needs to be a member because, as I said, you are the regional center, you are the heart of the region, you're the employment center, you are the leader among the cities and counties in this region. So that's why you need to be a member. And with that comes a dues contribution.
Well, I think we like to hear that. Recently, the city, in comparison to the region and/or state, has been on the receiving end of our lumps, and so it sounds good to my ears. Thank you for saying that. It didn't dawn on me that if we do this, not that it changes the entire financial structure of the council, but then that in order to be represented, in essence, to be represented, the county would need to pick up, in essence, our dues. And I assume that probably changes how many voting members the county would get, more voting members or not.
There's 3 county voting members as well. Again, the interlocal agreement provides for every member jurisdiction to have at least one representative in any jurisdiction with a population over 100,000. has 3 representatives, so the only 2 that qualify are the City of Gainesville and Alachua County. Now, if you were not a dues-paying member, you would no longer have representatives on the Regional Planning Council.
But the county wouldn't pick up, Alachua County wouldn't pick up any extra.
No, they would still have 3.
Stick at 3. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Coons. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, I'll just say I support the idea of staying in it, but at the same time, if we're really looking deep and searching for money, and when we're in a place where we are laying off staff and we're eliminating positions, this does seem like an easy, but I understand the arguments. So if it's that we find and that we truly see in our budget where we can find the room, it does make sense to stay in. But it's also just a really, really hard time for us, and it's a chunk of money that is a little harder to identify. For me, at least, it's a little harder to identify the exact benefit when the council would still exist, and yeah, it would still exist if we were no longer there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just a couple of... brief quick. The MTPO operates separate and distinct regardless of what would happen with our membership in the North Central Florida Regional Planning Council. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct. The Metropolitan Transportation Planning Organization is also a Chapter 163 interlocal agreement organization among the city, the county, and the Florida Department of Transportation, which is required under federal legislation. And the Regional Planning Council's relationship with the Metropolitan Planning Organization, as I said earlier, since its inception in 1978, is to provide staff services to that organization.
I do have some concern that kind of in the big picture, if we were not to be a member and Alachua County were to pick up, let's say, our membership, which is a good point to bring up, it does impact the manner in which we operate together and other asks and working together collaboratively. So there could be some collateral impact there. And then the last question is just more of one that I don't think is there a funding source that allows us to fill a gap for a year or 2 years while we kind of figure out our budget, such as lapsed ARPA dollars, which are about to occur, or GCRA dollars, which we're going to have some lapsed dollars out of some of our existing projects. And I don't know the answer. Madam Manager, would you have somebody that might be able to answer that for us?
Mr. Mayor, if I might, we have a budget workshop on Monday, and it would be my suggestion that we have this discussion on Monday when we have other items to discuss similar to this, where the commission can better weigh out, how you want to land, whether you want us to identify funds for this and potentially other things.
Yes, ma'am.
That would be discussed at the workshop on Monday.
I think that's probably a wise idea. We might be able to see what's the existence in totality there. And thank you for that suggestion, Madam Manager. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I might just add 1 or 2 other comments. While these are considered membership dues, this is not a club or third-party organization that you're sending dues off to. This is your organization. The City of Gainesville, Alachua County, Columbia County, City of Live Oak is the organization. They own the organization. We're staff. We work for you and the other cities and counties. We're not a separate, independent third party. We are you. You are us. In terms of responding to your comment earlier, Mr. Mayor, about a bargain, one thing we have done in the past for some jurisdictions that were facing very challenging fiscal situation, actually they were declared to be in a fiscal emergency by the state auditor general, we put them, we offered them an installment plan, and they paid off their dues over a multi-year period. So that's something we could also talk about or consider as well with the city, because we are very understanding of the great challenge you're facing with the significant reduction in the utility fund transfer to your general fund, and the difficulty you're having in balancing your budget. We're very sensitive to that and are very aware of that.
Commissioner Eastman.
Yes, thank you. I was actually just going to state what the city manager stated, that Mr. Coons, I think you make some really compelling arguments. One, just in terms of us being supportive of all of our surrounding communities. Also, that that the MTPO is such a central part of all of this. There's going to be increased work that goes on as we move over into being an organization that has more funding and a little more control over all of that. But and
So I think you made a very good argument, and I would like to see if we can find a way to make to continue to be a member of this. I think that that's a decision that I'd like to see within the context of the whole rest of the budget, because when we have a limited pie, there's a limited budget, and so it's not like it as I would like to fund everything that comes our way, but I recognize, and we've really let the staff and the city manager sort of lead us through this process and come forward with the budget reductions that they are seeing based on what they believe they need to run the government. And so I think Monday is probably the best time to do that. And I'm sure that, as you've heard up here, that a lot of us, I think, found a lot of your arguments very compelling, and I think we'd like to see what we can do. Thank you.
So I agree with that. I think Monday is the right time to have the yes or no conversation. I also agree that you make some compelling arguments, and it occurs to me that some of the things that we need, some of the ways we need to adjust as a city organization, one of the very specific ways is to be much more intentional about economic development. We frankly have not been intentional about economic development in any kind of long-term organized way. For a long time, we had one economic development officer for a city of 145,000 people. That's not taking economic development seriously. And we need to grow our tax base. We need to do real economic development, and I believe we have staffers now who can rethink a little bit of that and lead us in a good direction. But if we can lean on your organization for more of that as well, to partner in that, then that would be a very good use of the investment, of an annual investment there. Because that is something that we need to rethink and do a better job of, in my opinion. So that is something to keep in mind as well. But it would also be good to now and then have meetings in Alachua County. It doesn't have to be all of them, but.
Mr. Mayor, that's a decision staff does not make. Each year, the council decides where meetings are to be held, and so that would require a majority vote of the 31 members that serve on the board.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Really quickly, I just wanted to espouse my support of us finding some dollars to maintain our membership in this organization. I've enjoyed, in just my short tenure as a commissioner, learning a lot from our peers in other places, and also being a part of that kind of synergistic relationship that gets created when you talk about what's happening in these different cities. And we are a major part of that. They look to us. I mean, a lot of places are doing a lot of wonderful things, but Gainesville, literally, I'm proud to say that we are leaders. And some of the other smaller areas look to us, depend on us. And so because we're kind of that epicenter that tends to be a little bit of the glue that's holding some things together, I think it's really important for us to try to find a way to fund this. I look forward to that conversation on Monday, and I will definitely be supporting that at that time.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Kuntz, and we'll have a discussion on Monday. So,
Thank you for your time and consideration.
thank you. Okay,
Commission comment?
good. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Excited about our conversation on Monday, and I wanted to recap something that the city manager and I have already started talking about, but I wanted to ask as a point of clarity, Madam Manager, because it's part request, and I just want to make sure that I have asked you something specifically that I want. And it is in alignment with a motion that was made by the county. We're getting ready to go into a meeting with them on the 28th, where they have recently put a motion on the floor to have their staff bring back to them an analysis of what programs are included in the fiscal year 2023-24 budget to address the gun violence public health crisis. So you and I started a conversation yesterday, but I don't think that it went to the extent that included everything that we're doing, because it's some of the stuff that's already there. We talked about some specific things, initiatives and programs, but I think too what I would like to see is that broadened into the other things that we're doing. We had the, $9 million in affordable housing. So those root cause issues, I would really, really be appreciative of at least something that mirrors what the county is going to be doing, so we can have a good, robust conversation.
We, in response to that, we've done that. I got from Thomas Harrington, John Alexander, and Yvette Carter this morning the first draft of a matrix that will go department by department.
Excellent.
It will separate things out into the enforcement and suppression side. It will be intervention and prevention and support services. We'll have 3 categories, and from GPD to parks to sustainable development to whatever department has something that can be attributed to gun violence prevention. There will ultimately be a grand total with a brief description of those services by department. So we've already started that. We actually started it prior to the summit, but we really were not able to really fully get it developed because I wanted to actually include it in the summit portfolio. And so what we decided to do in the portfolio is to include as much as we could get, not only from the city, but from all of the other providers across the county. So you had that abbreviated matrix, I'll put it that way, because it was not really fully done. But relative to the city of Gainesville, for the meeting on the 28th, the commission will have that list of services across the city of Gainesville with a total and a brief description. I actually got a draft of it this morning. We have a meeting on Monday to actually go through it, to just kind of continue to cull it out and make sure that we tried to address everything we can. So that's already in the mix.
Thank you so very much. And is that something that we're going to add to the backup for that meeting?
It will be added to the backup as well as the summit briefing report that each of you have already received on your desk this evening.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This week at the joint Planet and Water meeting, we talked about and passed to urge both the city and the county to advocate, to lobby the federal government to attempt to still deliver dollars from the IRA Act, the Inflation Reduction Acts. The specific bill is the High Efficiency Electric Home Rebate Act. This is a bill that Governor DeSantis needed to approve. The legislature approved, Governor DeSantis needed to sign off and approve some preliminary funding so that this could start, so that we'd have an office in the state that would start to receive this money or arrange it. And it looks like now somewhere in the realm of $350 million is not available to the state of Florida because of Governor DeSantis' veto. And we voted to say, let's talk to the federal government, advocate to them, lobby the federal government to work in any other way to get these rebates to people in Florida, and of course here in the city of Gainesville, whether that is through the county, whether it's through the city, or whether it's directly to utilities, because those are all the options that could have been adopted if the state had gone through this, to figure out whether the state was going to do the rebates, counties or cities or utilities. Probably it was going to be utilities or the state, one of the two. But that's what we need to bring. That's what the Joint Climate Waters is bringing back to the city and the county, and anyone else who wants to join on board, to say that we should talk to the federal government and urge them to figure out a way within federal law that will empower us to enable our neighbors to get these updates to their homes. Because for those of moderate income, it was for like an HVAC, it was an $8,000 rebate up front, not a tax credit at the end of the year should you have a lot of tax liability. Bam, $8,000. So it was really, really significant. I was really looking forward to see how GRU would help this happen. We'll see if they're interested in helping it happen after October 1st. They might not be interested in helping people save electricity after that point. But I think we should encourage the federal government. So I don't have the motion. I wish I had the motion directly from them, but I'll make it, I guess. I move that we urge the federal government to facilitate all governments or utilities in Florida to utilize the High Efficiency Electric Home Rebate Act funds that otherwise would have flowed through the state of Florida.
Second. Is there a second? Yeah, there's a second. Okay, all right, great. All right, so we have a motion and second, and certainly we can talk with our assuming we pass that, we can talk with Mr. Glenn about helping us with that. I'd be happy to put together a mayor letter if that's the proper thing to do, and we can move through that process. So
I think a mayor letter particularly would be good because of the nature of a lot of the lobbying of the federal government through the Department of Energy.
Yeah.
A lot of time mayors are where that kind of goes.
yeah, and we'll talk to Mr. Glenn and make sure he is engaged in that process as well. Should we pass this motion? Right? Is there any public comment on this? No. Okay. All right. Were you going to address this? Okay. All right. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. That passes unanimously, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioner Willis. Commissioner Eastman.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to, Danny Hughes was here earlier and mentioned the streetery, and I think now's probably a good time to bring up that conversation again. There was, it's gone back and forth even before my time. Oh, not even before my time, been here 6 months. Before my time, where it seemed like there was a feeling where there was some bigger plans that would be going on there. Millions of dollars would have been invested in it to create a pedestrian mall style design there. That probably is not in the cards now, and not something I necessarily would be in favor of. But it also means that we're at this kind of an impasse where there's local businesses that want to move forward with it. There's ways that we could beautify the space. There's ways that we could do this in a more organic way and approach it from a different perspective. But I think that at some point we probably need to, as commissioners, give direction to staff as to where we want that to go, because there's been multiple directions over multiple commissions, and it's a very cool space. It can be much cooler if we really were decisive about the direction that we wanted to go into with it. So I think that might be good for an upcoming GPC meeting. And since Mr. Hughes was here earlier and kind of really some of his frustrations with where he was, that's something I've heard from some other folks as well. I thought it would be good to bring it up. Madam Manager, did you say you wanted to? All right, that's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So we'll see about putting that on an agenda for a GPC in the fall. Okay, thank you. Any other member comment? Okay, I will point out that it sounds like we have posted our search firm has posted our auditor position that has finally gone live. I was informed this morning, so hopefully that process is moving ahead finally, and that would be great. We might actually have a permanent auditor opportunity by the end of the year. Ms. Anderson absolutely is filling the position admirably of interim, but she continues to swear that she does not want the permanent position, so we have to move that forward, and I'm hopeful that we will get good applicants for that in the coming weeks. So anything else? All right, thank you all for your attention today and your excellent input, and we'll be back at it Monday. We're adjourned.